Okay, guys, I'm back, but the problem is that the camera over the table doesn't like it when I close OBS. You're going to have to give me a moment. Right now, you can't see any of the action, and my base health totals are all wrong, so I'll be right back. We're recovering here from a loss of internet. Be right back. Okay, so after our little issue, Frank did claim game one. These guys are resetting. Give me a moment. I've still got to get the overhead camera reset. It doesn't like it when you do these things. There we go. That's much better. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next game. Frank took game one. Sorry we missed the end of it, everybody. I missed the end of it, too. Because, well, I was busy trying to keep the stream running, and it did not run. So, both players now into the sideboard phase. We'll look away for a moment while they ponder their life choices. Quick notice on the timer. The timer is a little off. We're about 4 minutes slow. Slow. So there's actually about 37-ish minutes left in the round. But with aggro on aggro, I'm betting this won't matter a whole too awful much. Frank definitely making some sideboard choices there. I wasn't paying attention if Eric did. Eric scooped right as I walked up to the table. So I did not see precisely the sequence of events that led to the end of the game. I know while I was troubleshooting, Eric did get Han out, but I think he probably lost the initiative that round just because he had more stuff to do getting his leader onto the field. He had at least 3 actions left, right? Because he had to deploy Han, he had to attack with Han, and he was going to want to attack with the Adelphi. Yes, thank you, Xander. We are back. It has been that was an irritating problem. Piecing that together later will be fun, but it is what it is. All right, looks like we are done sideboarding. So we'll come back to here. It should be, let me double check. Yeah, the upload speed just took a dump for a little while. I don't know why precisely. I just know that it did. Let's see. Let's come back to, we need stream elements. Yeah, I had a timer set up that was, yeah, the stream elements timer should be good. I'll just cycle the timer to make sure that it restarts. There we go. You should be good, Xanda. The melee.gg link should pop up in chat every now and then so that folks can go check that out if they want. And that'll become more relevant as we get a little deeper into the standings as well. Oh, look at Frank with the cheeky double cut there. All right, Eric seemingly happy with his hand. Frank seemingly happy with his. Both players making some resource decisions. Eric starting on the button since he lost game one, and here we go into game two. Eric opening up with an A-Wing. Frank opening with a Battlefield Marine. Pretty standard opening for each deck. Both players able to... Oh, and we had the Sabine ping, of course. Both players will be able to swing in for 3 here as their early actions of the round. I'm sure that will be happening. I see a card in Eric's hand that I hope he plays, because we'll talk about it when it happens. It's a card that he and I chatted about. He was very excited about it, describing to me how it is one of the more important cards in his deck. He's opting to stay high here, holding the orbitals with a red 3. Frank coming in with that wing leader play on turn 2 again, buffing up his Battlefield Marine to a 5/5. Four to base from Eric, and 5 to base from Frank. Eric claims. We're moving on. Oh, wait, nope. Eric claims, Sabine pings. Ha-ha. Now we're moving on. Yeah, Adeldrell, chat's inquiring, can you change leaders or decks between the same rounds? You cannot. You're always stuck with the same leader and base. You have to build a minimum 50-card deck, and you are allowed to bring a sideboard of up to 10 cards that after game 1 of any match, you are allowed to swap cards in and out of your deck as long as they align with those 10. Basically, those 10 cards can be swapped in or out of your deck in any configuration that you want. Going to go red 3 into the wing leader. Knock him off, and it looks like we have a Daring Raid. Yep. Daring Raid, 2 quick free damage. We're going to play a double damaged R2 from Han. Han going to use his ability here to bring R2 in for free. So Eric retains all of his resources still as that Battlefield Marine swings in super hard. Now, I know from talking to him, Eric has a play in his hand to deal with this. It's a question of, does he want to? Frank thinking through things here. Actually, no. Now that I look at it, Eric has already used that. No. Yes, he could do it. I think Frank's doing math. I think Frank is mathing, everybody. I don't think he's got the General's Blade. I think if he had the Blade, he'd have played it already. Like, in the sense of, I'm not sure why you wouldn't. I'm not sure why you wouldn't just go, oh, well, you say slow playing. Like, if the play is, I think he was trying to decide whether or not to ping before he flipped. He's trying to do the math in his head to think through. If he flips on Eric sitting on 4 resources, that gives Eric 1 action to have an answer for Sabine. He does have an answer for Sabine, but it will leave him without an answer for the Battlefield Marine. But I think he's going to have to make that hard choice this turn. Frank thinking again. Half the fun of having the player cameras, guys, one of the reasons that I love doing that is being able to watch these guys agonize. You know, you can't see Frank because he's leaned back out of camera. But it's obvious he's thinking about it, right? In fact, let's agonize with Frank. Oh, he leaned back in. Let's agonize with Frank, shall we? You just thought you could lean out of camera, Frank. He's trying to think through the turn. Trying to plan it out. Two 25-point bases and aggro leaders make the math, I think, very difficult to work through. Trying to find the right line here. He's got 3 resources. He does have the Blade in hand. I can see it there. The middle card is a General's Blade. But he's also got a Sabine and what looks like might be another Battlefield Marine. It's hard to tell. Frank's going to take initiative. And we're going to the next round. Eric didn't even play a card. Oh, you know what it was? Eric passed and Frank took initiative. That's exactly what happened here. Eric passed and Frank took initiative. So Frank, unwilling to run the risk of getting smashed by whatever it is he thinks Eric might have in his hand. Can't say that I blame him. Honestly, in his shoes, I probably would have made the same play. Crucial turn in this matchup approach coming in here now. We're going to ambush in a Fleet Lieutenant. Did he just, okay, he ambushed the R2 and then threw 7 into the base with that Battlefield Marine. That Battlefield Marine is responsible for now 17 of the 20 damage on Eric's base. We're going to deploy Han. We're going to ping. Still hasn't brought out Sabine. Eric could stall a little bit. He could swing in with the A-Wing. It's probably the right play. He's trying to wait for Sabine to come out, but I don't think he can at this point. He's got 2 plays. He can attack with either one of them, right? But he's so low at this point. For a cause, the wrong card at the wrong time. This is the big turn for Eric here, right? Like, he desperately needs to clear something. We're at a point now where Frank might not even ever need to deploy Sabine. If I'm Eric, I think I'm pretty sure he's sitting on a heavy. I think he has to play it. But the trick is, if he does, he loses the leverage he needs to kill Sabine. He's going to go ahead and swing in with the A-Wing for 3. That puts the ball in Frank's court. Frank has 2 resources and a leader he can deploy. Frank could also claim right here and hope that his opponent can't deal 11 damage with 5 resources. But man, that is a gamble. I don't think Eric could, but is Frank willing to take that chance? I'm betting he won't. But here's the thing, even if Eric just taps in and clears Sabine out, he still has to deal with the goofy Marine. He doesn't have a good answer for this 5/5 Marine. He's going to use Han to base. Okay, this is a surprise to me. Eric thinks he has a line to win here, I think. He has to win on these next few actions, or Frank is just going to walk away with this first action of the next round. Okay, there comes Sabine. Okay, Eric's got an Echo-based defender. That's going to buy him a little bit of time. Does Sabine take the defender? Can't take the defender. Sabine would only put 2 damage into the defender. That's a really, really well done play by Eric. Sabine cannot take the defender on her own. Her bonus damage from the leader only goes to the base. Unit Sabine could at least take out the defender, but leader Sabine cannot. Yeah, it was a great claim by Frank last round. I think I would have done the same thing in his shoes. Like, if your opponent is obviously waiting for you to do the predictable thing, Frank now going to hold the initiative. Eric calling it. Or moving on. Okay. So now Frank's got to find a way to deal with this Sentinel. Eric still has his ECL available and now has 6 resources. So this could also be a big wrecker play here. You could see, for example, Wrecker come in and just blow up that Marine. Which is something that he desperately needs to do. He's got to clear some of this stuff out. Eight to 4. Very, very tight game. That one Sentinel absolutely keeping Eric in the game, and he timed it perfectly. He had to wait until all the big units had attacked in. But Frank's going to get the first action here. He's going to come in. He's probably going to, he's just going to blow it up with a wrecker of his own. It's a good call. Okay, so Eric is going to ECL in. Going to ditch a resource. I'm sure he's going to blow something up. He more or less has to. It's just a question of where this damage is going. Okay. We're going to blow up the Marine. And we're going to overwhelm. Yep, 7 into the Fleet Lieutenant, taking 3 back. which puts a 5 spot onto the base. So now Frank is 1 action away. As soon as the A-Wing or Han swings, Frank loses game 2. Sabine swings in for 3. Not enough here. Let's make sure I understand what happened. We're resetting, so it looks like Eric pulled that one out. Eric had 2 different lines there, right? He needed to push 3 damage through. He had it in space. He had it on the ground. It only took 1 unit, and it looks like we're moving on to game 3. First time we've had a game 3 today. I will not complain about that. 2 very evenly matched players and good decks here. Eric was down 10 points. Think about that for a minute. He was down 14-4. And it was all about the timing of the defender, right? Chat talking about savage use of the defender. It was 100% savage, but it was all about the timing. The defender, Sabine, can't take the defender on her own. And that's the difference in the game, right? That's the difference in the game. Oh, get the base health correct. There we go. 25-point bases play quick, but what I like, one of the things that I've watched, I've watched Frank play on other streams, but you never actually get to see the player. You only ever see the top-down view. I like being able to see these guys kind of stop and, you obviously have no idea what's going on in their brain. But it's obvious, like, okay, he's mathing. How do I get there? Finding the line. One of the things that makes Unlimited such a fun experience for me, of course, the same way it did in Destiny, the back-and-forth actions. The action trading, you have to make the right play at the right time in the right order. And, Eric made the right play as well, right? He knows that if he can push through 5 damage to the base, that he has 2 different ways to win. Han on the ground, A-Wing in space. Either one of those plays, Frank is one action away. So great play from both players there. Eric having the right card at the right time and finding the right line to get through it. And that 1 damage earlier that R2 did to that fleet lieutenant, very impactful, right? Frank chose to clear out that R2 earlier. It was only a 1-2 unit, but he was like, no, get off the board. That 1 damage on the R2 from R2 swinging into R2 made all the difference, right? That was just enough damage for Wrecker to be an impact there. Oh, I absolutely played Destiny. I miss Destiny. What a great game. I could talk about Destiny for a while because it was an experience that I did not expect to have, in the sense of years and many, many, many years ago, I swore off mixing the randomness of cards with the randomness of dice all together in one game in a CCG, TCG format. But once I played Destiny about 4 or 5 times, I was like, okay, no, this is actually very strategic and very tactical. The tactics, really, right? How you managed a game mattered. And when I started playing Unlimited again, when I started playing Unlimited, I realized very quickly that I was in trouble, because this game had the exact same amazing mechanics to it, in the sense of how, the sequencing mattered. You needed to find the right sequence of actions to win the game. There was no such thing as like, oh, this deck is just autopilot. No. You can hand somebody a world championship winning deck in this game, and they can flub it 100%. Because unless you understand the mechanics and the matchup you're in and the actions you need to take and the order and the importance of initiative and which round you're in and so on and so, like, all of these things add together to make the game so deliciously complex in the right way that I absolutely love it. Okay, on to game 3. Frank starts us off with a Sabine on the ground. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate the kind words. Eric contemplating his first play. Interesting. An immediate ECL ambush of Sabine here. So immediate use of ECL by Han. And just like that, Frank is a unit down. Of course, his ECL still available. Interesting choice. I'm going to be curious to see how that plays out for Eric. That feels too aggressive to me, but maybe I'm crazy. At the same time, if he doesn't do that, if that's Eric's only turn 1 play, and Frank wants to just trade, Eric's going to lose it. Whereas in this instance, Eric's at least going to be able to get it into the base if he wants. Yep, Fighters for Freedom. 3 to base. Frank keeps the initiative, and that now critical Echo-based defender making an appearance here in Game 3. Battlefield Marine trading for Sabine looks really big now. Eric, knowing he had that Sentinel in his hand, knowing that Frank would have to either ambush in to knock off the Marine, and then, if he didn't, Eric could back it up with a Sentinel. He's going to get another swing out of this 3-1 Marine. No, I like the play, Myers. I do. For me, it's more of a question of, okay, would I have thought to do that? I probably wouldn't have. To me, that shows you the time that Eric has put into either playing, actually playing, or just thinking through this matchup, looking at the lines, thinking of the strategies that work and don't work to tackle this matchup. If you play unlimited competitively, I don't care what you're playing, you have to have a plan for Green Sabine. You're gonna see it, right? At least in a 6-round tournament, you might see it twice, you might see it 3 times, you're going to see it at least once. It's a great deck. It's not that expensive to build. It's not cost prohibitive. Not anymore. Poe used to be the most expensive card in there. Probably still is, but even that price has come down. He could trade with the Sabos. He could also just ignore the Sentinel, right? You're right. It's a good point. He is going to kill the Marine because he can ignore the Sentinel. But that's fine. I think Eric's still happy with that because then he still gets 4 damage to base. He stays ahead. I think he's 100% happy with that trade. Sabine deploying here. I'm going to try this. This may not work. That did work. Okay, so they updated in the files. It just didn't update in the thing. Okay, that's good. Okay, we're going to spend, we're going to use Han to play Poe with 2 damage on him, a turn early. We have a 6-4 Poe Dameron on the board. Frank a little behind here in Game 3. Trying to think through. Still has his ECL available. We might be looking at that. He's got a Fleet Lieutenant in his hand, so he might be trying to think through a big ECL play next round. I think he's also got a K2 in there. That's got to look pretty enticing, being able to knock out a Poe with your first action of the following round. But with Sabine on the board, he's got the General's Blade. Nope, he's going to go. Okay. So he takes a Fleet Lieutenant to overcome the Defender and push 1 through to base. Eric's going to take the initiative. That's a big play for him. He wants the initiative going into this round to make sure he gets the chance to do something with this Poe. I agree. I think Frank is behind, but it's not so unrecoverable yet that it's a catastrophe. Now, the problem he's going to run into here is that Poe can easily knock off Sabine, knock off the Fighters for Freedom, and still be standing. So if you're Eric, you have to feel good about your board position right now because he's going to have to discard a card to pull all that off. But if he's willing to do it, he can clear 2 units with 1 attack here. Now, that damage is not going to base, so we'll have to see which way he decides to play this here. Looks like he's going to attack into the Fighters for Freedom and then discard a card to deal 2 damage to Sabine. Good use of Poe there to manage the board. Keep things from being too crazy. Oh, no, did he go to base? Oh, he went to base with the Poe. Okay. All right. I like that play, too. I think it's solid. Yeah, good question, Andrell. The timer is in the bottom right. Players have to somebody has to come up with 2 wins before time runs out. That's the deal. I'm guessing that we're ambushing in here with ECL. I'm I'm not quite sure what just happened. He just played Poe. Oh, I apologize. I see it now. He played it, and then the Fighters for Freedom dealt the damage. Okay, got it. Okay, so now we got a Rebel Assault coming out of Frank's hand. Now, let's see what the damage total on that's going to be. He's going to trade into Poe with the Fleet Lieutenant. And it looks like 4 to base with the Fighters. 4 to base with the Fighters. Still, Frank feels like he's on the back foot here. Han's on the board. Eric has all his resources available. Doesn't have ECL. Can't quite see what is in his hand. Looks like he might have had a For the Cause. Can't tell what that top. I can see an A-Wing. I can't make out the event. 3 to base with Han. Frank going to take the initiative. All right, Eric with all his resources here. Free to do what he wants. Just a question of what he's got in his hand. Coming in with a heavy. That's his tech card in the deck. I'm from talking to him a little bit. Okay, he's going to play the A-Wing with damage using Han's ability, and then he's going to play heavy. Now, heavy is the card that I was having talks with him about. It is a 4-cost 4/4 out of Twilight that has Raid 2 with Coordinate. So right now when he swings in, he can do 6 to base in the one swing. So that's a threat that Frank has to deal with. But when he explodes, when he dies, every enemy unit on the ground takes 1 damage. So if Frank wants to trade with that heavy, he's going to lose his Fighters for Freedom as well. It's a 10-point deficit here for Sabine. Frank trying to find a way to stay alive here and win Game 3. Checking Eric's discard pile. Frank's been consistently playing with his hand off camera, so I can't really see what he's got cooking in there. The fact that he's spending this much time contemplating his next move, I think speaks volumes. I think he can't leave the heavy alive. I think he has to smash the K2 in, but when he does, it's going to clean him off the board, and he's going to eat 6 more. And there's basically nothing he can do about it. If he doesn't leave the heavy, if he leaves the heavy on the board, he's going to be in trouble. All right, we're ambushing in probably a Poe. Yep, it's a Poe. Going to use his ECL. Okay, so we're going to discard a card using Poe to smash the A-Wing and then send Han away. That turns off the Coordinate on the heavy. Different way to approach it, but I like it. It keeps the Poe on the board. So now the question becomes, Eric's not going to be able to play anything for cheap this round. His ECL is burned. He's just going to go 4 to base. Probably not a bad play, truth be told. He's now getting into the range where a couple of For a Causes could make a big impact here. Nope, 1 off. There we go. Or he could smuggle a Cassian. That would also be a solid play, ladies and gentlemen. Cassian, of course, cannot be killed by the K2 without a little bit of extra help. Good timing on that one. 1 damage from the Fighters with Poe. Oh, they may have missed that. Yeah, they may have missed that one. He discarded the card with Poe to get the A-Wing. They may have missed the Fighters trigger. That's a good point. Eric should probably be one lower, but at this point, I'm not convinced it's going to matter. Frank agonizing again here a little bit. He can't kill Cassian unless he's got something in his hand that I don't know about. Oh, I think he's looking through his resources. He keeps leaning off camera. I think he's doing it intentionally. No, he's not. Okay. He's thinking. This has been a hell of a match, boys. Let me tell you. Both players have just played this beautifully, trading blow for blow. It's like a good boxing match. You know, I've never really cared for boxing. It's not my sport. But when I watch games like this, my brain equates it to a boxing match, right? Each player taking punches, each player having to figure out how to receive the other player's punches. He's going to trade with heavy. I think he trades with heavy, Cassian swings, and then he claims. That's what I'm betting happens here. Well, hold on. He missed the heavy trigger. Oh, no, that heavy trigger should have gone off. They missed the heavy trigger. Heavy should have dealt 1 damage to each of them. Okay, there we go. Eric's got it now. That clears the fighters at least. There we go. And that leaves Poe with only 2 HP left. There we go. Okay, they caught it. So, yeah, there's probably supposed to be 1 more damage on Eric's base, but I'm going to leave it the way the players have it. Okay, so we're going to clear the board here. Oh, no, Poe's going to go into the base, but then the Cassian out of the resource row. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Eric with the come-from-behind win there. Winning games 2 and 3 to take the match. Nicely played. Nicely played. I remember when they spoiled Cassian, I remember thinking that the card was a little underwhelming. But, man, the more times I see people play that card, it just seems to be impactful almost every time it comes out of the board. Because that coming out, you don't think of a card coming out from the smuggle row coming out ready. And it's a really, I mean, you pay for it. Like, you pay for the privilege of doing that with Cassian. But, man, has he been impactful in almost all the games he's seen it. Yep, very well played by both players. Eric's going to walk away with the win there. Okay, guys. Here's the good news. We don't have as long to wait before the next round. There are literally 6.5 minutes before the timer's up. So you've probably got about 10-ish or so, and we'll be right back here with round 5. Okay? So give us a few minutes, and I will see you guys again shortly. I'll see if I can find you a match that's just as good. Thanks. See you in a minute. right, welcome back, everybody. All right, we're getting ready here for round 5. I have got us a fun matchup. Let's have a peek at this. I got to do a little bit of match setup. Player 1. Camera's not quite adjusted correctly, but I'll take it. All right, there's that. And player 2 is, there we go. All right, so I need to do a little more setup here. Let's see if we can get this to behave. Overlay has been very irritating today with certain things. We are now in round 5. Let's get that correct. And then, all right, so on the left-hand side of your screen, we'll get to this in a minute. That's going to be, I did not see, hold a moment. Okay. Whoa, that is ballsy. You guys are going to love this match. You guys are going to love this match. We're going to have so much fun. All right, and then on the right, okay, we're looking at, all right, and then that's Catacombs of Cadera. There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's start with the player introductions. On the left side of your screen, this is Evan from Fort Walton Beach, Florida. He is going to be playing Captain Rex Green, so a monocolor green deck. Second one on stream today. Both these gentlemen, I believe, are 2 and 2. And on the right-hand side of your screen, we're going to have Donald. Donald hails from New Orleans, where I am from as well. Technically, I am a New Orleans native. They are both here from out of town, and Donald's going to be on Emperor Palpatine Red, which is going to be a slightly interesting matchup, to put it lightly. Oh, yeah, time has begun. I'll start that timer. I'm only about 90 seconds off this time, so that works. All right. Perfect timing on this one. Both players resourced, ready to go, and it looks like Donald's on the button. Let's put that in the right place. And away we go. We're going to force throw right away just to discard something. No damage out of this. Evan going to have to ditch a Echo-based defender there. Going to spend his 2 for Battlefield Marine. Now, I was watching, one of the reasons I'm interested to show you guys this match, right? I was watching Evan play Cole earlier. I'm pretty sure they got all the way to Game 3. And there are some really interesting card choices in Evan's deck. But starting with the lowest HP base in the game, I think absolutely works against him here. All right, DJ Death Star, Super Laser Tech for Donald. 3 to base with the Battlefield Marine. Rex is going to make himself a clone trooper. I need to get buttons to show token units. I don't have that yet. And follow things up with what looks like a Vanguard trooper, if I'm reading that correctly. Nope, that is not it. Oh, that's that guy from set 2. He's a 1-cost 2/2. Let me find him for you. There he is, this dude. Warzone Lieutenant, my apologies. Evan going very wide very quickly here. Going to trade the Super Laser Tech into the Warzone Lieutenant. Evan responding with 3 to base. Now, one thing that's interesting about Palpatine, you don't really see like Palpatine in a yellow or a blue. Going to resupply. You don't generally see Palpatine go with an aggro theme. I'm very curious to see how this works out. Shock T. I remember having a great time with that card in pre-releases, but man, it has not really made much of an impact in other matchups that I have seen. Hang on a minute. I need to check something, see if I can see it. Looks like that says 9890. Yep. Okay. There we go. Believe that is correct in terms of damage. No, Sam, these guys, I believe, are both 2 and 2. There's Poggle. I wanted to, the match that I wanted to bring you, Courtney won her match and moved to 3 and 1. I wanted to possibly get her back on camera, but she declined. which is fine. And at that point, the guys literally sitting behind her were like, "Hey, we'll do it." And I looked at Rex and Palpatine and was like, "Let's go see this. This looks like fun." Cody coming in, so we're gonna overwhelming barrage on Poggle now. That's going to clear one trooper, one clone trooper. Cody, of course, giving everybody else 1/1 and overwhelm. That should be 4 damage from Shaak Ti, and also should make a clone trooper, I believe. And then 4 more from the battlefield lieutenant. We should be at 17 by my count. Yes, perfect. I can count. Rex deploys. Oh, things didn't. Why did you not update, stupid game? Okay. Rex deploys, and when he does, he makes a whole bunch of battle droids. No, wrong one. Okay, so the battle droids appear because of, please be correct. Yes, because of this guy. And then when Rex deploys, he creates about a clone trooper as well. Other troopers get beefier and harder to kill, which includes Cody and technically all of the battle droids and all of the troopers. And then, of course, Shaak Ti has a crazy buff mechanic as well. That's not the right card. I picked the wrong one next to her. Shaak Ti, I think, does she buff everybody or she just makes more tokens? Each friendly token unit gets +1/+0. So at the moment, those are 2/2 battle droids and a 3/3 clone trooper. I think the clone trooper might actually be 4/4 because I think Cody has some stacking bonuses as well. It gets hairy when things start stacking up like this. Let me take a look at Cody real fast. Now, it's going to start clearing things out here very quickly because Papa Palpatine is the thing. He's going to deal 6 damage. I want to look at Cody real fast. Each of the friendly unit gains 1/1 and overwhelm. Yep. So he's going to have to deal 5 to Shaak Ti to kill her. They're trying to math this out. You can see the wheels turning. There we go. So he's going to kill Shaak Ti and put 1 onto Cody. All right, probably a good play. You need to get rid of Shaak Ti. Sure thing. So leader on the right. That's going to be should be 2 damage from the droidica, the droid. He's going to take Cody. We didn't. There we go. Okay, he recorded it on his dial, but not on the tokens. We're going to sacrifice. We're exploiting for what I'm assuming is, yep, it's gore. Not a card you expect to necessarily see on a day like today, but here we are. He's going to smash Cody into gore for 4 damage. Oh, no, gore smashes into Cody. My apologies. Now, this is, okay, he does that after Palpatine deploys. Palpatine's going to clean out that battlefield Marine. When he does, he's going to murder his battle droid to deal 1 damage to gore, draw a card. Then we're going to change initiative. Evan's going to grab the button. And there we go. And looks like Donald just scooped there. I'm a little surprised to see that. He's going to take Rex, and then he can kill Gore. I'm a little surprised. Gore has Sentinel. Yeah, but he has plenty of units over there to kill Gore. Gore only has 2 HP. That surprises me a little bit. I'm going to mark this as what I think occurred, and then I'm going to go double check. Okay, so while they do sideboard things, I'm going to go verify and make sure that Evan took that one. Okay, so we got the winner right, but the sequencing was a little incorrect. What happened there? Um, Evan ended up claiming somewhere along the way, and I think I might have been off by 1 with the base damage. And so, you know, you have a 7/7 Sentinel. You've got the initiative. You're going to get in. So there it is. Xanda, he is not that. He is running the software. He is one of our judges today. So he's chilling out over behind the counter. He's in charge of all the digital software that's managing the event today. We have floor judges, and then JD is helping run things by managing, wrangling Melee.gg, which is the website that Fantasy Flight has chosen to run and synchronize and manage all these kinds of events. As much as I love Palp Red, I feel like Donald is maybe a bit disadvantaged in this matchup just because of how slow his leader is. Also, Evan had a really amazing kind of Voltron-y mix of buffs there that made it very difficult for Palpatine to use any of his abilities to, like, you know, murder the cheap guys. I talked to Evan earlier. I watched him play this deck. No, the standings won't come until late. You always see the standings from the previous round, I think, but they may not be available to you if you're not actually playing in the event on Melee. I know you can see pairings and see who's playing who, but what you see is usernames and not real names. And then the standings on Melee, I think, are hidden until the tournament is basically like done, unless you are in the event. If you're in the event, I know you can look at standings because I was doing that a few weeks ago when I was playing in a Planetary Qualifier. All right, both players have sideboarded. We are finishing up the cut and shuffle game as we're heading to game 2. That was a quick win for a double green deck out of Evan there on the left. You generally, like, whenever I've seen double command games, like a Palp double command, or even that Hera game we saw earlier, right? Hera green, or Hera green, they're not bad decks, but they don't usually just run away with it. Palpatine red is an interesting matchup, and I'm curious as to what tools he has to deal with this. It feels like he needs more Sentinels, right? I don't know if he's running the Dark Troopers and the Cell Block Guards, but it would be good of him to do. I can see Evan resourcing an Admiral Yularen. It looks like he's going to resource a Colonel Yularen, excuse me. No, an Admiral Yularen and an Admiral Akbar. Doesn't want to deal with the brass. Going to resource them all. I thought it was a fun game, X Chris. One of the reasons that when the people that I wanted to stream declined, I was like, okay. And then the guys behind them literally piped up like, why don't we do it? I was like, sure, I've got volunteers. Let's go. Some folks don't want to play on camera. Some folks, it impacts them. They get a little nervous or they feel like they play worse with somebody looking over their shoulder. So I get it. As we get deeper in the tournament, there'll be fewer places that people can decline. Simply because, right now there's like 25 or 30 games around out there. But later on, there won't be so many that you'll be able to do that to. Donald going to start off here in game 2 with the Death Star Stormtrooper. Nice little one cost weenie. Evan choosing for no turn. Now, he didn't mulligan, I don't think. Maybe he did and I missed it. Why would you keep a hand without a turn 1 play? With a 24 HP base, this feels a bit like a mistake. He's opting there for a Sundari Protector, which is an excellent card. Donald coming in with a DJ Death Star. Or a Death Star DJ. Ye old Super Laser Tech for a little bit of ramp, and then 3 damage into Evan's base. That's the first base damage Donald has dealt in the match. He got exactly none in the first game. Evan just put his foot down on the gas and just kept going straight for the jugular. Never even slowed up. Sundari's going to go to base for 3 and restore 2. Yep. Smash the Super Laser Tech into the Protector. Feels pretty good. Makes sense. Quick ramp for that. Evan coming in with Shock T again. Token units get a +1/+0. That's what I couldn't remember out here. Okay. So Yularen buffs the health of every hero unit. Shock T buffs the attack of token units. All right, we're going to overwhelming barrage on this Stormtrooper. This is hilarious, but I like the play, truth be told. He's going to have 5 damage to spread around. He can't kill everybody. It'll take 3 to kill the Protector, and he can put 2 on Shock T, just as exactly what he does. And then that's going to be a 5 damage swing from that Stormtrooper. Oh, no. There we go. That was right. Evan drawing into 2 Gores there. He's going to want that card, but he doesn't want it right now. Did he keep them both anyway? He did. I'm a little surprised at that. I think I would have resourced one. Shock T going to base. Making a Clone Trooper. You know, like you do. 3 for a resupply. Back to Evan with all his resources available. Rex coming onto the board. Makes 1 Clone Trooper and 2 Battle Droids. Hu Yang buffing a Death Star Stormtrooper. I'll take things I never thought I'd see in this game for 1,000, Alex. All right, so the Adelphi Patrol Wing comes in for 5. Swings into Hu Yang with Rex. Four damage to Hu Yang, cleans that mess up. Donald's going to claim, not going to bother with the Stormtrooper. A little surprising to me. Now, Evan's kind of walking a bit of a tightrope here. He's got 4 token units. So Shock T has got a lot of good work cut out for her here. I mean, got a lot of good work, available to her here. Now, this is going to be Palpatine's flip turn. Stealing Shock T doesn't do him very much, but it does slow Evan down a little bit. We'll have to see if Donald wants to deploy Palpatine right away and steal Shock T. That's exactly what he's going to do. Okay? That's a good play. Now, the fun question becomes, we know Evan is sitting on a couple of Gores in there. How's he going to swing? He's going to go 2 to base with one of the Clone Troopers. This game much closer than last game for sure. Five for another overwhelming barrage. This is going to be brutal because it's going to mess up this Gore play, I think. So he's got 6 damage to spread around. 1, 2, and then the rest of it onto Rex. I think he's going to be sorry that he didn't go ahead and get one of his Gores into play when he had the units to sacrifice. Clears out the battle droids. So now he's sitting on 2 Gores he can't do anything with. He does have the Akbar. And then I can't quite make out what the last card is. I know he's got a Gore, Yularen, and 2 Gores, Yularen, and Akbar, and I can't see what the last one is. He's going to swing in with the Adelphi. Tie the game at 18. That's a big Papa Palpatine sitting there on the board. 6-12. But it's going to be Shock T that's going to swing in and make a Clone Trooper for Palpatine. Words you never thought you'd say in Star Wars Unlimited, ladies and gentlemen. He is going to sack them all for the Gore. Gore's going to come in. We're going to ambush something. He could ambush Palpatine. Won't do him any good, but he could. He's going to ambush Shock T. So that's going to be 5 damage that sneaks through onto Donald's base. And 3 back onto Gore. Gore, of course, having Sentinel, Ambush, and Overwhelm. I should show you the card again just to refresh your memory. There we go. Exploit 3, Sentinel, Ambush, and Overwhelm. So very expensive, but an odd choice in a pure green deck, I suppose. I mean, it's working. Evan's been getting good work out of that card today. Donald probably going to debate. He can't swing to base. He can kill the Gore, but it's going to put a lot of pain back on Palpatine. You can't go to base. He has Sentinel. Yep, I literally just watched him say 6 to base. Nope, can't do that. Got to rethink your options there, my friend. Now, what he could do is trade the Stormtrooper into... No, he can't trade the Stormtrooper into it because it has 7 health. Yep. Okay. Evan's going to... So, good damage into Palpatine. Evan's going to take the initiative and take 3 more to base from the Stormtrooper. I don't know that I've ever seen a Death Star Stormtrooper live this long in a game of Star Wars Unlimited. That dude has done some work, ladies and gentlemen. He has seen things that would make you blush. I try to keep it family friendly. I'm thinking of the line from Ghostbusters, right? They go to stand before the judge, and Ernie Hudson's character has that great line, "I have seen things." Colonel Yularen coming on the left-hand side of the board there for Evan. 1 heal. Feels good. Loves the heal. Stormtrooper puts 3 back. Should take him down to 10 HP remaining, if my math is correct. 12, 14. Yes, my math is correct. One for that War Zone Lieutenant. We've seen him before. Cheap little 2-2. I'm not sure flooding the board now is going to do Evan a whole lot of good. Clone Trooper comes in for a pair. Akbar's going to deal 3. Oh, this is a smart play. So we've flooded just enough units into the board for Akbar to come in and ping Papa Palpatine for 3 damage and send him back to the leader zone and get him out of the ground arena. You know, it occurs to me, this entire game has been played in the ground arena. Neither player has even played a space unit. Timely interventioning something. What do we got coming out? A Darth... Oh, my goodness! It's a Darth Maul who's going to come in and swing into 2 different units and wipe them out. Ooh, it's struggling with the zoom now. Let's back that out then. Maul is a card that I think is kind of underplayed, but I think as games, you know, more and more players start to look into going a little wide. Oh, and he's going to daring raid. He's going to daring raid the Clone Trooper off the board. But just like that, Papa Palpatine clears the field. Maul is such a good card at just coming in and being like, oh, take your little chumps and I'm going to assassinate them. But you don't see a lot of people play it. Even in Villain Red, it's just not that common a card to see on the table, which is unfortunate. I think it's a really good card. It's an amazing card when you can get it to pair it up with Maul's leader and use Overwhelm on 2 different units. But Evan coming out with a timely intervention of his own. Let's see what he pairs it with. We're going to be ambushing something in. Can't make out his hand back there, so I can't quite see what he's got lurking around in it. I think somehow I'm off on damage here. Okay, he's going to ambush in the Echo Base Defender to knock off the Clone Trooper. Take 2 damage back. He hasn't marked the damage, but he does have that Echo-based defender should have 2 damage on him. Precision fire. Precision fire. I love everything about this. Precision fire allows a trooper to gain +2 and saboteur for 1 attack. That trooper just did 5 more damage. All Donald has to do is attack with Maul. I think he hasn't counted. I don't think he's counted. All he has to do is attack with Maul. There they go. They're now realizing he should have had 2 damage on him. Yep, you missed the damage earlier when he ambushed into the clone trooper. You didn't record the damage on him. So now he's dead. Yep, there we go. All Donald has to do is attack with Maul, and that's game. There we go. They've got it figured out now. Okay. Goodness gracious. You're right. They did play it. You're right. He did play the one. He did play the one Adelphi. But then he sacked it. He, like, played it, attacked with it, and then sacked it to Gore, like, the very same time. You're right. You're right. We did have 1 space unit played in this entire match so far. All right. Game 3. Everybody loves Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Get the base healths reset. Plenty of time for Game 3. What I'm loving about watching Donald's deck is, A, it's a color pairing you don't frequently see people pair with Palpatine. And he's got some cards in there that you also don't commonly see out of red decks. And it's not that they're bad cards. I love Precision Fire. There was a time I played some of those in Kylo Double Red, right? But it's like, it's not a card I expected to see in green-red Palp, right? It's also not a card you expect to see probably outside of some kind of double red, trooper heavy sort of thing. But man, did it do good work there? Excellent play. Just sneak right around those Sentinels. That's a couple of times today we've seen Saboteur be relevant in a game. It's one of the better keywords, but it's so as the game has matured, it's felt like there have been, certainly in set 3, there are fewer and fewer Sentinels because there's more options and more/better ways to remove units off the board than simply having to throw Sentinels in the way as body blocks. Back in set 2, when you would look at a typical villain deck, it would be absolutely chock full of like cell block guards and phase 3 dark troopers and all this sort of thing, as just one simple and easy example. So Xanda, Saboteur is one of the keywords. There's, I don't know, 8 or 10 keywords in the game, something like this. But units that have Saboteur can ignore the Sentinel keyword on an opponent's unit, which means they can just attack whatever they want. They're not required to attack into the Sentinel. And they also ignore and defeat shields on units that have them. So if you have an opponent's unit that has a shield token on it, or a shield token, a token card or whatever, a shield, a Saboteur unit basically attacks through the shield. The shield is treated like it's not there. It's thrown away. It's defeated, and the damage goes through and hits the unit normally. Earlier today, we were talking about, in one of those matchups, I think the very first match of the day with Scotty, we were talking about the 2/3 Saboteur Rebel Pathfinder. And so, very commonly, some of the better decks you see played in the current meta, right, are they have a lot of little 2/2 weenie units, but they come with a shield token. So being able to have a cheap Saboteur with 2 damage allows you to knock those units off the board. And if your Saboteur happens to have 3 or more health, then you can keep your unit while costing the opponent his. So that feels like, that's a really, really good early game unit in certain matchups. Donald on the backside of his mulligan trying to figure out what to resource. He's stuck with his hand no matter what's in it, so he's got to find a way to make it work. One of the nice things about Evan's deck, I think, is that, he's got so many cheapo units in there. I don't think he really particularly has to mulligan too terribly often. He's going to start off with what I believe is an Echo. Yep, that's the new Echo, as Donald's going high with a Confederate Courier. Really, really good card. First space unit we've seen Donald play. Allows him to create battle droids. And, of course, Palpatine loves battle droids. Interesting that it's Emperor Palpatine and not Darth Sidious that loves battle droids, but that's the world we live in, ladies and gentlemen. Palpatine loves battle droids because they gave him a cheap way to activate his ability. Echo swings in for 2. We were asking earlier about what each leader did. I'll let you guys take a quick peek at that. Rex basically makes clone trooper tokens like that, exactly like Evan just did. Palpatine allows you to defeat your own units and in order to deal 1 damage to opposing units and draw cards. Donald coming in that round with a Poggle the Lesser, which allows him to create even more battle droids when he plays a unit. When you play another unit, if Poggle is ready, you can exhaust him and make a battle droid. And then he followed that up with another Death Star Stormtrooper. That Death Star Stormtrooper last game was arguably the hero of the game. Like, he was crazy. Evan drawing into one of his commands. So he's going to put it into play as a resource and deal 2 quick damage to the Stormtrooper and knock it off the board. So now Evan up to 5 resources. He's the one with the ramp this game. Donald not seeing any of it so far. Donald's looking like he's going to swing in for 2, and he does. Missed one there. Going to deploy Rex. It's a 5 resource turn. Here comes all of the token units. Rex creates a clone trooper when he flips. And then, of course, the droid manufactory itself creates 2 battle droid tokens when Rex deploys. So just bringing Rex onto the board, immediately there are 3 units. That turns on the coordinate on Rex, which is nice. Palpatine going to sack the clone courier, the Confederate courier, to make a battle droid, draw a card, and deal a damage. But those droids are troopers, and Rex makes them a little harder to kill. Echoes 4/4, clears Poggle. Remember, Echo has that coordinate ability that gives him +2/+2. Donald going to claim the initiative. Looks like we're going to go 2, 3, 4 to base, if I've added that up correctly. I think he did it on the wheel and not on the tokens. He took at least 2. Hang on, let me zoom in here for a minute. It only says 4, but it feels like he should have... Well, those were all exhausted. We'll just run with it. We'll say it was 2 more damage. We'll trust these guys to keep that correct. Yeah, Fompanator, I think you got a good point. Like, this was talking to Evan earlier. I saw him playing this deck, and he was talking about, you flip Rex, you flood the board with units, and then I want to be sitting on a Gore at that point, and then I'm going to sack some of them and bring out Gore. Exploit, of course, generally not a tremendously good card for hero units. Going to play a Hu Yang into the blind, and Echo's just going to smash him around, knock him right off the board. That's a terrible feeling play for Donald. It feels like Donald's not drawing into the stuff he needs here. Anything, really. Going with a Bright Hope in space. A little bit of Sentinel up there. That's going to let him pick Echo back up and replay it. Clear that health. That's a really, really good use of Bright Hope. I think Donald claimed... So that should be how much? 1, 2. We should go to 12. Yeah, it should add up to a decent amount. A lot of little bottles add up to a big bottle, Chappie. Should be 8. 8, I believe. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. Evan in the lead. Evan started 6 points down on health and now on a 2-point lead here in Game 3. I agree, X-Chris. I think Evan's in a pretty solid position, but and it's mostly because Donald has not seen any ramp this game. This was the problem I always had with Palpatine, right? When I played Palpatine paired with a non-green color, look at this. I'm still he's just now to 6. He's still 2 turns from seeing his leader, and he's basically halfway dead against a board full of people with nothing out there. I mean, I was going to say, if this is his ramp card, then it feels like it's coming too late, but it's, I suppose, better late than never. But there's no way Evan's going to attack into it. He does slam Echo into the base for 4. Going to spend 1 to murder the guy and deal 1 damage. He's going to knock off probably one of the clone trooper or the bat. He's going to knock off one of them. Yeah. Just murder it. That's right. The troopers all have +1 extra health because of Rex. 2 more to base. Down only 2 resources. He's going to force throw. Feels like this is a bit of a desperation play. He's just trying to get something, anything that he can. He's not going to be able to deal damage with it, but he forces Evan to discard a Hu Yang. Sorry, another Echo. My apologize. 2 more to base. Starting to look pretty rough here for Donald. Only 10 HP left. 9 HP. 7 HP. 5 HP. And a tech, because why not? So, Phone Potato, one of the things that I'm going to do is all the matches that get played are eventually going to get posted to YouTube. My intent is to post the deck lists that go with them. He's going to add a Sentinel just for like total. I'm going to keep kicking you in the teeth. My intent is to post the match with links to the deck lists when they go up on YouTube. So keep an eye on that if you're interested in seeing this deck list later. I mean, it's pure green hero. I'll be honest, there's probably only so much you can put into it. But it feels like Evan's got a pretty solid mix of things. There's also, I won't say favored advantage. It's a weird matchup, right? Again, I come back to Palpatine Red is unusual. We're coming in with a reinforcement walker here. Donald basically has to heal no matter what it is. He can't afford not to. Can't quite. Oh, he threw away. Oh, yeah, he threw away a Death Star, a super laser tech. I'd do the same thing. At this point, the ramp is not going to do Donald any favors. Still a 4/4 Echo out there. 4 to base. I mean, Evan, he's 1 action away now. The Echo-based defender alone will do it. Donald needs a Sentinel to stay in the game here. At least, but he has no resources left. Like, where's it going to come from? I think the reinforcement walker was kind of the desperation play. I'm looking at Donald's face. I think he knows it. I mean, he can flip Palpatine, and yeah, as I say, he can flip Palpatine and steal a clone trooper, but it's not going to matter. He's sitting on a Vader and a Maul. No, neither one of those are the game-winning play either, right? Like, Vader might have done it if he could have drawn into a Sentinel, maybe. Yeah, so see, he's got Sentinels in his resource pile. That feels terrible. Oh, he resourced a Dark Trooper. That hurts. I really do feel like if you're going to play Palp, you almost have to really, really, really lean into the Sentinels to keep them off your base while you kind of wait for things to deploy. Because there's 100% going to be games like this one where your ramp cards simply do not appear. Like, they just do not show up. It's just not a thing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. That was round 5 of Swiss. Hope you enjoyed that. We've still got about 15-ish minutes left. Okay, I have to show you this. You guys were asking about deck lists. Hang on, I'm going to go back to the other view. Check this out. Evan's showing him some cards. This dude has he has nameless Valors in his side. This has to be his deck and not his sideboard. He has nameless Valors in there, and he has attack pattern deltas. Attack pattern delta is one of those cards that I just keep looking at. Like, how do I make this card work? Right? I've wanted to make that work on double green so long. And it feels like with Rex might be the one place you could do it, right? Because the deck is just designed to go wide. But I also feel like there's matchups that Evan is in real trouble against. Like, for example, the match that I saw him play earlier, I caught the end of it. We saw Cole on stream earlier today. I watched Evan play that Boss Green deck, right? And Boss Green has no problems with this deck because what does Boss Green want to do? He wants to murder your units. He's going to bounty your guys and murder them and get rewarded for it. And so decks that, or like an Anakin Blue, like a deck that you sit down across from, in my mind, if you're playing like one of these big wide go wide decks, right? When you sit down across from somebody who is their deck is designed or advantaged into murdering your units on the board, that's never a matchup that you're excited to see. And that's not to say you can't win it, but it means that you probably have an uphill battle to climb to figure all of that out. You know, X-Chris, you and I are in the same boat there. I think Boss Green, in fact, the more I watch people play Boss Green, the more I really think I'm going to build my own. I haven't tried it yet. But man, I need to give that a go. I despise Boss Blue. I despise it. I apologize. I wasn't keeping up with YouTube chat this particular game. You guys were asking about records. I'm pretty sure both these guys were 2-2. And I apologize. I had the chats integrated earlier until we had a complete and total failure of the internet at one point, and then I had to unintegrate things. And of course now I cannot see all the chat in the same place again without switching to Restream. And at this point, I'm just going to let things move on. I think that one of the lessons I've learned today, one of the nice things about doing an event like this is you always go away with some sort of lesson, right? I typically avoid using Restream. There's nothing wrong with it. I just tend to avoid it. But I think going forward, I'm going to use it because it makes it easier to recover from stream fails like that, and it makes me less dependent. I only need one good solid pipeline up, and as long as I can hold 6 megabits per second up, then Restream handles the rest. I'm a little concerned about quality, but I think I'm going to try it when I go to Austin. For you guys that are interested, this is not the only PQ that I'm going to be covering like this. I should be in Austin, Texas in 2 weeks. That's much closer to home. We're going to be covering a PQ literally 2 weeks from today, Saturday, February 15th. I'm going to be up at Dragon's Lair. We're going to be covering that event. I should have a co-caster for that event. You won't have to listen to only my voice all day, which will be nice for both my vocal cords and for stream variety. Couldn't find anybody to help me out with this event. Unfortunately, everybody was busy. Yep, I've got water and I've got some tea over here. We're covered. But yeah, so we got more of this coming, and we're going to keep refining the setup, and stuff's just going to keep getting better. That's my goal. That's my goal. Okay, guys, listen. We got about 15-ish minutes left in this round, a little less than. I'm going to take a quick break. You guys get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink. We'll come back for the last round of Swiss. My intention is to find a couple of 3-2 players or a couple of 4-1 players who are battling for that top cut. So I'm going to take a very close look at the standings. You may see a familiar face. I know we have some people on the stream that are definitely playing up there. Eric has been on the stream twice. He was 4-0 going into this round. We might see him again. It depends on how he did this round. If he's 5-0, then you won't, probably. But if he's 4-1, might bring him back. We'll see how it goes, okay? But that's the goal. The intention is not to show the top table in this last round. The goal is we want to find people that are right on the cusp but are trying to lock in that top 8 spot and get a glimpse of those. Quick refresh. We have talked about deck lists a little bit because players are not allowed to see deck lists of their opponents or of anybody else during Swiss. I am imposing that restriction upon myself as well so that I don't inadvertently pass out information to people who might be streaming that they might then pass that to their friends. Even if they're doing it by accident, this way it removes the possibility of that becoming a thing, right? Seeing someone play is different. Having their complete list available to you is something that at this point is not okay in Swiss by FFG's tournament rules, so I'm avoiding that. However, when we get to top 8, my goal between the break, the end of round 6 and the beginning of the top 8 is to grab at a minimum all the top 8 deck lists and have those available for us as we head into the break, okay? Just to let you guys know. What is the thing to the left of the model? You mean this? That's my magic. That's how the magic happens, ladies and gentlemen. That's how the magic happens. This is my stream deck. The whole shebang runs from right there. You say left. I think you mean your left. My right. Yeah, your left. My left. Oh, that's a cup. It's a glass. It's full of water. It has my name on it. It was a Christmas gift. It's got the Astros logo on the other side. I live in Houston. What do you want from me? All right, guys, take a break, stretch your legs, get your drink. I will be back in about 10 minutes, and we'll see you then. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gamers of all ages. It is round 6 of Swiss. That's it. This is going to be our last Swiss round. We're moving to a cut for top 8 right after this. So, let me introduce you to the matchup that we are headed to. On the left side of your screen, you will be meeting Elliot from Pensacola. And you will be meeting Daniel from Atlanta. You starting the timer? I want to make sure I get this right. Okay, timer hadn't quite started yet. So let me finish doing leader setup here. I've got to turn turn that off so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, still haven't started the timer yet. All right, so we're going to be looking at CAD Blue is going to be our left side of the screen here. There we go. Timer begun. And then on the right, I've got a Bosk Green. Second Bosk Green deck of the day. Okay. So now, when I come back to here, I get irritated this stuff doesn't update on me. Hold a moment. Let's try it. Let's see if it works. There we go. There's our matchup. Outstanding. Okay. Brilliant. Both players working on the getting set here, drawing opening hands, getting resources, etc., etc. Looks like Elliot's on the button. Let's move the marker to the right place. Elliot's going to mulligan. Daniel's going to keep it. Pretty sure I saw a timely go into that resource pile. Oh, I can turn these stupid things off. One of the things I'm learning to do is turn the lights in my face off between rounds. Since I'm not on camera, there's no need for you guys to see me in between rounds. And it saves my eyes a little bit of pain, which is quite lovely. This has been a fun day, guys. We've seen a lot of really interesting decks. So I was talking with the judge crew after the previous round. I am going to be able to get deck lists for all the matches that have been played up to this point, and of course, I'm going to grab deck lists for the top 8 while we sit down to play. Before we sit down to break to the top 8, that's what we were showing earlier, right there, Xanda. Once we get to top 8, all the deck lists become basically public knowledge. So none of that is hidden anymore. And then I'll get deck lists so that when we post the matches to YouTube later on, you guys were asking about that Rex deck. We'll absolutely get you a deck list for that when the time comes. Daniel here starting on Kylo's tie. Elliot with no turn 1 play. Just like that. Headed to turn 2. Elliot does have a turn 2 play, and it's the client. Bosk swings in for 3. And first blood goes to Daniel. Excuse me, I should say the silencer swings in for 3. He's going to play Bounty Hunter's Quarry and ping off client's shield. Still 2 ready resources for Daniel. Thinking? Nope, going to the next turn. Okay. Elliot's still on the button here. First action is his. 2 to base. Or is he doing the bounty? He's doing the bounty. My apologies. Bounty on the silencer, who swings in for... No, he was going to swing in for 3. Thought better of it. Going to play the super laser tech now. Don't think there are any yellow villain space units that come with ambush. I can think of the Azutuk, but that's a hero unit. Okay, swinging for 3 now. He's just going to take it down, hit it with a takedown, and heal for 5. Resourcing now into the big 5 resource turn. Just so that everybody's aware, both of these players are 4 and 1. So one of these players will go to 5 and 1 and should easily make the top 8. Whoever the follow-up is, whoever loses this match is going to be 4 and 2 and probably on the bubble. Okay, put a bounty on the super laser tech. That feels pretty awful, but I get it. He wants to be defeated. The Clyde is going to be such an irritating card to play against when you're playing New Thrawn come the next set. Three for what, an open fire? Nope. 3 for punishing 1. An excellent card. If he can manage to defeat the client this round, punishing 1 can ready up and get in some damage. Elliot smuggling out a Bazine. Looking at price on your head, Dark Trooper and a Crate Dragon. Bazine can discard any one of those she wishes. You almost have to think it's the dragon. Yeah. I feel like Bosk's top end is so good that you almost want to clean it out quick as you can. We are going to deploy Bosk. Elliot going to grab the initiative back. Now we're going to put price on your head again and then knock off the client. So now Daniel's going to get to choose which one he's going to double up. He's going to double up the resource one. So he's drawn 2 extra resources there and just dumped them into his resource pile. Now he's going to draw 10 cards and look for a unit that costs, I believe, 3 or less. I can see he's got at least 1 Dark Trooper there. And that's what's coming out. And he's going to ready the punishing 1 and 3 quick ones to base. Nice bunch of stacking triggers there. He caught it all. And he's going to go 2 to base with the super laser tech because he can. And then the bounty will expire. And ultimately, Elliot ends the turn back where he began at 6 damage on base. Who is Elliot's leader? That would be Cad Bane. Here, I'll show you a quick peek. That is Cad Bane. You generally see Cad Bane played in like a red version, which is a much more aggressive deck. His ability hasn't even been used yet that I can think of. But he likes to drop little bonus damage on people. However, you do see this blue version of him is kind of a thing. This deck sort of originated, one of the leaders in the first set that was later removed from competitive play was Boba Fett, who was yellow villain, a cunning villain. And there was a blue version of that deck that worked, on a variety of different mechanics. I believe this variant of the deck is essentially rooted in that same thing. It just changed the leader out when Boba Fett went on the ban list. And it can work very well depending on how you play everything out. Going to go straight for a Vigilance here. Heal 5 and mill 6 off the top. He got a Vader. He got another Crate Dragon. That's got to feel pretty good for Elliot. A Cad Bane blue deck like this is trying to play the long game. The trick is going to be, can Daniel get his big units out before they get milled away? He's going to ambush in a Maul here and absolutely smash poor Bazine for some overrun damage on the base. 4 overrun at least. Cad will deploy. Bosk will attack into the base. Just to give you a quick look at Cad on his flip side. He hits decently hard. He attacks for 4 and has a big, beefy 8 health pool. He is going to go ahead and clear Bosk out with 4 damage. Oh, I see. The damage that would have hit Maul went to Punishing 1. Punishing 1 going to swing in for 3. And is that 2 more off of... Yep. 2 more off of the Super Laser Tech, who had not attacked up to this point. I had a great suggestion earlier, right? Remember, I was kind of agonizing, guys. Remember a little bit talking about how to get audio off the table. Mic the players. I have shotgun mics. I've looked into all different kinds of things. But I was talking to one of the Bothan Network guys here is literally like a professional camera operator. So he's kind of looking at the setup, and we were talking about, you know, cameras and tech and everything. And he goes, what you need is just a little area mic that sits on the table and picks them up and within about a 4 or 5 foot radius. I thought, yes. That is exactly what I need, like one of those ones you see in a conference speakerphone kind of thing. So for Austin, hopefully, I will have that problem solved. All right, Elliot's still on the button here, down to 11 HP, and it's only about turn 7 or so, turn 6 maybe. I'm not even sure how many resources Daniel has the way he has them all piled up over there, but he's got to have at least 2 more than Elliot does, so he's probably sitting on a pile of 9 over there. Okay, we're going to be seeing Cad Bane in the Cad Bane deck. That makes a lot of sense. When that happens, he captures up to 3 units that total 8 HP or less. So he's going to grab Maul and the Super Laser Tech. Yeah, Maul and the Super Laser Tech. Yep, Daniel still has 9 resources. Elliot just asked the same question I did. How many of you actually got over there? That's a good question. 3, 4, 5. I thought it's going to overwhelming barrage. So we're going to put 4 into the leader CAD, knock him out, and 1 onto regular old unit CAD. Elliot's going to claim, and then we're going to swing in for 5 out of punishing 1. 6 HP remaining, and Daniel's going to throw out a Dark Trooper just to be safe. Not that Elliot's probably going to attack with Cad Bane, right? Because that's the trick. You won't. Cad is. We were talking about this earlier. Somebody in chat basically said when you play Cad from behind, when you're ahead and you play Cad, he feels amazing. When you're behind and you play Cad, he feels terrible. And Elliot is 24 damage behind. Now, this blue-yellow deck is essentially built to outlast your opponent, right? Elliot's trying to the game for him. He wants the game to go as long as it possibly can. He's going to outlast you. That's his intention. He's struggling with that a little bit here. He's got to find a way to put damage downrange on punishing 1. He's only got 6 HP left, or he's got to draw into his heals. We've only seen 1 Vigilance, and we've seen 1 Client go by. I'm not sure what other base healing he's really going to have. Okay, 6 for a Vigilance. We're going to knock off the Stormtrooper. Sorry, the Death Trooper, whatever, the Dark Trooper. I'll get it out in a minute. And heal for 5. Daniel looking through his resource row, knows he's got a time. I said we saw him resource a timely intervention earlier in the game, so we know he's got one down there. Let's see what he's going to pair it with. He's going to pair it with the Blizzard Walker. Sorry, excuse me, the Reinforcement Walker. That's going to turn Cad Bane into a small puddle of goo and free these 2 captives. They do come back exhausted, so he can't use them this round. But that Maul is a huge threat for Elliot. So now Elliot, granted, there's only 2 HP left on that Walker. Walker has 9 health, 7 damage. So Elliot now has 2 threats he has to deal with that will potentially turn him, grind him to dust very quickly, unless he has a response for them. Two resources left. Elliot goes ahead and claims. There comes 3 damage from punishing 1. Daniel absolutely has lethal on the board. All dependent on the sequencing here to see if Elliott can survive the turn. Should be 22 damage on base for Elliott. There we go. They got it right. Another timely in hand for Daniel. That could be impactful. Not sure what other units he's got in his hand. I see a Salacious Crumb, I think. Also hard to tell kind of what's in Elliott's hand. Elliott holds his cards very vertical. There's the Super Laser Blast. Just clean the whole board up. We need over here. Defeat every unit in play. Clean the board. So for the moment, Elliott having stabilized at about 8 HP. Now, is that a Relentless? I think it is a Salacious Crumb. It is a Salacious Crumb. Okay. A top target. Elliott now looking to heal some more damage off his base. Could heal 6 off of that card if he's got a way to kill off Salacious. Daniel also has Salacious is a weird one to try and bounty too, simply because he can just, as an action, he can bounce himself, and that would throw away the bounty. Daniel claims initiative change there, so he'll take the first action this round. Again, all Elliott's goal here is, when you see these yellow-blue pairings like this, he's trying to simply outlast. Yep, he's going to bounce Cad Bane, just to show you what's happening here, for you're not familiar with the game. Salacious, as an action, he can return this unit to another's hand or deal damage to a ground unit. So he can just do that to himself, for example, or something else, and just clear the bounty. There's the Avenger. Now we're getting into win condition territory for Elliott. This is exactly the sort of setup that these blue control decks want. Avenger coming out, puts it down. Vader coming onto the board here. And then every time Avenger attacks, Daniel has to lose a unit, and those attacks also hit for 8 damage. Vader not coming up with anything exciting there. Just another super laser tech. Daniel really wants to be on the initiative here. Let's see what Elliott does. It's Elliott's action. He's got a Devastator in his hand. I'm not quite sure why you wouldn't just play the Devastator and wipe out the Avenger, but that's not what he did. Yes, Adaldrell, Salacious is one of my favorite characters. He's going to open fire the Avenger. Really like that play. I think this one. There we go. Just straight up deal 4 damage to it. Actually, now that I say that, with putting the super laser tech down, Daniel has an easy place to soak the Avenger attack when it comes in. And it'll just go to his resource row, so he doesn't really care. He absolutely has a Devastator in his hand. Which, unless Elliott has a good answer for it, as soon as it hits the board, he is going to be in trouble. You know what he could be doing? Ooh, ladies and gentlemen, I know what's about to happen. He's sitting on a Timely and a Devastator. He can ambush that Devastator in, and the Devastator has Overwhelm. When he does that, it would push through 6 damage to Elliott's base. Going to take down Vader. Going to go ahead and swing in for 2. With the super laser tech, and then super laser tech becomes a resource. Devastator swings in for 8. Daniel should have it in his hand. He should have the win condition here. He should be able to timely in. Or maybe he resourced it. No, does he have the resources for this? He should. Yep. And there it is. That ought to do it. Overwhelm off the Devastator pushes 6 damage through to Elliott's base. And game 1 should go to Daniel. Yeah, he's not required to deal the damage. Instead, he wants the Overwhelm damage to get through, and so that's exactly what happens. So there it is. Game 1 going to Daniel. Reset everything. And head on to game 2. All right, let these guys sideboard for a minute. It's a very nice play, X Chris. Devastator, ambushing in a Devastator is one of those crazy things. You don't generally see it, but people forget, I think, sometimes, when you were able to, like, I think in set one, people didn't quite realize how good that play was because you really couldn't ambush in a Devastator unless you had Piet. But with set two coming on board, the timely interventions being around, now it becomes, I won't say it's more possible, right? It's not easy. It's easy to do, but it's easier to do. More cards allow for the combo to occur. And it's not just Devastator. It's just giant units that have lots of overwhelm. When you can ambush those in, it's nice because it's generally a play that your opponent can't necessarily see coming. Even if they can see it coming, there's nothing they can do about it. They can't stop you from playing cards out of your hand without attacking your hand directly. And sometimes those cards come out of your resource row, like the timely intervention, right? Which is exactly what happened there with Daniel. So as again, guys, both players 4-1. Winner of this match will be 5-1. Should, I will not guarantee, but should make top 8 cut. I feel very confident that that will occur because we had, going into this round, we had 11 players. We had 2 5-0s and 9 4-1s. So the 2 5-0s are going to go play. That's going to leave us with one player who's undefeated. One of those will be 5-1. Out of the remaining 9 players, at least 4 of those will be 5-1. So that should leave us with a 6-0, 5 5-1s. So we're going to have, I think, 2 4-2s sneak into the top cut. So if you have 4-2 with strong modifiers, strong matchups, you should be able to make it into the top 8 today here in Mobile. But 5-1 is essentially a guarantee. One loss should get you there. And both of these players currently sitting on 1 loss and trying to hold there. You know, I'm a little biased. Watching, this is not meant as a knock against Elliot as a person or a player, but watching yellow-blue villain lose this matchup warms my heart a little bit because I know exactly how that deck is like supposed to work. It's supposed to stall and get to Avenger and then clean off the board. You know, Elliot played exactly what he was supposed to, right? He's supposed to move. You know, the line is clear the board with Super Laser, come in with Avenger, and then never allow them to reestablish a board presence. And usually about 3 turns later, Avenger clears up the board, it clears up the game, and you go home. I hate that. As a player, I despise this, and so it warms my heart a little bit to see it lose here. And having seen the strong showing out of Cole's Bosk Green earlier today, Daniel obviously playing Bosk Green very well here in round 6. I'm very, very excited to go home and build my own Bosk Green deck. Bosk is one of those leaders. When they first spoiled him, I was like super excited. I was like, oh yeah, this is going to be great. And then for whatever reason, I never played him, and I don't know why. And I look at it now like, why have I never played this guy? He's so good. So I need to spend more time playing and less time setting up overlays and cameras, apparently. All right, both players done with the sideboarding activities. Just getting cleared up, shuffled, and cut for game number 2. I'm going to make a quick update to OBS so I can actually keep up with YouTube chat better than I have been. Just a moment here. I have the ability to do this. I'm going to do it right now. There we go. All right, YouTube. My apologies. I'm so used to having all my chat smashed together into one window, but now I can see your chat comments as well. We'll try and engage with everybody here. Okay, let's move the initiative marker back where it belongs. Elliot losing game 1. He'll start game 2 on the button. Did he just claim? Wow. He just claimed, and Daniel's like, okay, let's just move on. Interesting. I get so used to seeing, I think, the super crazy heavy aggro decks that sometimes I forget that simple plays, like sometimes either you just don't draw into it or sometimes it just works. Daniel going straight for a resupply here. And we're going to have the quickest, most uninteresting early game we're going to have as we're going to go to turn 3 here in a sec. And literally only one card has been played. All right, coming in with Bazine. Lots of good options there. Salacious, he's going to opt for the price on your head. I think that's a great play to slow down the ramp. Already a 5 resource turn here for Daniel. You almost feel like Elliot's sort of declining to play units, but I mean, he does have the Bazine on the board now, but it's kind of like he just hasn't been playing a whole lot. Like, but if I put it out there, he's just going to put bounties on it and then murder it. Like, why would I want to do that? It's going to McClunky to just murder poor Salacious. Makes me sad. Poor Salacious getting shot in the face. Another resupply out of Daniel's hand. Four to base from Bosk. Super heavy ramp here early from Daniel. Feels like he's just going straight for the big stuff. My money's on Devastators and let's see what else could we have in there. I mean, honestly, if I'm Daniel and I'm playing this deck, I'm looking, I mean, I would have Relentlesses in my sideboard. I probably would have brought those in. That's a solid card in this matchup against all the goofy event shenanigans that Elliot wants to play on the control side of things. Childson, he's got to show him some cards here. What's he going to show? He's thinking about it. You have to give your opponent information when you do this. Pershing, top target. Looks like takedown and I think a power of the dark side. That's a 6/6 Sentinel now for Elliot. Yeah, Power of the Dark Side, Super Laser Blast, Top Target, and Dr. Pershing. And then +1 in his hand right there that he did not show. He did not want Daniel to have that information. Salacious comes in and deals 1 damage to poor Pershing. Sorry, poor whatever. Salacious comes back, top target onto the board for Bosk. And a Kylo's tie for Daniel. Bounty Hunter's Quarry now. We're going to just, all the bounties. People said bounty was a dead mechanic when it was first spoiled, and I was like, I think y'all were crazy. And man, let me tell you, the deeper we get into competitive play, I think the competitive play has proven that is not correct. You see bounties in some decks that even don't even have Bosk in them, right? Bosk, of course, wants bounties in his deck. But there are decks out there that play them that don't necessarily even play Bosk. Obviously, we're looking at one here with CAD. He does have a Relentless in his hand. He's got a Relentless and a Devastator in his hand there on the right, Daniel does. And I think a Timely Intervention to go with. I think he just, I'm not sure what he just resourced there. I think he's sitting on a couple of Star Destroyers. Definitely a more stable early game here for Elliot. Looks like he's spending 6. I think he's got 8 resources available over there to Daniel. We're going to Vigilance. Yep. We're going to Murder and put a shield on Childson, which is then going to get pinged right off. They murdered the Kylo's tie and then attacked, and then there comes Childson swinging to the base. Going to deploy CAD now. I'm a little surprised he didn't take Childson and swing in with oh, he doesn't want to go up his Sentinel though. No, that makes sense. Okay, no, I like it now. Bosk should, yeah, that won't be that shouldn't be a kill. He is going to heal all the damage off his base though from the top target going away. A little surprised by that maneuver. CAD's going to kill Salacious. Initiative's going to change. I'm a little surprised by that line from Daniel. I think either I'm wondering if maybe he's just decided to. Well, he's also drawn into a crate. I think he's sitting on a crate. I know he's got a Devastator. I think it's still a. He might have resourced the Relentless. Now that I look again, he won't stop moving his cards long enough to tell. I think we might see a crate dragon this turn out of Daniel. Yep, there it is. Yep, I think he just drew into that, and that is definitely one of the big bomb cards you're looking for in this matchup, kids. Now, it's not a Sentinel, so Chilton is going to go smack the base around for 6 damage. Somehow we're one off. No, that's CAD. There we go. Okay, no, he played a. Oh, did he play a Super Laser Blast? No. I'm not sure what Elliot played there. I was looking down and missed it. Oh, I think he attacked Chilton into the crate. I'm not sure precisely what. I'm not sure this precise sequence of events there. Either way, Chilton is out. The bounty gets claimed. We get a dark trooper instead. Power of the Dark Side. Thank you, Nathaniel. Appreciate you. I missed it. Yeah, it was the only unit he had on the board, so that makes sense. Yeah, he just Power of the Dark Side it and get rid of it. Only costs him. Now, oh, and he dealt. Oh, I know. He dealt the damage to Chilton off the crate. I get it now. I get it. Okay. I've caught up now. There's Relentless. Wondering when we were going to see that. Thought I'd seen it in his hand a while ago. Now, Relentless does not prevent Elliot from playing events, but it makes the first event he plays every turn worthless. It's just a blank card. Okay. That's a Bounty Hunter crew. He's going to ambush those guys in, and what did he grab back? Bounty Hunter crew allows him to pull an event back from his discard pile. Four to base with CAD. Elliot, I think, what's interesting to me is Elliot's taken a very different line in this game. Rather than try to outlast and mill, he's going for the throat here. Just not a maneuver I would have expected to see out of CAD. Oh, McClunky, thank you. I would not have expected to see that out of CAD Blue, and yet he's got the tools to do it. Daniel's sitting still on a Devastator in his hand. Feels like the Devastator is going to be too slow. He's also got a Vader in there. I feel like he's got to get something on the board here so he doesn't get, well, he doesn't have to worry about Power of the Dark Side until some other event has been played. He is going to Vader. Ambushing into CAD won't do it. He's going to probably end up knocking out the Bounty Hunter crew, I'm guessing. Does come up with another Dark Trooper. So, Vader. Into the third Dark Trooper. Does knock off the Bounty Hunter crew. That leaves CAD and Dr. Pershing staring down a Sentinel and the Dark Lord of the Sith. I can see at least one takedown in Elliot's hand. He plays his hand very vertically. It's difficult to see what's in there. Pershing's going to draw him a card. 8 to base. Nice, solid hit. Daniel needed that. That's the first base damage he's landed this game. CAD going to knock out the Dark Trooper. Daniel's going to claim. McClunky going to deal 3 damage to Vader, presumably. What are we doing here? Oh, no, he's going to play McClunky for no effect and then fell the dragon. So the McClunky has no effect, and then he's going to fell the dragon on Relentless. and then come in with a takedown on Vader. So once again, Elliott has managed to clear the board. He's got a reinforcement walker. He's still sitting on that Devastator. There's some other stuff in his hand. He could ambush in the reinforcement walker. He might have a timely in the row that would let him do it if he wanted. He's been through all the Dark Troopers. They've all come and gone. He's out of Sentinels at this point. Well, out of those Sentinels, I should say. I have no idea what else is in the deck. I don't think he has cell block guards, but it's possible. I mean, it's a good pull with Vader. Obvious he's thinking about Devastator, but it feels like a little bit of a waste. We're going to Palpatine's Return. I love this play for a Vader. Going to play Vader out of his discard pile for 6. And then get something cheap and effective. He's going to get Punishing 1. Vader's going to ambush into Cad and send him back from whence he came. Good play. That sort of slows up the power of the dark side shenanigans. Pershing's going to draw a card. Despite being way behind, I still feel like Daniel's navigating this match pretty well. And I don't think he's out of it yet. I mean, he's still sitting on a Devastator in that hand. That's never going to be a bad play. But he's got to very carefully manage the number of units that he keeps on the board, knowing that the Super Laser Blast is out there and can be played. Playing a Bazine from the resource row. There's the Devastator, and a resource walker. Sorry, a reinforcement walker and a Super Laser Tech. He lost the Devastator, not surprising. Probably not the only one in there. At least you have to believe that it's not. Or I should say you have to hope that it's not. I think Daniel probably looking at, okay, I have to keep 2 to 3 units on the board at all times, but I don't want to, he can't afford to go too wide because the Super Laser Blast will just wipe it all out. Of course, there's only been one Power of the Dark Side go by. Should be another takedown. Going to clear Vader out. He's now seen 1 Power of the Dark Side, 2 takedowns, and a Fell the Dragon. And only the 1 Vigilance, if memory serves. Palpatine did return Rebel Resource. Somehow, Palpatine returned. We have no idea how. Because the script required that Palpatine return, Palpatine returned. Three from Punishing 1. Elliott, not a very big offensive threat, despite having pushed through a bunch of damage earlier. His later unit's not particularly amazing. Going to deal 3 damage to Punishing 1 with McClunky and then knock it off the board with Cad Bane. My Clown Key. All right, Vader's going to ambush in. Knock off Dr. Pershing. Take 0 damage back. That always feels good. And let's see what he comes up with for 3. Another dark. I thought I had counted. Maybe I must have counted wrong. I must have counted wrong in terms of how many of those he'd been through. My apologies. I thought we'd seen all 3. Still 5 ready resources for Daniel. Plenty in the bank for Elliott. Super Laser Blast? Nope, we're going to Vigilance and mill 6. So we're going to kill the Sentinel and mill 6. Two cards in hand for Daniel, one of which is still that Reinforcement Walker. He's going to spend 2 for another Death Star DJ. Daniel doing a really good job just trying to keep a couple of guys around. There's our first initiative swap in a while. Elliott will be on the button going into the next turn. If you're Daniel, you feel maybe if I'm in Daniel's seat, I feel maybe a little bit of pressure here, right? Just like with only 16 minutes left in the round, you really want to win this game. You really, because if this goes to game 3, the way Elliott's deck is designed, you will not finish game 3. There's no way. No good to me dead on Vader. Keeps him out of play for a spell. 2 from the Super Laser Tech. Slowly, Daniel inching back into the game. Bazine showing some good stuff there out of Daniel's hand. Yep, going to lose them all. Not surprising. That Ambush Overwhelm was a great pair. He draws into a Palpatine. I think that's a Papa Palpatine. Sure looks like one with that Force Lightning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's Papa Palpatine. Going to nuke Bazine back into the Stone Age. You start to wonder how much gas Elliott's got left in the tank here in terms of removal. Yep, 8 for the blast. Cleans him up. I don't know Daniel's deck all that well, but I feel like you start to think about scooping at some point so you can get to game 3. Still sitting on the Walker. There's a Power of the Dark Side to clean up Disco DJ. That feels a little bit... I'm not sure I would waste it on that. Yeah, and that's why. You know he's going to have something else in that hand, right? And he's going to get to draw cards off the Reinforcement Walker. This is the beauty of it. I don't like most people play the Reinforcement Walker and heal, but you're not required to discard the card to heal. You can draw it into your hand. That can be really impactful in this game. Daniel's starting to get a little low. Looks like maybe he's got about 10, 15 cards left. There's, yeah, it was only a matter of time. He finally he had to just wait for the cards to come up, I suppose. And then they came up in the right order. Super Laser Blast into Avenger. Palp returns, Vader. Can't quite make what else is in there. Yeah, you've got to be looking the end of his removal in the face. You've only seen the one blast, but you've seen about 5 other individual removal cards go by. Seven for Vader. Yet again. He's only got like 7 or 8 cards left in his deck. Does he even have a legal target? He does. Coming up with the silencer. So now he's got about 6 cards left in his deck. Plus, he's still sitting on that Palpatine Returns. That Palpatine Returns could, like, into a Maul might be really good if Elliott bothers to play anything in the ground arena. All right. Daniel's got about 13 or 14 resources over there. Anything he draws, he can play at this point. It's a question of what Elliott has resourced along the way. Simply do not have a good vision on that. He's got about 14 resources over there. Cad is going to try and come in and capture everything. Okay. Now, last time Daniel had a decent answer for this. Let's see if he does again. We're going to timely. 5, 6, 7, 8. Palpatine. He's going to nuke him for 6, ambush in, and get his guys back. I'm not sure I would have done it that way. I think I would have sent some of that damage to the Avenger. Oh, no, that was right. Overwhelm damage. He put 5 through. There we go. That's why he did it that way. I can count. What did he just do? He perilous positioned on the, yep, he's going to perilous position on the tie, swing in with Avenger. I think this one's going to go to Elliott now. Yeah, that's going to be it. Well, okay, they're not scooping, but Bazine's going to come in and make an even bigger mess of things. He's going to see every Bazine. Yeah. All right. Elliott's going to pick that one up. Let's see what they can get in for game 3 before it all goes sideways. Only 10 minutes left in the round. How am I doing? My timer is about 10 seconds behind the official timer. So that's pretty close. Oh, I see what you guys are talking about in chat. Yeah, yeah. If he pings with CAD, it's a question of where he puts the damage. But either way, if the CAD ping lands somewhere, that lowers their HP enough to then where he can capture both of them. Yes, I see the point now you're talking about. Well, Gudo, I'm glad you enjoy it. Thank you. I have put a lot of effort into this overlay. Believe me, it is something that I have agonized many hours over. It is not flawless. It is not without its quirks, but I quite like it. I'm very proud of it. All right. Game 3, only 9 minutes. Took us about 25 minutes, 20-ish, 20, 25 minutes to play each of the other games. So let's see what happens here. I'm not sure what happened there. I think Daniel passed and Elliott took initiative. That makes sense based on the sequence of events that just occurred. Resupply. Yeah, you can clean up your leader there. There you go. Interesting. You feel like in Joseph, I think so. You feel like Elliott kind of got kicked around in game 1 by the bounties. And so now he's playing very differently to try to prevent that from occurring. And it certainly worked for him in game 2. Bazine clears out the price on your head. Out of Daniel's hand. Bosk flips. We're going 4 to base. No, we're going to murder Bazine. He's going to play a whole bunch more junk out of his hand. It's a Salacious and a Super Laser Tech, guys. At this point, I'm not going to flash the cards on the screen to save time because it'll take seconds that these guys that I don't have to give with the game going this fast. All right, Daniel in a little bit better position than he was in game 2 now. Going to have to deal with Childson. It's going to show 4, another Childson, a Pershing, a Super Laser Blast, and something else in there. All right, we're going to Overwhelming Barrage on Bosk. That's going to clear him out. So you started here and went to here. And we attacked for a whole bunch of damage. It looks like 8 damage onto Elliott's base. These guys are like speed playing. They know the clock is their enemy here. Well, Daniel knows the clock is his enemy. The clock is actually kind of Elliott's friend to some extent, but not really because both players get hosed here if they're not careful. 1, 2, 3. So now it's going to be a 5-5 Childson. It's going to smash the Super Laser Tech into him for a pair. There must have been another card in there that I missed. He ended up getting it full. Yeah. Okay, Cad hits the board now. Palpatine comes in and nukes Childson into oblivion and puts 2 damage onto Cad Bane, who then turns and puts his 4 damage. Nope. Elliott thinking about what to do with Cad here. 2 of Elliot's Sentinels gone already has to feel really good for Daniel. They still got time here. Just as a quick reminder, this hasn't happened on stream much today. We haven't had too many games go very long. But just as a friendly reminder, when time is expired in Star Wars Unlimited, you finish the current round you are playing and you play 1 additional round and no more. Uh, 16. There we go. Okay. Daniel trying to race as quickly as he possibly can, I think, before we get before he gets super laser blasted. He's got at least this turn. If Elliot's sitting on a CAD, I can see a yellow unit in there. A CAD Bane would be really, really unfortunate for Daniel right here. I do see a unit in Elliot's hand, a yellow unit, but I can't make out what it is. He's going to power the dark side. No, he's going to fell the dragon on Palpatine. And speaking of dragons, goodness gracious, let's not screw around. 4 to base. Things going much better for Daniel this game than in game 2. But we've seen Elliot stabilize low before. 1 more from Salacious Crumb. Elliot's base health getting risky enough that just playing cards off of that dragon, with that dragon on the board, can become a real issue. Daniel deciding what to resource here. I think he's just going to let it ride. He's got at least 8. He's got at least 9 in the pile because there's a dragon on the board. Yep, there's the blast. Got to clear him out. Can't handle it. Do not want to take 10 to base from Super Laser Blast. Instead, he has to take 8 to base from the Super Laser Blast. 3 health remaining now for Elliot. There's Salacious again. And a Kylos Silencer. Oops, hold on a minute. We have made an error. There we go. All right. 3 HP remaining. CAD coming in to clean up, to try and clean things up. Going to capture the little weenie guys. Is that a Ruthless? I'm trying to figure out what's in Daniel's hand. I can't quite make it out. He's so close. He's got 3 or 4 minutes here, probably as many as 5 or 6 minutes. He's got to find a way to do 3 HP before Elliot draws into a heal of some kind. Spending 3 for a punishing 1. Elliot's going to claim. Looks like I missed an initiative change earlier. There's a Ruthless Raider. That's a huge pull for Daniel, because now you can't even be excited about murdering that guy if you're the control deck, because murdering the Ruthless Raider will end your game. Elliot on 1 HP now. Nope, this is the first time Daniel's been on stream today, Chad. Adaldrell, I'll answer your question in a minute. I don't want to take my eyes off the game or I'm going to miss something. I'm pretty sure Daniel has this. Any card that Elliot plays to remove units will cost him the game. If he doesn't murder one or both space units, he loses the game. I'm pretty confident here that he doesn't have a line to a victory. But he might have something in his hand that I'm not sure. Like the no good to, okay, I can see no good to me dead. I can see a perilous position. Neither one of those is going to do it because the other unit will clean him up. He can play the Avenger, and as soon as he plays the Avenger, okay, I just sack the Ruthless Raider and you lose. He's going to play, okay, he needs the heal. That'll do it. He's going to come in with a Vigilance. He can defeat the punishing 1 if he wants. And then he can heal for 5. What did he do with it? He healed for 5 for sure. I'm not sure what he did with the rest. I'm not sure why the thing start trying to autofocus on me here. Excuse me. I need to put those. There we go. Oh, okay, he put a shield on his leader. 3 from punishing 1 means that we are still now, Daniel's 1 action away from winning the game. Elliott bought himself some time. Now the no good to me dead again will buy him time. Yep, that's what's going to happen. Daniel's going to claim, and that's the game. Yeah, as soon as he claims, unless he's got an answer for punishing one, there it is. Daniel speed plays it and wins game 3 here and should easily now make the top 8 cut here in Mobile. Well done to both players. An excellent, excellent match that almost went all the way to time, but Daniel is your victor. Outstanding. All right, guys, listen, ordinarily I would do some kvetching and talking and answering of questions, and we would chat for a little bit. But here's the thing. We don't have a lot of time. We're going to be doing a top cut here. I have to go round up deck lists and some other things. So you guys are going to have to forgive me for a minute while I run around like a chicken with my head cut off to get prepared for the top cut, okay? Time is called. We're probably about 5 or 6 minutes away from knowing who our top 8 actually are. While they hand out prizes and do announcements and stuff, I got to work on grabbing deck lists. So stay tuned. Be very, very quick if you're going to go AFK, and I'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the good stuff. Top 8 cut is done. Now, here's what I'm going to do real briefly to give you guys a heads up. If you guys are in Melee, you have seen these names, but you may not necessarily know what they're playing. I'm going to let them do things out there. We are going to be bringing you guys Frank and Courtney. That is husband and wife. They have been paired. They are the 4 and 5 seed. That's Sabine ECL and Blonde Sabine Yellow, right, that have been playing. Yes, Frank and Courtney are the 4 and the 5 seed. They'll be playing each other, and they have agreed to be on camera. So that's going to be our next match when we get to the top 8. However, before we get there, let's talk real briefly about the other folks. Our number 1 seed, our only undefeated today, Eric Oakley out of Pensacola, playing Han 2 ECL. We've seen him on the stream a couple of times. Looking forward to, fingers crossed, hopefully seeing him again. He's paired up against Kevin Unruh. They will be playing Han 1, who will be playing Han 1 Yellow. So battle of old Han and a new Han. Number 2 seed today is Blake Bush playing Krennic Green, Krennic Command Center. He had the best tiebreakers at the top of the 5 and 1s. He's going to be squared off against Cole, who we saw on earlier, who finished the top of the 4 and 2s in Bosk Green. The other top 8 match is Christopher Gray, Django Tarkentown, versus Daniel, who we just saw also on Boss Green. So 2 Boss Greens in the top 8. 2 of those. One of them at 5 and 1, that was Daniel, and then one of them at 4 and 2, and that was Cole. So we have, all told in the top 8, you've got an old Han, a new Han, Krennic, Django, 2 Sabines, and 2 Bosks. That is our top 8 here in Mobile. So if you guys will give me a few minutes, I need to get deck lists put in for Frank and Courtney. Now that I have photographs of those, I can put deck lists in. I can have those to display and talk through on stream. They're got to do deck checks, so we got to be a few more minutes. And I think I'm going to have one more person join me here for a little commentary. If you guys are part of the Bothan Network, DJ Death Star has requested to come join me because he knows Frank and Courtney, and he's going to come help me do commentary for at least their match as we progress here in a minute. So give us a few more minutes here, guys, and we'll be right back with the top 8. Ha-ha! Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Let's go. I should ask you about a color. You got green.
Fantastic. Green is perfect.
Green works?
Perfect.
Okay, green works. Welcome back, everybody. I am joined by DJ Destar from the Bothan Network.
Good to see you guys.
Absolutely. Do me a favor. Move that mic just a hair closer because I am incredibly loud, and I don't want to drown you out. There we go. Let's try that. So we're going to be bringing you guys some commentary here on the top 8 here in just a few minutes. Of course, Courtney and Frank are going to be playing. Now, I do have deck list.
Awesome.
Do you know their deck list?
I know their deck list.
You have a pretty good sense of this?
Yep.
Do you want to have a look?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me here's what I'm going to do. If I hit this button,
Yep.
that should share the list with everybody, and then I'll put it up here on the big screen for us. Yep. There we go.
Yeah.
So Courtney is your 4 seed today, ladies and gentlemen. You can't hear him. Why can you guys not hear? Oh, I know why. Hold on. Actually, I don't know. Oh, yes, I do know why. Ha 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 ha. Try again.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, there we go.
Fantastic.
My apologies, everyone.
Oh, you're good.
I'm glad we got that fixed now rather than later.
Phenomenal.
There we go.
Yeah, Courtney's deck list is really, really good. She's been tuning this. She's played Blonde Sabine since set 1. She's got it down to a science. She's a very, very good player. Not a ton of Sabine yellow players in the current meta, but I tell you what, I wouldn't want to face her.
I think what surprised me about this deck as I was typing out the list is how low to the ground it plays.
Yeah, 100%.
You generally see most Sabines these days curve out to Poe and Wrecker at a minimum on the top end.
Yep.
This one literally stops at Kira. She has Plu's in the Plo in the sideboard. She can grab that if she wants.
Yep, definitely, and that's a great sideboard card.
Yeah, but topping out at 4 really sucked me.
And the reason is because without ECL,
move the mic a little farther away. They're saying. There we go. Perfect enough.
Without ECL, Poe and Wrecker are not quite as effective.
I would agree.
So at that point, it's not a card that you want to play. So if she can play multiple units per turn instead of playing one big unit, she's probably favored into a lot of matchups.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Let's have a look at Frank's list. Now, Frank's list, I think, is a little more traditional in terms of the kinds
but he's got some spice.
Kinds of things that you would expect to see out of a green Sabine.
Yeah, he's got some spice. Like Frank plays a main deck disabling Fang Fighter.
I noticed that. But I like that. Even just one. What I was going through Frank's deck, what I felt like is that he has a pretty, like the standard low-end stuff. Battlefield Marine, Green Squadron A-Wing, Sabine. He has the standard top-end stuff. K2, Poe, Wrecker. But in that middle ground, in the 3-cost units, and maybe even the Bright Hopes a little bit, he's got a little bit of wiggle room. He's got some cards that he can swap in and out, and his sideboard very clearly built to adapt with a lot of different things.
Sure. It's a toolbox. Him only having one for a cause in the main deck. There's a lot of Sabine ECL players now that are trying to go wider. And not necessarily worrying about for a cause to finish off a game. Because they feel that with Darksaber and General's Blade, with their top end, even if they don't get to play it on Sabine, it's a scary thing seeing a K2 with a Darksaber on it.
Yep, it is. Well, and Frank also running the General's Blades. Right? This is something that we've started to see kind of more Sabine players do it. Are you going to get any use at all out of the fancy text of it being on a Jedi? Absolutely not.
No.
But it doesn't matter. It's a 3/3 upgrade.
Doesn't matter.
For 3.
100%.
And that's really solid. You know, the Darksaber costs a little more. It's a little more minimally
It does have one
effective.
more power.
Right.
And it does have an effect that if she has a Mandalorian out, it gets the experience.
It might be useful with the Fang Fighter or the Sindari Peacekeeper on the board. But you don't play with that as an objective. Like if it happens, it happens.
It happens. It happens.
It happens.
So and if a deck doesn't have a way to deal with a Darksabered or a General's Bladed Sabine, she can just go off. She
100%.
can take over a game.
You're from my, I know we just met today, but like most of my experience, I really enjoy Kylo Red. Right, that's a deck I've been playing for a long time. And it's the same kind of idea.
Fallen lightsaber on Kylo.
Exactly. If I put that saber down on Kylo on the flip turn, you probably have a lot of problems. Unless you have,
if you have an answer, you have an answer. But
it's something you have to deal with.
In this current meta, I think a lot of players basically just have to play it and make your opponent have it. Make your opponent have the answer to my problem.
I completely agree. I completely agree.
Yeah.
Anyway, so these guys are getting set up. Let me turn these off now, or at least come back to this so we can see.
Yep.
We can see. So just so you guys know, now that we're in the top 8, deck lists they're publicly available in the sense that when you sit down across from your opponent, you are literally given their deck list.
You get 3 minutes to review it.
Yep, you're allowed to look and see what's going on in there. That's why I've been able to pull deck lists up. As I've mentioned several times today, I discussed this with the head judge. We have not been looking at or showing deck lists up to this point because it wasn't information the players have. We were concerned. We didn't want anybody to have access to the stream and go back and find information.
Sure.
So, but now all those rules are off.
It's all fair game.
All that's available. Now, Chad is asking if these deck lists are going to be available later on. For myself, I'm going to make sure and grab these deck lists and provide them over to the guys at the SW Competitive Hub. They do a fabulous job of working on all this. In fact, I've already got screenshots of everybody's list, and also over the course of building this, as we move up the pairings, I'm putting them in so we have the screen caps for them as well to talk about.
Yes, SWU Competitive Hub does a great job at playing, like, focusing on listing the deck lists of the top 8s and giving you, like, kind of a rundown.
What is Frank doing? I can't see it. It's too bright.
Frank.
What does it say?
So Frank is Frank's in a no-win situation here.
He kind of is.
He's playing his wife.
Yeah.
For people who don't know, Frank and Courtney are part of the Botha network. They are husband and wife. They've been playing this game since set 1. Frank just posted a sign in the camera that said, "Is anybody going to Birmingham because I may need a ride home?"
I may need a ride.
Yeah. So that, to me, says that Frank's taking this pretty serious.
I may need a ride, kids.
Yeah. So we'll see. I'm excited to see this matchup because the games actually ought to be quick.
One of my favorite moments today, I think back in round 3, I cast Frank versus Eric, and Eric Oakley was our top seed, our undefeated player for the day. There were a couple times in that match that, I'm used to seeing Frank on stream, but only with that top-down camera from the McClunky guys or something along those lines.
Yeah.
But seeing it here, there were times that Frank would, like, lean way back from the table and get super pensive, and I had to go to, like, I've got the little inset pictures here.
Yeah.
But I was doing it like full camera mode so people could see like Frank in.
He's a character, and I
I
tell you what,
he had like stress mode.
Yeah, he is a great player. He sees the angles, he sees the lines, he does the math, he knows his deck inside and out. Again, he's a guy that's been playing Sabine ECL since set 1.
Yeah.
So he knows the matchups, and he's trying to figure out, what can I do to win? What can I do to get out of the situation I'm in? Yeah.
To be fair, pull that down just a hair, kind of down a little. There, that ought to be perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
So yeah, it's a matchup that they both know because they both play each other a lot. It's just going to be if Frank can get a Darksaber or a General's Blade on.
He's going to hold it.
If he can get,
what are these? He got 2 Marines in there to go with a saber and a wrecker,
or is it?
I can't make out what that is.
No, it's not. What is
not
it?
Sundari Peacekeepers. What is that?
I don't know. I can't see. Looks like.
Okay, he threw it back. So
he's gonna mulligan. I don't think he had the starting hand he wanted.
Yeah, she's sitting on I'm seeing a Leia, a wing leader.
Maybe a 4 cause.
I think she's got a 4 cause in there. She does.
It looks
have
like a wrecker.
4 cause. I think maybe
second card
is a wrecker.
Yep. So I think she keeps.
She seems okay with it, and a red 3.
Yep, and a red 3. Yep, definitely. So this is a good matchup. It's going to be fun. Frank and Courtney, again, both excellent players. And real quickly before we start, I got to plug the Botha Network. Frank and Courtney are involved in the largest SWU tournament to date, happening the last weekend in March in Atlanta, the Battle in Beattle. It's a team event. It's a 10K. There's going to be several other events to play in. It's a phenomenal tournament run by players for players. And if anybody can get there, do so.
I want to come stream it.
Yeah, it's going to be phenomenal. Their swag bag alone that they're giving to every single player is great. You're getting all kinds of extra good stuff. The playmats, spoiler, Frank did show me what they're going to look like. They're going to spoil it on the Blonde Sabine channel tomorrow, but they are fire. The winners playmats are fire. They are going to be phenomenal. Everybody wants to be a part of this.
Nice.
I think the team event is already sold out. So, but go play.
She did mulligan after all.
Okay. I mean, she decided that since Frank mulligan, she was going to mulligan.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't know what she's looking for though.
That's the trick.
If the Leia wasn't the play first turn, then
earlier in the day we watched her play the one. I felt bad for Courtney. She literally ran the table except for the one match that we streamed on camera, which is honestly was a really bad matchup for her in Boss Green.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, Boss Green hurts
I
Sabine
mean, she
Yellow.
plays so low to the ground. Boss can just murder things almost with impunity.
Yeah,
and, so
and being able to double collect those bounties and stuff just puts them so far ahead.
I mean, she just kind of got rolled over, and it wasn't anything she did wrong.
No.
It's just a bad matchup for her. And so, but she literally ran the table after that. And I told her on street. I told her earlier, I was like, I'm sorry. At one point, I asked her, I was like, do you want to be back on camera? She's like, no. She's like, no, don't. Not till later. That's what, when I came to them earlier, I was like, do you guys want to be on stream for this? And they were like, okay. I was like, yes, let's go. Family Feud.
Yeah. I mean, and that's what it is. It's it's unfortunate they have to play each other, so only one of them will move on.
Yeah.
But,
but at least one of them will move on.
Yes, exactly.
As opposed to
both of them
both possibly getting knocked out of the top 8.
Exactly. So I think it's fortunate for them.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to have fun with it.
Of course.
They're both really, really good sports. I love playing against both of them. I played against Courtney and Frank both at Gen Con, and it was phenomenal.
Well,
so it looks like Courtney starts out with a Sabine. That's a much better play.
Sabine starts out with Sabine. Who could have predicted it?
That's a much better play, than what she had.
Frank's just going to take the
Frank has to take initiative, so his mulligan was bad.
It would seem so.
Yeah.
And
so Sabine will ping.
I've got the and there comes the Sabine ping.
Yep. Let's see if Frank can make a second turn.
What's he hold? He has a Sundari Peacekeeper.
It does, yeah.
He's got at least that.
Peacekeeper's got a blade.
Okay, so it gets better after that, but no
yeah.
turn 1 play does feel pretty awful.
Yeah, it kind of does. If Courtney's got the Fleet Lieutenant, this could be, although. Yeah, it looks like Frank's going to burn his ECL. Probably a good idea.
I think this is actually a good play to knock her out.
Yep, take the Sundari into it. Yep.
I like this play. So Frank's going to burn his base here to swing in with a Sundari Peacekeeper and knock Sabine out before she can attack. It's going to leave it as Courtney's action here. Coming in with a Spec Ops.
Yep. Yeah,
I was surprised how many 1-drops she had in this deck.
She goes low to the ground. She's going to have a ton. Yeah, she's going to have a ton of 1-drops, 2-drops. And that's kind of her game plan, is to force you to make choices.
Yep. Now Frank's going to ping, and Courtney's going to come back with an R2.
Okay, R2 is a great card. Lets you filter your deck.
Yep.
Looks like she didn't like the card. She put it on the bottom.
See, probably helpful in a matchup that she's very familiar with.
Yeah.
Knows what she needs to be looking for.
Yep, definitely.
Now, is she going to ping as well? Oh, my, ladies and
Yeah, I think she has to.
The spice.
Yeah, I think she has to.
I think she's got to keep the pressure on. She starts with a lead, right? So I think she needs to keep the pressure on. I'm off on Frank's base. Okay, because he restored with the...
he restored with the Sundari.
There we go. She didn't see it, Frank. The camera saw it, but she did not. Look at him showing us his hand.
So he's got
he's
a
so
Poe.
camera-friendly.
He's got a Poe, a Rebel Assault. Looks like maybe a Fighters for Freedom.
Well, he's got a General's Blade and a Darksaber.
And a
Fighters
Darksaber,
for Freedom, Rebel Assault, and a Poe.
Yep.
I mean, that's...
His hand's pretty fire right now.
And he's on the button on his flip turn.
Yeah,
so
his hand's pretty fire right now. She's not going to be able to answer Sabine.
I don't think she's going to have an answer.
Yeah,
for the
because even a Surprise Strike here only does... Well, Surprise Strike with the Spec Force would get it.
That's not what she's doing.
Nope.
We're going for
Kira.
Yep. Oh, my goodness.
Kira. So now she's going to... Oh, the problem is...
She can't get everything.
She can't... Yeah, she's Blade and Darksaber.
Yeah. I mean, you just name one.
You can only call one.
Yeah. Okay. So Saber obviously getting the hit here with Kira.
Yep.
That just means, okay, so now he'll just
so
play
now
the
he'll Blade. Yeah.
Like, yeah. Oh, if he wants. Yeah, we figured.
Yep.
But I appreciate that.
Yeah, he's a stream pro.
Oh, yeah. When I saw him...
So he chooses not to do it first. He's going to take out the Spec Force.
Yep.
It's interesting.
I watched him in Atlanta, I think, on the SGC streaming that was happening. And at one point, when he was sideboarding, he took his deck box out and built a shield so the camera could watch his entire sideboard process, but the opponent couldn't. I was like, I want to teach everybody how to play like this. It makes my life as a caster
People
so
who've played on stream know.
It makes my life
and they
so
stream
easy.
as well,
yes.
So they're very used to it.
Yes. I missed a damage onto her base. There we go. From Sabine, yes.
Yep.
3 for the Blade, I'm betting. He's got it in his hand. He's thinking about it.
Is he going to put it on Sundari?
He's rethinking. He's debating. Fighters for Freedom or Blade. Do you go wide or do you go big? I think you go big here.
I think you go big, yeah.
I think you go big. I think because, I mean, if you know Courtney's deck, if you have a pretty good sense of what's going on in there, I think that you know she doesn't have many good answers for a buff Sabine,
not a big,
right?
not a big unit.
She's
no
really
Voltron.
You're going to burn us. He's going to have to burn a surprise strike or something to take her off the board, and it's a unit you have to answer.
Yeah, General's Blade on the Sundari.
Peacekeeper.
Yep.
Okay,
that's a smart play.
It is. It keeps the restore in play.
Yep.
Yeah. Either way, it creates a buff unit that now she's going to have to answer somehow.
Yeah.
So that is now a 4/6 Sundari Peacekeeper with a raid of 2. So we're going 4 to base, restore 2.
Yep.
Make sure we get the math correct here. Okay, so there we go. I think, she pinged. That's what I missed.
Yep. And now Frank will restore 2, and she'll take the 6.
So now she's going to take
6 to base?
6. Should be 6 to base.
Yep, so she's at 11.
And he'll come back up.
So she flips Sabine.
23. There we go.
So what does she do here?
She didn't have. I mean, her resources are spent. She played Kira trying to stop the Saber, and it didn't work out.
Does she just go to base? Frank claimed. She can't kill anything with Sabine. That's the problem.
I think you just have to and cross your fingers.
Yep.
I'm not sure what else you can do here.
Yeah.
She could attack the Peacekeeper and not die, but it will invite. I mean, she'll just get off as one of Frank's first actions in the following round, I'm sure. She is going to go.
She just goes 3 to base. Yep,
3 to base.
So it takes Frank to 5.
I feel like, depending on this first game goes, I really think you have to look at. I think she's going to have to pull those Plu-Clunes in out of the sideboard.
Yeah, because if she gets the coordinate, Plo's swinging for 6.
Well, against another aggro deck like Sabine, who doesn't really want to trade into your units unless they're forced into it.
Nope. Especially if he's ahead.
Probably going to be able to get coordinate off.
Yeah,
especially
if he's ahead.
Ground as she plays.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's easy to get the coordinate off for the most part.
Coordinate is one of those skills that it's like keywords that it's like when it was first spoiled, everybody went, it's kind of garbage.
It can be good.
But
it can be very good.
I feel like there's so many opportunities now to play low to the ground.
Yeah.
That it is much more possible.
And I think we're kind of in that type of meta right now. You're kind of in that mid-range aggro tempo where people are going lower to the ground. They're putting more units on the board. They're making you have answers for multiple problems. Yeah.
Courtney already down to 17. 17 damage on.
Yeah.
That restore doing big work for Frank. I like the blade play on the Sundari. It's just
that's a great play.
Such a nice
instead of going on Sabine.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, the restore out of that unit is such a bigger deal. He's already gotten it twice, 3 times, I think.
3 times. He got it once without the blade.
Yep. Oh, right, because he ECL'd it in. Yeah. So he's already healed for 6.
Yeah.
All right, Kira's going to take out Sabine.
So Kira's, that's a good play. Get
her off the board. Especially since you only take 2 back. Like, why not?
Kira lives.
Yep. I still don't feel like this is unrecoverable for Courtney.
It's not.
But I feel like it's...
Because you have to remember, she's got... Like, the reason to play Blonde Sabine, to play Sabine Yellow, is like Falcon. So she's got an ace up her sleeve. You know, the problem is that she has to answer Frank's ground now.
Yeah.
And if he just keeps slapping down, Fighters for Freedom and whatever, she's going to get overrun.
Yeah. Yeah, without that early Sundari, Frank's already down to 16.
Yeah.
It's a very, very tight game otherwise.
Yeah, I agree. And Courtney deciding where to swing.
Yep. Got to figure out where to send Sabine. Straight to base.
Yep.
I don't dislike it. There is a part of me that doesn't like that this Peacekeeper is just continually going unanswered.
Yeah. So now
she may not have an answer for it,
Frank's opened up space now. So this might be a little bit of an issue, except for the fact that if Courtney has the Falcon, she can actually answer the A1.
That's true.
Yep.
And she does have all her ready resources.
Yep.
What are we doing with R2? Probably just going. I mean, with that, you probably just go to the base. Probably just go to base. Peacekeeper kills him. I don't know why you would want to throw him away.
Yeah, but he's not the 1 damage. I don't know. I mean, because you get to filter through your deck. Maybe she keeps R2 alive. But
yeah, well, she did. She went to base there.
Yep. And she plays a Sabine, and then plays. Yeah. So she dropped the Falcon. I figured that was coming.
Yeah.
She's got to answer the A-wing.
Yep. Clean that out.
Yep. And now she'll just bounce the Falcon back to hand.
You think so?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think she has to because I don't think she can afford to spend the resource to keep it up, maybe. It depends. I mean, she is low enough to the ground.
Without knowing what she has in her hand, she might be able to afford it.
She might be able to.
When we streamed her earlier, she did. She left it on the board for a little while. It wasn't until
1 damage on it is not
dangerous. Until it got bountied, then she let it fall back. Then she was like, "Nope, we'll grab it."
That's I mean, unfortunately, like as players who play Bosk, that's what I played today.
Yeah.
If I have to bounty a Falcon, it's because I need them to bounce it, so I don't have to take the damage.
You're intentionally trying to drive it off the board.
Yeah, because they're never going to let me claim that bounty.
No. I mean, the only way that works is if they can kill it with, if they can open fire it or take down or something. Yeah. That the same round they throw the bounty out. 6 more damage coming in.
Yeah. Oh, yep. And she did pay for the Falcon. So
yes, she did. Huge. That Sundari Peacekeeper just doing massive work for Frank right here.
That's the key to the game right here. That's the big swing.
When you watch a game like this, it becomes very easy to understand why looks like we're going to trade Kira in.
Yeah, she surprise striked with Kira to trade for the Sundari. Yep, that's
It becomes very easy to see why the General's Blades have become such a popular add to Sabine Green, just in general.
Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of decks that have no way to deal with pumped units.
Okay, somehow I missed it, but she's showing 1 more damage on base that I missed. Okay.
Yep,
so
she just scooped.
She just scooped because, yeah. She's going to, basically Frank's going to come in for 5 with the heroic.
Yeah.
And then ping with Sabine and the game's over.
That's it. Yep.
All right. Well, a decisive win here from Frank in game 1, who had no turn 1 play.
Yeah. And in this matchup, it's not the worst thing. It's not the worst thing. In other matchups, it can put you behind really early, but being able to, Frank recognizing that he won't have the first turn play, but if he gets rid of Courtney's first turn play, they're on even ground then.
Yeah. Jonathan, thank you for the kind words. Wait till you see what I can do with Zooms. Twitch chat saying, looks like Frank's going to be on the couch tonight.
I will tell you, after the Gaucher, Mississippi Planetary Qualifier 2 weeks ago, Frank had to play Mephisto, Dan, his teammate, in the top 8.
We had him on stream round 6.
In the top 8, and lost to Dan.
Yeah.
And Courtney was like, this is going to be a really interesting car ride home because all 3 of them rode together.
Yes.
It's the same situation today. And actually, they have a 4th rider, which shout out to my boy, Rodney Stubbs, Chris Schutz, went 4-2, lost his last game, and did not make it into, just barely. Still made top 16, but did not make it into top 8.
Rodney?
Yeah, Chris Schutz.
Oh, there he is. Okay, I got it. I was in the wrong place.
And Chris is a purist, man. He's on Ray Tarkentown.
Oh, that is
and he's a great player.
Yeah.
And he's another Bothan Network guy. So those 4 are riding together, and it's going to be, it'll be a good ride home because at least some of them will move on.
Oh, he's doing it again, right? See, he's lining everything up behind the deck shield so that we can see what he's doing for sideboard, but Courtney cannot.
Yeah, and this is a very nice thing to do for stream because it gives our people at home watching the stream kind of a okay, now I know what he's doing.
A lot of the stuff that he just yanked there, right? He had singletons. Right? Oh no, he's taking out the top end. He knows she curves out. He's pulling out the wreckers and pulling out the upgrade hate. And he's putting in
because she doesn't run any upgrades.
Right.
Yep.
So
there's no reason.
He put in. Let's have a quick look at his deck list again.
Yeah. So he's putting in Bright Hopes to help stave off the Falcon.
Right. So he put in the Bright Hope. He put in the 1 heroic sacrifice. Yep. I think he put in the other 4
Another 4 cause. Yep.
Okay.
So and a lot of people like 4 cause is a great card in that heroic deck. If you're not playing a lot of non-heroic cards, and you're not going to miss with it, if you can get the 4 damage out of it, even if you get 3 damage out of it because you draw a Darksaber, but what that card does is it lets you filter your deck. Like, if you draw those 4 cards and you look at them and those cards are not going to help you, they go in the discard.
They go in the discard pile.
So now you filtered your deck to hopefully get you to something that's going to help you.
Yeah, it was something that I learned very recently, actually. I played Sabine Green at a little local event. I had mixed success with it. But then I watched another player do it, and he was doing exactly. He would do something that I almost never did. I had the 4 causes in the deck.
Yep.
Very commonly, I would not play them early. But this guy, like, sometimes that was his turn 2 play.
If you don't like your hand.
Yeah. And he was literally, I watched him do this several times, filtering the deck to set his next turn up. And I thought, why has this never occurred to me? That is a brilliant use of this
And now
card.
you're drawing 4 cards, and maybe 2 of those cards I want to keep on top because I want to draw both of those next turn. Because my hand that I have currently isn't where I want to be.
Yeah. Or maybe you set yourself up for, this is the resource play, this is the card I keep in my hand because I like everything else I already have, or whatever.
Yeah.
I thought it was like, I watched him constantly discarding cards. Like, why would you do that? And then it occurred to me, he's throwing away the stuff that is not immediately useful in that turn or the following turn.
Deck cards that are kind of dead. Like, if he draws those, it's like, oh, what am I going to do now?
What am I going to do with this, right? Oh, it's turn 2. Oh, look, it's a wrecker. I mean, that's a great card, but I don't want it right now.
Exactly.
Vamonos to the discard pile with you.
Yep.
Right?
A lot of people don't play that card kind of the way they should to use it as a dual-purpose card. Yeah.
As long as I have been playing CCGs, 30 years, that use of it never occurred to me. I tend to, personally, as a player, I tend to shy away from like control-y, filtery decks that do a lot of deck manipulation. So watching that happen, it just was like a light bulb
went
going
off.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it really made me appreciate how much I still have to learn about this genre.
Well, and everybody, you know, I hear lots of people online and through YouTube comments and stuff say that, oh, you're playing Sabine, you just want an easy, like,
not
dumb
that simple.
Sabine is not an easy deck to play in this meta. There are several choices. Resourcing is very, very difficult.
Is critical.
The lines you want to take.
I think that's also, again, earlier, watching Frank play that boss, what was he playing? I think he was playing, no, it was playing Sabine into Han 2 ECL.
Yep.
And he was, several times he would lean back and you can see him, he's counting, he's doing the math in his
calculating.
head, figuring out like this action, then that action. So we had a local player stay on Sabine for about the first 6 months of the game. Very similar style.
Yep.
You had to know when to ping, when not to ping, and think through it, all this sort of thing. So it was
okay. It looks like Courtney actually has a pretty good hand. She dropped an A-wing first turn to answer Frank's Battlefield Marine, but Courtney has a wing leader in her hand.
Well, she also started on the button, so more like Frank went low after she went high.
So right here, she's going to wing leader and give 2 experience to that A-wing, which makes that a threat right now. Yeah.
Well, and Frank's sitting on a Bright Hope in his hand, but he can't get it out this round.
Not yet.
He can't do anything with it this turn.
Nope, not yet. So again, R2, another great card to help filter your deck, to get you to smooth out those draws and to help you draw the cards you
where
need.
you want to be. Big 5 hit from the A-wing.
Yeah, you can't take too many hits from the A-wing.
Okay, I had Frank's base health starting wrong. Now we're correct.
And now Frank drops another Battlefield Marine. That's going to be huge. So Courtney will ping, which is, great in this instance.
Yeah, 100%.
She only has 1 damage. Frank's got 6. Frank's going to claim, which is smart because now he can answer with the Bright Hope.
Right, before she gets the chance to swing in with anything. Well, and it's also, I mean, in my mind, you almost always want to be on the button the turn your leader is trying to come onto the board.
Yeah, that definitely helps.
You want to be setting the pace in that leader flip turn, in my opinion.
Especially in the mirror.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yep. Here it comes.
Here we come. Now,
he's going
to ECL it out. I think
oh no, he's not.
No,
he
thought about it.
He was faking
his
it.
Mind.
But
he thought about it.
Yeah. So Courtney has to answer this, and it's going to take her probably 2 actions to do it. I mean, if she's got a surprise strike in hand, burning a surprise strike on the A-wing to kill the Bright Hope kind of feels bad.
Good play if she's got
it's a great play, but it feels bad.
It feels bad.
Oh,
the Spec
Force.
Huge here.
The Spec Force to turn off Sentinel, so she's going to get the 5 through.
100%.
Because Frank is tapped out.
Through.
Yeah, Frank is tapped out.
Yeah. All right, Sabine coming onto the board here.
Can Courtney do enough damage?
I mean, she's got
she's facing.
She's staring down the
like
army
8 on the board.
Ground. Oh, okay. So we're going to Fleet Lieutenant.
So she Fleet Lieutenants and swings for four with the A wing,
well,
or with the
4 out of.
Oh no,
no,
she did put it on the A wing.
So
Yeah,
it's 7 out of the A wing.
So 7 out of the A wing. Wow, that's brutal. Great
12
play.
HP left for Frank. Way behind here in game 2.
And Fleet Lieutenant is such a great card because she actually gets value for that.
No, he murdered the Spec Ops. Only 1 to base. My apologies.
But the Fleet Lieutenant's great because the Fleet Lieutenant can swing at base, or she's gonna force Frank to take the Fleet Lieutenant out.
Now, he does still have ECL here.
He does.
Not sure what he's got in his hand.
But see, look at Frank.
Yeah.
He is like, okay, I am not in the position I thought I was going to be in.
Nope. That Spec Ops just changed the whole board.
It did. It did. It was and that's why she plays that
That's a great
in her
card.
deck. Yeah. Yeah, because the Bright Hope actually hurts her with the Falcons and with the space she plays.
Yeah.
So now Frank's doing the calculations. Can she kill me next turn?
Probably not, but it feels like he's not going to take any chances here.
No.
He's going to ping in and get 1 onto the Fleet Lieutenant. Why only 1?
Because he swung with R2. And R2 should have 3 damage.
Yeah, he'll figure it out in a minute.
Yep.
Okay, there's the Sabine ping. He goes to 27. He goes to 9.
Mm-hmm. So how did the Marine get a damage on it?
I'm not sure. There's Sabine deploying. 3 more to base.
3 more to base.
There we go. They caught the damage on
There
R2
we go.
now.
Yep. Okay.
I have Frank at 1 less, and they're not showing it, so I'm going to fix that. I'm going to keep I match what the players do because it's not my job to keep up with the game state.
No. Yeah, you
I'm
basically
just
have to
trying to keep
match.
the numbers on the screen matching what we're doing here.
Yeah, I think that 1 goes on base.
There we go.
That is
I
correct.
thought
That's
so.
why. Yeah.
I thought
he actually put it on the Marine.
Yeah. She pinged with Sabine, and he didn't put it on the base, and I don't know why.
Okay, maybe it was wrong. Maybe he put it there by mistake. So it is only 15. They're talking through it right now. Yeah.
She pinged. He put the damage. She put the damage on her base. He didn't put the damage on his.
Okay, so he should have a ping there.
He should.
Okay.
Yeah. But for some reason, they haven't done it. It was there, and then it was gone, and then it was there, and when it's gone.
Yeah.
There we
So
go.
he caught it.
Okay.
It was a ping.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
He caught it. Okay.
She
good.
pinged with Sabine before she flipped Sabine.
Yep.
So they both took a point. There it is. They've got it right now. So Frank could end this turn as low as 6.
Nope, they're correct now.
Yes, it's correct now. But
and
my
now
point
she's
is
going to
there's
swing 3 more at base.
And so it's a question.
Puts him at
of,
19.
Yep,
he has to
hold the
claim.
initiative, and then we're going to the next turn.
Yep. And if she has an answer for Bright Hope,
she's got another Spec Ops in her hand. This may be over.
It could be over. It definitely could be over because he can't.
Because all he has to do is play it, and he can't do anything about it. The only other thing he could do would copying over the Bright Hope update it. Would that work?
It would.
Okay.
It would. Yes. Yeah. Because it would be a new card. So Spec Force would turn off the old Bright Hope.
Right.
He could play a new one over the top of it. But so he's going to ECL Poe, which kills Sabine.
Yep, and that's going to give him a chance to kill something
Now,
in space.
is he going to discard a card to do 2 damage somewhere else?
He's only got 2 in hand. He hasn't done it yet.
Yeah, but I don't think he's concerned about his hand. Does it make sense? Yeah, he's going to discard Sundari to kill the Fleet Lieutenant. Yep.
Okay, it's a good call.
Now he's going to force Courtney to have it. If she's got the Spec Force, it could be game over.
I think if she had it, she'd have done it already.
I think she has a flair for the dramatic sometimes. But you may be right. You may be right. If she had it, she would have played it.
Well, she's definitely got she's got ways out of this.
She
right?
does. She does. Yeah.
There's 100% line.
I mean, she's at 19. If she can swing, she is only at 5 resources because she is so low to the ground. If she had a surprise strike in hand, okay, so she's going to run the wing leader in. So she doesn't have the surprise strike. Oh, wait a minute.
Or the A.
She's only going to do 5 with the A wing.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. She's debating, I think, there which one to go first.
Which order of operations
which order to do it
yep.
first. Yep. And that's what she did.
Yeah. So Frank's counting.
So now he's counting.
Does he have lethal? Can he win this turn?
He's got 9, 10 that I'm seeing.
Because I think he's thinking if she takes care of the Bright Hope this turn and he doesn't draw another one, it's game over.
Yeah. He's got 10 that I'm seeing on board. Am I miscounting?
No,
Sabine's
he's got
3,
two
Marines
with the
and
Bright
R2.
Hope.
That's 10.
Yep. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. He's got 12 on board.
12. What am I missing?
2 Bright Hope, 3 Marine.
Oh, Bright Hope still has an attack.
Yep, still has an attack.
Yes, technically he has 12.
Yep.
You're correct.
So he has 12 on board. And he's looking to see.
And by the time she swings in with the A wing,
yeah, he's
then all she has to do is claim, and the game's over.
It is, yeah. Because Wrecker doesn't do anything here. Wrecker only
he took them all out.
Oh, that's right.
We
He did.
him
You're right.
All the
so he has
out.
nothing to answer, and Wrecker wouldn't help anyway, and that's why. Yeah.
Gonna swing in with R2.
Yeah, and she has to basically. She has to basically kill the Bright Hope. And Hope, yeah, there it is. There's the kill of the Bright Hope.
Yep.
She's going to take 2 back on the A wing.
Just put those 2 damage. There you go. Just do that.
And she claims.
Well, it's Frank's action for the moment.
Well, Frank will have to.
He'll have to. Either he's gonna. I mean, he's gonna have to swing in this far behind.
Does he think he's got enough?
He just attacked.
Oh wait. Oh, what is she playing? Oh, okay. Oh, that changes things.
Assault ship.
That changes things. Yeah, now Frank has to claim, otherwise he dies.
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, because he doesn't die to 1 swing from the A-wing, because he still has 6 health left. The A-wing only does 5.
Yep. Well, and the other beautiful thing about this play from Courtney is that even if he draws into the other Bright Hope, that assault ship has Saboteur.
Yep.
And if she doesn't resource, it'll be.
Did he draw it?
It'll be bigger.
Did he draw it? He's readying resources. Did he draw it?
It doesn't look like he resourced. It looks like he's making sure that he doesn't give the assault ship the opportunity to fire with the +2.
Yep.
It's interesting. Oh, that's true.
Courtney does have Sabine ping. Yes, she wins in 2 actions.
Pointing out the ping. Yeah. All she has to do is get 1 swing in with the A-wing and ping.
Yeah, chat, way to keep us on our toes.
Yep, no, that's
100%
exactly
right.
So we're going to play. What's happening here? Oh, Frank claimed. That's right. Okay. What is he doing?
I think he knows he lost.
I think he knows it's over, so it looks like.
Yeah. So that's
does he have it? Oh,
she's got Fleet
Lieutenant.
Yeah. That's it. It's
game. So that's game 3.
Yep.
There we go.
Okay. So 1-1.
1-1.
2 really, really good games.
All right, I'm going to get Frank's base health correct off the start this time.
Yeah.
There we go. I missed it last time. Got it this time.
This is what you want to see.
Yep. We always look in the casting world. Best of 3s. We always want game 3. Yep, always.
Definitely.
I have done hundreds of competitive games of World of Warships tournaments, and it is so much fun. That game 3.
Yes.
Pressure.
Yeah.
The madness when you get that Warships is a team game, right? So and you play a 20-minute game, and then you go back to the game ends. You go back before you get prepped, and my co-casters and I always talk about so what do you think's going on in the locker room? How's the team reacting in their little break in between before we go back out for the third period of a hockey game, right, or something like that? And
and Frank right now is sitting going, okay. I
made all these sideboard changes, and they did exactly nothing.
I need to make sure that I take care of anything she's got in space if I can.
It was one of the things that I noticed, and we'll put her deck list up again real briefly.
Yep.
She starts with a lot more space than he does.
Oh, yeah.
Right? She had, I think, was it 13 or 14 space units? 3, 6, 9, 12.
15.
15.
Yep.
To Frank's.
Yep.
And have a quick peek over here. Now, we know he sideboarded in probably the extra Bright Hopes, but he'd be looking at 3, 6, 9, maybe-ish, 9-ish.
Yep.
So she definitely has 100%
an
advantage in possibilities in terms of space.
And she's definitely got the advantage with the Falcon coming in ready.
Yeah.
So if he plays, it feels bad if Frank plays an A-Wing and Courtney drops a Falcon because the A-Wing just dies and the Falcon only takes 1. So.
Yeah. Chat asking if there are any other updates on top 8. There are not. We've been focused on this match, but once this match ends, I will go look around and we'll bring you back some updates once we have them.
Yeah, this is a really exciting top 8, and it's very diverse.
All right. Frank opens game 3 in the high orbitals with an A-Wing.
Maybe Frank learned his lesson.
Yeah. He's like, I'm not letting this shit happen again.
No, we're not doing this again. So here's the thing. Did Courtney? Yep.
Okay, so she's going to go low.
Courtney's play probably here is to make sure she has both lanes covered.
Yeah.
She has a 2-drop in space and a 2-drop on the ground.
Right.
So she can lane dodge.
She certainly has enough space units in that deck to make that play.
Yep.
And I'll say that in her shoes coming into game 3 off the button like that, I kind of like her deck better because she has more opportunities to lane dodge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she does. Ooh, Frank's got a Jin Urso.
I love Jin.
A Sabine Wren unit, an R2, and a Dark Saber. Jin is a very polarizing unit. In the Discord that I'm on for KTOD, shout out to my boys, Maddie, Mike, Justin, Stevie, all those
I'm over
guys.
there too.
Yeah,
that's a great group of folks.
It's my favorite place on in the internet. Yeah, that's a great ECL.
Spicy, but I like it.
Great ECL. I mean,
like
it takes care of the Sabine unit, and now it puts her behind because he's got 2 units on the board. She has none.
Frank's going to ambush in his own version of Sabine to knock Courtney's turn 1 play off.
It's one of the reasons why ECL is so good. Oh, there's a Chopper.
She has 3 of these in the deck.
So Chopper can be a menace.
Well, it's right there on the card.
Yes, 100%. He is a metal menace. Okay, so she goes wide here. Cartel Turncoat and Chopper in 1 turn. So she's not as far behind as it seemed.
No, not even a little bit.
Okay,
We're going to take out the Turncoat.
And Frank will get to draw a card off that from the bounty.
Yep.
Which, letting a Sabine player draw a card is not, I'm not opposed to it. It's not great, but you're okay with it.
Frank feeling spicy. He pings that time.
I think he thinks
he likes his board position.
He likes his board position a lot, and he knows that he's in the driver's seat a little bit.
Yep. Courtney's starting this round on the button. I like this.
I do.
It gives her the opportunity to put a little pressure on with her own Sabine.
Yeah, the problem is I don't know that I like her hand all that much.
I haven't seen much of it, unfortunately.
She's got a wing leader in hand, and Chopper is not a rebel.
No.
So he cannot be wing leadered. So if she drops Sabine, she kind of needs to make sure she can get the wing leader on Sabine.
I don't know. I feel pretty good about in her shoes. I'd feel pretty good about that, partly because ECL is done.
Yeah.
ECL's done here, so she doesn't have to worry about Sabine getting ambushed.
Yeah,
right?
100%. 100%. Yeah.
I like the idea of maybe play Sabine, play the wing leader before Frank can dump, a Sabine and a Saber or a Sabine and a Blade or something.
Frank pings. Yep. They both go to 3. Yeah, it may appear that Courtney is a little further behind, but I think the play here is going to put her back where she wants to be a little bit. And she probably knows that Frank's got a Darksaber or a General's Blade.
So there's our wing
So
leader.
she's got to answer with the wing leader on Sabine.
Yep. Courtney Sabine now a 4-7. Frank's 2-5. Should have caught this earlier, but
yeah. So Frank's trying to figure out what the prudent play is here. What order do I want to do this in?
Well, he's got a handful of resources. We know he's got a Saber.
Yep.
He's going to go ahead and clean up Chopper.
Yep.
And get that out of the way.
I think that's a good play. Let's him take a look at the top card of the deck.
If nothing else, it acts as a little bit of a stall, and it's like, okay, your move.
Yep.
Yeah.
Force her to do what she's going to do.
Sometimes you look for little plays like that just so you can wait out your opponent a little bit.
Yeah, you want to dirtle a little bit.
I like that word. I've been seeing you guys use that on Discord, and I'm like,
yeah, you want to dirtle a little bit and kind of let your opponent kind of think for a minute and go, oh, well, I didn't expect that.
Chat's saying Chopper's a rebel.
Chopper is a rebel?
Chopper is a rebel.
He is a rebel.
Chopper is a rebel. Check
my
it
bad.
out.
So
now
she could have, but I don't think there's value in that.
I think there's not a ton of value.
No.
I agree. The wing leader on Sabine
Chopper
is
a rebel.
But they're right.
That's my bad. I really, honestly, I hardly ever see the card.
It's a shame.
Yeah.
It's a really
good card.
It's not a bad card.
Although we did see that card played today, there was a Hera green deck, Hera ECL deck that played all the Spectres and saw Chopper in that a lot. Good deck, fun deck. Was the first game on stream. Frank's got his own wing leader. Wow.
Well, now, and this could be, so he doesn't, he's holding the Saber still.
He does. He is.
She's going to answer with her own R2.
She wants to filter her deck. She wants to set up that next turn maybe.
Yep.
Okay, so Frank's going to go 5 to base. So they're both at 8.
The only difference here is the fact that she started with a 5 HP more than he did.
Yep.
She looks like she claimed. What's he going to do? He's not going to swing him with the A-wing? Surely. Or did he? Here we go.
Oh, he's going to daring raid.
He's gonna daring raid.
For 1, yep.
I love it.
Yep.
And then swing in with the A-wing.
And then swing for 3, yep.
So we're going to use the daring raid to clear the wing leader and swing into the base for 3.
I like it.
That narrows the gap.
I still think this is a pretty even match, even though Frank's a little more out in space.
I agree.
Courtney has the ability to catch up in space, though.
Yes.
The Falcon is a game changer.
Yeah. Now, Frank resourced the saber.
I think it's a play. I don't think he needs it here.
No.
And
he drew into a blade.
Yeah, he needs to get value, and the saber for 4 resources that's the only thing you're playing this turn.
Yeah.
And when you need to drop a Poe or you need to do something else, it kind of feels bad to drop a saber, and then that's all you can do.
Falcon? Could be. Nope, she's reconsidering.
Yeah, I don't think she drops. I don't think she's dropping a Falcon first play of the turn, unless she just wants to threaten the A-wing. And that could be the play, because ground is even.
Yes, literally even.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, you don't
it doesn't
get
any more even than that. They're playing the same units with the same upgrades almost. 5 to base.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping the pressure on.
Yeah. So Frank's going to
bring in the blade,
3, and he's going to put the blade on Sabine.
The blade on Sabine.
Yeah, that's going to be a game changer there.
Yep.
Oh, that's what.
Sneaky.
Yeah, I like it.
She does
like
play
it a
3
lot.
of those for a reason.
Yep, I like it a lot.
All right. Frank plays the blade. It's immediately nullified.
So Frank has a choice here, and I think the play is swing, the A-wing into base, and then before the end of the turn, he'll basically take the wing leader into the Fang Fighter to kill
Clear it out.
Yeah, because you can't afford to let the Fang Fighter kill the A-wing.
No. Courtney's tapped out in terms of units on the board. She does have 2 more resources. Frank's going to filter. He saw an A-wing and threw it away.
Yeah, doesn't help him here.
1 more damage, it looks like, from R2. There we go.
Okay.
He still has not swung with his Sabine yet.
No.
When he does, that's going to put him out to a small lead in terms of health remaining. I think Courtney may have already claimed here.
I don't know that she has.
Or it's her action.
Okay, so she did. No.
Okay, so she claimed. So it's Frank's go.
So what does he do? And he's got to think about this. It's now we're close enough that he's got to do the math.
Yeah. I'm with you. I think it's an easy play to just smash the wing leader into the
and then
Fang
swing
Fighter
Sabine into base.
And just I mean,
and then just go.
Yeah. I'm kind of not sure why you would do anything else here, but he's obviously what I like about the way Frank plays is rather than just assume that's the correct
he'll take
line,
a second to think about it.
He's going to stop and go,
Yep.
All right, let me run the numbers.
And a lot of times that's the prudent play.
Well, I think
you don't want to do something rash and not have thought it through completely.
I think it's exactly how you make it to the top end of these kinds of events.
Exactly.
Is you take the time to think through these moves.
Yeah.
It's like we were talking about earlier, right? One of the beauties of the game is the back and forth, the boxing match.
Yep. And he takes the wing leader into the Fang Fighter.
Of course.
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of expected.
And then
he's
spins
got 2 for
a Jin.
Okay, which I love.
Yep.
She is from this current set.
Jin is a card that can go nuts and go bonkers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Courtney's not going to have any Sentinels for the Saboteur to matter, but the +1 damage might be relevant.
Might be relevant, yeah.
Last card in Frank's hand is a Poe. I'm not sure what Courtney's sitting on. I believe she's already claimed, so we're just waiting for Frank to decide if he's going to swing with his leader. I'm not sure why you wouldn't. I guess he's more concerned about she's already claimed. You're not going to be able to kick anything off the board.
I think he's afraid of a surprise strike and a Falcon.
I mean, that's a reasonable concern, let's be honest.
Yeah. Because Frank doesn't have, he's got lethal on the board, but it's several actions to get there.
Yes, it will take him a spell to get there for sure. Got a Gen and a Rebel. Oh, he's got a Rebel Assault.
He has a Rebel Assault.
That
Rebel
is
Assault.
a massive
Action
card
economy
right now.
could win him the game.
That alone should be able to end it.
It
Because
depends.
he should be able
We'll
to.
see.
He should be able to.
She's going to have 3. If she has the Surprise Strike and the Falcon, it's 3 actions for her to win. Can Frank
win? Oh no,
win?
he drew a timely. That's a timely.
Is it? Oh, is it a timely? Okay.
I don't think it's a Rebel Assault. It's a timely.
Does he? So if he's got Poe,
he does.
He could timely Poe.
He could ambush
Well,
Poe out.
yeah, he could because he's got 6 resources now.
This is the 6 resource turn. He resourced and Courtney did not.
Yeah, she stays low to the ground. I don't think she really goes up over 5 ever.
There's kind of not much value. And
No.
Having played Kylo Red for so long, I understand you reach a point at about 5 or 6, you're like, nah.
Yeah,
there's
no point.
Yeah,
I'm going to keep the cards in hand.
Yeah. She might still be thinking.
I think
she's ready to resources. She hasn't ready her units yet, which tells me that maybe she's still contemplating. Why did she not ready anything? Okay, now she's going to remember she hasn't done it.
So she's going to do 7 to base.
She's going to do 7 to the face here with this attack.
Mm-hmm. But she's debating is she debating whether she's going to go to base or whether she's going to go.
She could knock out Sabine with that if she wanted, but she went.
Then she must think she has enough to win.
If she's sitting on a surprise strike for R2, that would do it.
If he doesn't take R2 out,
he would have to take R2 out right now to prevent it. So you have to wonder: does she have it or is she bluffing?
I think Frank knows his wife enough.
I love these
that
little
he's going to timely.
There's the timely.
Poe.
We're gonna ambush Poe in and get rid of that. He doesn't have anything to discard.
And that's it.
That's it.
Yep. Yeah. I bet you she had the surprise strike in her hand, and Frank knew it. And without that, Frank wins.
She didn't show it. But,
no.
But either way.
Oh, she didn't have it.
Yeah, I don't think she did.
Nope. She had.
I don't think she did. Oh, she's just flipping off the top of the deck now.
Yeah. Well, no. 2 of the cards she didn't flip off. She had a Spec Force and she had a Disabling Fang Fighter.
Yeah, that wouldn't have done it.
And that was it. Yep.
Yeah, that was it.
So I like the bluff though.
Yeah,
I like the bluff.
You have to. Again, I'm one of these people that I'm kind of like. Sometimes you make the play knowing your opponent has the counter available, but it's always one of these things like make them have it in their hand.
100%.
Make the play. Make them have it 100%.
in their hand. That was a great match.
That was fun to watch.
That was a lot of fun to watch.
That was a lot of fun to watch.
Yep. Frank and Courtney are both excellent players, top-level players. Both deserve to be in the top 8 of this Planetary Qualifier. And Frank takes home the win. Hopefully it's not a bad car ride for him home.
Do you know what? Neither one of these games was a blowout. I mean, if I'm Courtney, I'm not upset with how this went.
100%.
She played very well.
She made top 8, and that was her goal.
Yeah, she went 5-8.
Yep.
5-1. She made top 8.
Yep.
She played a great match in the top 8.
Exactly.
She just didn't come out on the right end of it.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything.
Yeah. And
to be
honestly,
upset
it's
about
not a loss.
No.
It's either she wins or Frank wins.
Yeah.
Both great.
Yep. 100%. All right. Well, let's come back to here real briefly, guys. Give us a couple of minutes. I'm going to go out and check on some other results.
Yep.
And then we'll see where we're at. Do you want to hang out and keep doing
I'm going to
commentary?
hang out. My boys are in the top 8.
Okay.
And I expect my boy Eric to win it all. So I'm here for the long haul.
I was overjoyed and yet still surprised to see him here today. I don't know why I'd forgotten he was Pensacola based.
He is.
When I met him in Houston several months ago when he learned to play the game.
Yeah.
And it was like he comes up, he's like, Wes. I'm like, Eric, what are you doing? He's like, I live
he's
in Pensacola.
Pensacola based.
I'm an idiot. So
yeah,
that was awesome.
Fantastic.
Yep. Give us a few minutes, guys. We'll be right back. Okay, chat. Okay, chat. Be there for me for a moment. I need your help. The other top fours have all other top eights have all finished up. So the 8 remaining decks we have, the 4, I'll get it out in a minute. The 4 remaining decks we have both Boss Green players won their matchups, and then Eric won. He was the number 1 seed, undefeated so far coming in. He won his matchup. So the matchups we have available are the Boss Green Mirror. It's Cole and Daniel. We've seen both of them on the stream over the course of the day. Or we can go back and see the rematch of Eric and Frank. If you recall, that was our round 3 match back before lunch. That was a spectacularly good match, but we have seen quite a bit of that. So I'll say, while these guys get some work done in the background, let me know what you guys want to see. All the players literally don't care. They're like, just show what you want to show. I'm seeing, you guys want to see okay, Twitch wants to see the Bosk Mirror. YouTube wants to see the Frank Revenge Tour. Literally split evenly. You guys literally, Twitch is like, no, show us Bosk. All right. Okay. I tell you what I think we'll do. We'll stick with the Eric and Frank rematch. That was a fabulous match. I think we'll probably do that again. Let me go. Bosk Mirror seems dreadful. I'm actually curious to see how that works out. But either way, we'll do this. We'll go show. At this point, you guys have seen everybody who's in the top 4 play at least once on stream over the course of the day to reach this point. So you haven't missed much in terms of seeing how these decks work. What we'll do, I'll go double check with DJ and make sure that he's happy with continuing and showing the Frank Eric rematch. And if he's okay with it, that's probably what we'll stick with. Okay. Yes, B-Towns. That's likely where we're going. Give us a few minutes. I've got to get everybody on board with that plan, and then I've got to get Eric's deck list put in here, so I'll have it available to show you guys on camera. So give me a few minutes. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We are now in the top 4 here of the Mobile PQ here at Geeks and Gamers, and joined again by DJ Death Star.
DJ Death Star.
Thank you for being here.
Not a problem. I'm glad to be here. I'm stoked because I know all 4 of the semifinalists, and they're going to be 2 extremely fun matches. We actually get to see Eric take Frank on again. Maybe Frank gets a little redemption this time.
Chad has chosen violence. This is on you guys.
Yeah, you guys did choose violence because this is an all-out aggro matchup.
Yeah.
One of these 2 will end up having to play the control, and they won't like it.
You say control, but the way, Boss Green, I think Cole probably is a little more control the way he plays it.
Yeah.
Watching Daniel play it, it did not feel like a control deck at all.
No, and that's the fun part is that you won't know until we get into the game.
Yeah.
And it kind of takes off a little bit, and then each one of them will decide, okay, am I the aggro or am I the control?
Yeah, exactly, right?
Yep.
Okay, I got to get everybody's base health set correctly. Both players on 25 here. All right, now this hasn't updated, but let's see if I can get it to update over here. No, it's still, I don't know why I can't get that base to update. It's been bugging me.
Yeah, because
I'm gonna try one more time.
Han's playing ECL. So
yeah, that is this is the both players on ECL, guys. Disregard what that was. I'll see if I can get it fixed. I got to come back to here. I'll try one more bloody time. It's been giving me fits today, and I don't know why.
Computers, they're great till they ain't.
There it is.
There
now
it is.
Likes it.
There it is.
Some of the overlays, sometimes the files don't like to update until you reload the scene, and I got to make maybe some tweaks in OBS to figure that out. But that is the correct matchup there. Sabine and Han, both players on ECL. Now let's take a quick look. You guys have seen Frank's deck list, and you will see it again over the course of this match. But let's take a quick look at Eric's list, because this is something that you guys haven't seen yet.
I don't think anybody had expected to see this deck here this weekend do this well.
Yeah.
Even Frank himself said, I'm trying to figure out how
Eric said?
No, Frank.
Okay.
Frank,
all right.
Frank said, I'm trying to figure out how this deck is coming into a Tarkentown meta and doing as well as it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know that as I walked around today, it didn't feel like there were a ton of. It felt like there was a little bit. I saw one.
You saw the Djangos.
I saw a couple of we saw there was a Ray Tarkentown. Yep. I saw a couple of Djangos. It wasn't. The meta was not overrun with it today.
No.
But you're right. It is surprising that a deck that comes in this way is having that much success.
Yep.
With that said, having watched Eric play it a couple of times, he's not insanely aggressive with using Han's game text.
No, and he can't be.
Yes.
And what Eric tries to do with this deck is he knows he's going to have to play Tarkentowns, and when he does, he baits the Tarkentown out.
Oh, we're missing the game. We should probably get back to that.
So looks like, Looks like Frank started with the Sabine.
It looks like Eric started with Sabine and then got
Frank
ambushed.
ECL'd. Yep. And that's a great play for Frank.
Yep, it really is. So both players opening with a Sabine Rin, but it is only Frank that survives on the board.
Eric drops the Echo Base Defender.
Dropping one of his EBDs.
Yep.
Right off the bat.
And he didn't cheat that in, so it's going to be full health.
Mm-hmm. Now, Sabine can still kill that.
Sure.
But it does keep the damage off his base.
It does. Eric claims. Battlefield Marine and R2 from Frank.
Now, you guys may not have noticed it, but I will point out to make
and
sure
he
that
did
you
make
saw
the trade.
It. Eric's deck list is 46 units and 4 events.
Yeah.
That's it. He is so unit heavy.
Yep.
We watched somebody bust out Bodhi Rook against him earlier and just bust.
Bodhi is a very bad card against this deck.
And it was so funny because I remember he played into Han Yellow in the top 8, and I talked briefly with Kevin.
Kevin
Unrug,
Kevin, the Han Yellow player.
Right. And it was funny. It's like those guys knew. Like, he goes, I said, how'd it go, Kevin? He goes, I got crushed. He goes, but he literally built that deck to make sure he could beat Han Yellow.
Yeah, 100%. And so the feels bad there is that Eric played Kevin in the first round of top 8, and Eric and Kevin both rode with me today. So, but it'll be a
lot of that going on today.
It'll be a great card ride back because we're all teammates and we all cheer each other on.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. All right,
so
we're going to cheat Poe out a turn
this
early
is this is one of the problems that the Han 2 ECL deck creates is being able to cheat out a Poe Dameron on 4 resources.
Is pretty rude.
How
Poe is such a good card.
How do you deal with it?
I mean, Sabine better find a way, baby.
Yeah.
I mean, let's put it this way. He could throw both his units into it and murder it, but why would you do that? You don't want to do that.
No.
Right.
I think the only answer here is if Frank's got the Darksaber with Sabine. And it looks like
he does.
Yep.
And he does.
Oh.
Ooh, he's not going
He
to
puts it on
to
R2. I like it.
Oh, that's wild.
I actually love the play because R2 lives and kills Poe.
That is true. I didn't even think about that. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
And Sabine is the one who gets the experience.
Yeah.
That is spicy, kids.
Yep. That's pretty spicy.
Just like that.
Eric may be in a
Frank
little trouble in this first
driver's
game.
seat here in game 1 for
Yeah.
sure.
I think Frank, you have to understand, Frank probably learned quite a bit in that first match.
I guarantee it.
Yeah.
Well, and it's not like either game was a steamroll.
No,
right?
They were all close.
Eric came back, I think, in game 2 by the skin of his teeth and played,
and then
sequenced things perfectly
and
made it work.
In game 3, if Eric doesn't have another Cassian Andor in his resource row,
yes,
Frank wins.
I know.
Yes, it is Eric Oakley of Disc Golf fame.
It absolutely
100%.
is.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to deploy Han here.
And I think Eric has to.
He's got to do something.
Yeah.
But it's funny, right? Because you talk to him, he'll be like, "I don't care if Han lives or dies.
No,
he's just
he doesn't.
a unit."
Nope, he's just a unit. It's just I'm gonna swing with him, and that's it.
Just doesn't care. It's not the focus.
Oh, swing with R2, giving
that hurts so
another
bad.
experience.
It buffs,
yeah.
buffs Sabine again.
So he cheats in a Wrecker, and he's going to go ahead and use Wrecker's ability to do 5 damage and kill something.
But who? Like, he can't kill Sabine. He
No.
could ordinarily, but he can't right now.
Nope.
All he can do is, he could kill R2 with the Battlefield Marine.
And it feels really bad killing R2.
Is he scooping?
Yep.
He's scooping. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Eric knows. Eric
fast.
knows that.
Oh, he's not stupid.
Yeah. No, that matchup's done. He can't win that.
Yeah, I think the Darksaber play on R2 was just absolutely backbreaking.
Yeah. And see, a lot of players would have just put the Darksaber on Sabine.
Well,
and
yeah. This is something that I had to learn recently. My own growth as a player, right? Playing a lot of Kylo Red, the Fallen Lightsaber is a very impactful card in that
Yes, very
deck.
much so.
But at the same time, I had a really good match my very last round at my PQ, and my opponent was like, you had the saber in your hands. Yeah, why didn't you play it on the little 2/3 Saboteur you had on the board? I said, I don't know. I was more focused on Kylo. He said, so let me give you some advice. He says, next time, think about creating in certain matchups. Like he goes, for example, I'm on blue. I'm on blue. I think it was blue. It was a blue-red.
Yep.
He goes, I'm not going to waylay your stuff. He goes, if you put a 5/6 unit out there on turn 2, I have to deal with that.
It's a problem.
He goes, that's a huge problem.
Yeah,
he goes,
it's a major
and
problem.
it's a 5/6 Saboteur.
Yeah.
I can't just
Sentinel it.
it. Like, you're just going to laugh at me.
Yeah.
He goes, so
you better have removal.
He goes, so I realized the focus of getting that little extra bonus from putting the saber on Kylo. He said, but don't get bent out of shape and focus on that. And I'm starting to realize more and more that that's a line in my own head that I'm missing, a line of play that I've been missing.
We tend to get tunnel vision.
Yes.
When we have a play that we want to do,
yes,
we don't see anything outside of that play.
Right. You look for ways to make that play, but not look for the other opportunities that same card might afford you.
Ian, Frank won that game 1.
Yes, I apologize. I should have marked that. There we go. Yes, Frank won game 1. My apologize, everybody. I should have updated things.
So both players sideboard.
Yep.
And now we're on to game 2. We are hoping that Eric pulls off a game 2 win.
Everybody
so we go
wants
to a game 3.
Yeah. Game 3 is always like, as a caster, you always root for game 3. I will never root against a player or anybody. I will always root for game 3.
And this is a tough one for me. I love both of these guys. Frank is a phenomenal player. He's a great ambassador for the game.
100%.
But Eric's my boy. He's my testing partner. He's the guy who keeps me level-headed when I don't have a good day, such as today.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
It's fun. It was fun to meet him and chat with him over the course of these events because meet him in Houston and see him again today. it's always enjoyable when you meet somebody in this hobby who's so relentlessly positive.
Yeah. And that's what he is.
It's very easy.
Yeah.
You know, if you play TCGs long enough as a veteran, you will always run into people who get inside their own heads. They have to win. It's the only thing that matters. And when you run into those people, very commonly, it's not an enjoyable experience.
No. And I have to say, I'm guilty of the same thing.
I
get inside my own head.
I have in my career. I'm not professing.
I have to force myself to be, and my goal in these TCGs, I'm 53. I've been playing TCGs a long time.
Oh, yeah.
I still have original Magic cards in a safe deposit box.
There you go.
But I have to remind myself that I want to be an opponent that I would want to play.
Yes. That's a great way to think about it. That's a great way to think about it.
Yeah, and Eric is that.
Yeah.
Eric is that opponent every single time.
I'm in the same boat. I'm a little younger than you, not much. I'm 47. I'm 47, right?
Okay.
So, I mean, I started playing towards the end of my high school years.
Sure.
Right. One of the reasons I'm drawn to almost anything to do with Star Wars, I played the old Decipher game. Did you as well? Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know, I played the Decipher game. I played Destiny. I did not ever play the WotC one with the D6s.
No,
that game
I didn't.
looked
I played.
weird to me.
I played the original Star Wars CCG.
Oh yeah, so did I.
And
100%.
loved it. Absolutely loved it.
I love that game. Still a
we
great
didn't
game.
have a great scene in Kansas City for it, but the players that were there were very passionate, so I played it a lot.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of fun. I have not played anything outside of Magic or Star Wars pretty much in my entire career. I left Magic quite a while ago, but I still have my cards.
I should have done that. I didn't.
Yeah.
I could probably retire on what some of the cards are worth now.
Oh, yeah. Well, and that's why I have some in a safe deposit box because they're graded. They are worth some money. I mean, the market is falling.
Sure.
Looks like Eric starts
there's
out.
a game we should play. We should pay attention.
100%. Yeah, it looks like Eric starts out with a cheated out R2.
Cheated R2 for free.
Yep. And now he's going to pay 2 for an A-Wing.
And then pay 2 for an A-Wing. Going to try and go
and
a little wide here.
And this is why this deck is so good. It's because you get the action economy that you're going to be able to play 2 units for 2 resources.
Yep. In the meantime, Frank has definitely gone in with the Sabine ping, and we're waiting to see what his turn 1 play is going to look like. And what I like about Eric's split here, he's got something in both theaters.
Yep.
So now Frank has to choose which option he wants, which one he wants to deal with. He's going to go ahead and burn his ECL here on turn 1. He's like, ooh, look at Frank's, look at the look on his face. He's like, where are we going? Where are we going?
Yeah, I think he has to go ground.
Yeah, I think that's the right play.
Yep.
All right, so he's going to ECL out his own Sabine and murder poor R2.
I know. What did R2 ever do to Sabine?
You know, if Sabine was murdering Chopper, I could kind of see it.
Yeah, I can. Maybe she just
R2.
mistook him.
Yeah.
Mistaken identity?
That must be what it is.
Yep.
That must be what it is. Realizing I should have adjusted their cameras up a little bit, but, oh well, I'm not messing with it now. It's too late.
Okay, both going to 3 resources.
Yep. Ooh, okay. Eric's pushing.
Pretty good card there.
Pushing the aggressiveness in space here, dropping a red 3.
Yep.
That's going to be a big A-wing swing when the time comes. I missed that extra damage to Eric's base. Oh, he did that from Sabine.
Yes.
I realized.
Yep,
it now.
Sabine ping.
There we go.
So Frank drops Fighters for Freedom. That card has kind of fallen out of favor with some of the Sabine players. I still find it very good with the amount of red cards you're playing. Value pings are a thing.
I also think sometimes people forget that it's a saboteur, and that is a really strong ability.
Very much so. Yep. And Frank knowing that Eric can drop an Echo-based defender at any time.
Yep.
Fighters isn't worried about it.
Yep. Exactly. Going to ping here. I see Frank tapping his fingers, running the numbers over there.
Yep. I think Eric's in a pretty good position here.
I was going to say, I don't dislike where Eric's at. I mean, the game is basically a dead heat right now.
I think this turn coming up, he has to worry about Sabine and what Frank can do with Sabine.
Well, and yep.
And it looks like Frank's got a wing leader in his hand, so let's see what he does.
Yeah, I'm not getting any views on Eric's hand here. That's the quirk of this camera continues to, like, rotate one way. I got to work on trying to solve that in my setup.
Yeah, drifts a little bit.
From happening. It does seem to happen a bit.
So so Eric's swinging for 4 again with the A-wing.
Okay.
Looks like he's got an Adelphi.
He's got an Adelphi and something else, but he does play 2 Adelphis.
Yep. And I think the Adelphi may be the play. He's got the initiative, so he's going to get the +2.
If he did the Adelphi into the red 3, that's another 5.
Yeah.
Oof. And then
That kind of puts Frank on blast.
He really does. Because then the Adelphi alone swings in for 5 the following round.
Exactly. With the red 3 pump, yeah.
That's pretty rude.
Mm-hmm.
He can play the Adelphi
and
this
Frank
round
can't
too.
get rid of the Adelphi. He has nothing in his deck.
No.
He can block it if he plays a Bright Hope.
He could Bright Hope it.
That's
He's
it.
got it. Yeah. So it's a question of how does Eric bump my table. How does Eric play this, right? Does he try to does he even make an attempt to play for the ground? And I think what I like about right now, you can tell Frank's got that stress look on again. Stress mode.
And this is what Eric's deck does. Is it puts you in a position where you literally have to think through all the options.
Yeah.
Because one misplay, and Eric can just take it.
Yeah. We're going to ping.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think that's a good Dirtle action.
Yeah. He's waiting to see what Eric does with these resources, I think, before he commits one way or another. Because for all we know, Frank could be sitting on a Bright Hope in his hand. I haven't gotten a good look at his hand.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's smart by Eric, kind of just doing the damage to base
and
saving.
While you can. Yep.
Yeah.
I think he probably won't play the Adelphi now.
No. I don't feel he gets value for it.
Nope. 3 more from Frank Sabine into the base. So, chat talking about ECL heavy. I don't know if he's got one in his hand. I know that Eric's very high on that card in his deck. He's talked to me.
That's the spice. That's the only set 3 card he plays in this deck.
But it's a really, really good card in the way he functions.
Yep.
He also might. They ran into this point earlier, right, where Eric's sitting on 4 resources earlier in the day. Frank is running on Sabine's flip turn, and Eric passed and Frank claimed, right? And without bringing out Sabine. Because there's that threat of look at this.
So he's got a Timely, a Darksaber, a Fleet Lieutenant, and a Heroic Sack.
Yeah, he's got a solid hand.
Yeah, he's got a very good hand. He literally has a very good hand.
He's got plenty of tools to deal with this. It's just a question of, is he going to wait and see what Eric does, or is Eric going to commit to something here?
Okay, so Eric is going to ECL.
He's going to ECL
heavy in to kill the fighters.
Yep. That's a 6 power heavy because he has coordinate with raid 2.
Yep.
Doesn't matter in that particular instance.
No,
but
there's no overwhelm.
Just to make sure everybody is aware, I'll go ahead and play that. I'll go ahead and put that card up. Everybody can see it. And I put it on the wrong side of the board. Yep. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
That's heavy.
Yeah, but that's heavy.
Now we deploy Sabine. He didn't want to flip Sabine and get that into it.
Darksaber. Yep.
Yeah. This is going to be rough now.
Yeah, and Eric knows that this is going to be a kind of a hill to climb.
Yeah, because that's 7 to base.
Yeah, because he's got a Sabine unit out, so now Frank's getting value with the extra experience on the Sabine unit.
I think Eric claims there.
Yeah, he did before Sabine swung.
But I think Eric might still have this. He's still on the button, which means the Adelphi still gives him value. He still has red 3 on the board.
And the heavy still has coordinate. So it's still going to do 6,
even
8 if he chooses to use the Adelphi.
What I'm getting at is Eric has 8 HP left. Frank doesn't, from what I'm seeing, can't do more than 7
and
in a
there's
single
the Adelphi.
action.
Yeah, so he's going to go ahead and he's going to trade.
It'll do 8? It'll trade?
And he'll trade.
That's really good.
Yep, and then he'll do 1 damage to Sabine from the Wind Defeated.
From the Wind Defeated.
Yep.
I would not have seen that play, but that was
so that
well
puts
done.
Eric back in the driver's seat.
It certainly makes a big swing of things in this game. So the Adelphi coming in with Eric on the button allows Heavy to swing for 8 and knock Sabine right back into the leader area.
Yep.
Fleet Lieutenant comes in, and that's a 5-point hit.
It's actually going to swing for 6.
Oh, thank you. I forgot about the XP there.
Yeah.
The 1 XP token that came out.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
That's very rough.
Because that puts Eric to 23, and he pretty much has to claim now.
I think he has to claim here. And I don't think, even if he does, I don't think it matters.
Because I don't think, Eric can't win with what he's got on the board and the resources he's got left.
Because, I mean, if he does anything but claim here, Frank claims, and the game's over.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't claim, he has to basically pray he draws into an Echo-based defender.
That's the only thing.
And even that only buys him an action.
One action.
An action.
I think the only draw that would save him would be double Echo Base Defender. Because he could play first action, swing into it.
Oh,
play
wait a minute.
second
Chat's
action.
actually pointing out he can deploy Han. Han would have raid 1. Han
Yes.
would hit for 4. He actually, Eric could get to lethal this turn. He actually has lethal available because of red 3.
Because of red 3. Yeah, you're
Does
right.
he see it?
Yeah.
If he deploys Han, Han swings for 4. The A-Wing swings for 4. Red
Because
swings
Frank
for 3.
only has 2 open resources?
Frank has 2 open resources.
He's
and we
that
know
100% correct. Yeah, 100% correct.
So
he flips Han.
If he deploys Han, he wins the game. Does he
Frank
see
can't
it,
stop
though?
him either.
No, Frank can't do anything about it, not with 2 resources. Let's see if he sees it. He's going to do it.
He has to.
I think he has to. I think he's got to go all in here. Frank's going to claim. And let's see if Eric sees
He's
it.
going
Do
to
the
do 4
math.
and 4 is 8.
4 and 4 is 8, and 3 is 11.
And
That's
3 is
exactly
11.
what
He
he
wins
needs.
the
He has
game.
exactly lethal on the board right now. Does he see it? 4, 4, 3. He saw
25.
it. There it was.
That's it.
There it was. I don't think Frank saw it.
Wow, Frank, he didn't see it. We
until
didn't
that
see it.
minute. We didn't see
We
it.
didn't see it.
Chat
Thanks,
saw
chat.
it. Think chat
Yeah,
caught us.
I forgot all about
Frank's
Han
like,
had not
red
deployed.
3, son of a bitch.
Yeah. Red 3 gives him the extra damage he needs.
Yep.
Wow, that was close.
Holy bejesus.
Wow, that
What a
was
game.
close.
What a game. Well, we got our game 3, ladies
Yes,
and
we
gentlemen.
did. Yes, we did. Chat, way to read that.
Chat's like, sorry, Frank, you shouldn't have pinged a little while ago. That made the difference.
It did.
It made the difference.
It made all the difference.
Chat, look at
Yeah,
the
math.
spice.
Math is his thing.
Chat's over there with their calculators,
I
and
know.
you and I are like trying to
know.
watch the game.
We are trying to watch the game. Yeah. I don't have my calculator up.
Well done, chat. Thanks for keeping us on our toes.
100%. Glad we have you guys with us today.
This has been watching these two guys play today has been an absolute privilege.
It's been a master class.
It really is
in Star Wars Unlimited.
It really has.
It really has.
If I wanted to showcase people, like, what is it that makes this game so interesting and challenging? I mean, like, would you like me to show you? Here.
This is it.
Watch this video.
Watch this.
Watch
Yeah.
this.
I mean, we have seen some great matchups today. We've seen some great games. We've seen truly good players.
Chat did call ECL heavy. They're right on that one, too.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see it in his hand, so I wasn't sure if he had it, but yeah, that was the play.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've seen.
Look at Eric. He's like,
yeah, we've seen what this game can be, how fun it can be,
absolutely,
and how challenging it can be for players.
Mm-hmm. For sure. For sure.
I think Frank is still going, how did I miss that?
I don't know that he. Most people, chat was even saying, poor Red 3 forgotten again. And a lot of people do. I'd forgotten it.
Red 3 is redheaded
I'd
stepchild.
forgotten it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Math is hard, y'all.
It is hard.
Math is hard, y'all. I'm going to take 1 second and go make two minor camera adjustments
You got it.
while they shuffle.
You got it. Fantastic.
Keep chat entertained. I'll walk around front.
Got to keep chat off on their toes.
That's right. Chat, more like chat's keeping us on our toes.
100%.
I should have turned the lights off.
All right, so both players are drawing hands. It looks like Eric is going to keep. Yep. Looks like Frank's going to keep as well. Okay. All right, and there's the fist bump. Here we go. First action is on Frank with initiative. And a Sabine ping. That's a good turtle move. He can react to whatever Eric does.
Oh, he's just starting with the ping?
Yep, started with the ping.
And
So
it's just
now
a
if he
Battlefield
chooses
Marine.
the ECL, Sabine, but Sabine would die. So Frank just lane dodges
Going
with the
high.
A-wing.
Yep, love it. Eric goes ho. Eric goes low.
So it
Frank
looks
goes
like
high.
Eric's got the red 3, a Poe in hand.
Okay.
Yeah. Red 3 Poe, maybe a...
I think he's got. I can't tell what that second card
No,
from the right
I
was.
can't either.
I can tell that it's red. I can't tell what. I think it might be. Is it a Fang? No, he wouldn't play Fang Fighters.
It is a disabling Fang
It
Fighter.
is a Fang Fighter.
Yep.
Ooh.
He probably cited that in for the
Probably
Darksaber
did.
alone.
I think he does have those in the board.
Yep.
Let's have a quick peek while Frank thinks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were in the board.
Yep.
He brought him in.
Yeah, he brought him in.
Okay.
And I think it's smart.
Ping.
He really can't afford to let Sabine go off.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Echo Base Defender comes out. Yep.
Yep, there's the EBD. Free to base.
Mm-hmm.
Keep everything nice and even.
Yep.
Frank still has yet to use his resources this round. You can see he's got the timely intervention. That's the only card I can make out.
He's going to Daring Raid for
Daring
2.
Raid. Yep. Make that a little easier.
Yep.
What's he going to do? He's going to ECL. What has he got, like his own Battlefield Marine or something? A Sabine. And
Sabine.
And he can murder it for free now.
Yep, he can murder it for free, take no damage back. That's pretty good.
That's a solid little combo of cards to pull things off.
Yep.
Just so you guys at home can follow along. Did a Daring Raid.
Looks like Eric drew a Fighters for Freedom and maybe a Guerrilla Attack Pod.
He has 2 gorillas in the deck.
That is a great card for this deck.
He has 2 gorillas
because
in that
cheating
deck.
it in gives it's got grit.
Mm-hmm.
So it comes in at 6 power.
And then we ambushed in Sabine there, and her little free 1 damage on attack ability allowed him to kill the Echo Base Defender without taking any return damage. Going to trade the battlefield into Sabine.
Smart play. Smart play from Eric.
Yep. Keep the board clear as you can.
Yep.
Feels like each of them is kind of maybe not pushing base damage quite so hard for the moment. We'll see.
Yeah, I think both of them realize that they have to kind of be cognizant of, if they can't push damage, they're going to have to kind of play a little control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Frank's flip turn.
Yep.
We'll have to see how he plays this out. I saw Eric did still have that Poe in there. He's thinking.
He does. And he can
Cheating
cheat
the
it. He can cheat it out this turn.
Well, I would also argue that cheating the Poe out cost him game 1. And not in any way that
you may not be wrong.
He knew.
Yeah.
Not in any way that he knew would, but that action, he basically just got no value out of that card at all.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Eric comes. See what I mean? Sabine is clearing units and not going base.
Yeah.
That tells me that
that's fair.
The players are kind of thinking through this, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, Eric may not have an EC. He's got the attack pod, a Poe. We know he has the Fang Fighter.
He's going to cheat out the Poe again.
He's going to cheat out the Poe. Oh, no.
And then,
what's he got?
Yep,
okay,
Frank's going to put the Wing Leader, and he's going to put the experience on the A-Wing.
On the A-Wing.
That's smart.
Yep. Eric claims I need to move the initiative token, and then that's 5 more to base from the A-Wing. Eric falling behind here, but not out. He's on the button with Poe on the board.
It looks like he drew a Cassian Andor and maybe an R2.
He's definitely got both those in there. I didn't. Oh, he's deciding what to resource. I think he's deciding what to resource. Eric has not resourced yet.
Yep.
So let's think this through for a minute. If he goes to base with Poe, he can discard something and murder Sabine.
Yep.
That clears up that threat, but the high orbitals are still a big problem.
Yeah, that 7 damage in space is really threatening.
He does have Bright Hopes in there, but he probably doesn't have one in hand, or if he does.
Yeah, because I think if he did, it would be an easy resource decision.
Mm-hmm. And it doesn't look like an easy resource decision, which frequently tells you more than you think.
Yeah.
So he's trying to think through how he's going to manage this incoming space damage one way or another. Pretty.
Okay, so Eric's made,
we
his
have
choice on resource.
Decisions made now. Yep. Eric on the button. First action's his. He could curb some of the pain by attacking into Sabine with Poe and then discarding something to murder the Wing Leader, but that feels like the value of that does not feel good.
Does not feel good at the end of the day.
I don't think, in his shoes, I don't think I would make that play.
No, I don't either.
I honestly feel like if it were me, I think I'd like the idea of keeping the pressure on, go base, and punch out Sabine.
Okay, so he's going to take Poe into Sabine.
Well, he's attacking. Let's see what he does here. He could also discard to get rid of one of the upgrades on the A-Wing.
He could. Definitely could, yeah.
He's got an R2
Make it
in
less
hand.
damaging, yeah. And he does have a Fang Fighter.
He does have a Fang Fighter.
So he could theoretically dump both the experience off that
But you
in
have
2
to
actions.
believe. You have to believe that if the A-Wing lives through this, that the first action he's going to make.
So he's going to discard to kill.
Okay.
And then
he's doing
discard
both.
to take 1 experience off.
Yep. He's dealing damage. He's
And
discarding 1 upgrade.
I think he has to do that.
Yep. And he's murdering Sabine the old-fashioned way by punching her in the face.
I think that's probably the most efficient way.
He literally saved himself 3 damage.
Yeah.
It cost 2 cards out of his hand.
Yeah. Which
But it cuts
in his
that
deck
A-Wing
he
back
doesn't
to
really
4
care.
incoming.
Yeah.
Probably not. Now it's Frank's turn to figure things out. I think that's one of the things that makes Poe such a nutty card.
Yeah, Poe is broken.
Out of set 2 is because the tactical options he gives you with that on-attack ability are just unrivaled.
Yeah, and so Eric and I played last night. We jammed a bunch of games before the local event in Pensacola at TBS Comics. And one of the things he figured out, I was actually playing my Bosky CL deck against him, and I had 1 card left in hand, and he kind of forgot about
That Poe can force you to discard.
making me discard.
Yeah.
I have a Maul in hand,
Oof.
and if I get to play my Maul, I win the game.
Yeah.
But if he discards it,
Yeah.
he wins.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a card that you just don't realize the value
It's
you're
so
getting.
tactically flexible. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Now, Chad also pointing out that, okay, he played another Fang. He played another Wing Leader. I was going to say he could have ECL'd the Fang Fighter in to get rid of that last XP token. But now at this point, that is a big A-Wing swinging in for 6. Yep, I'm correct. Base health is correct.
Yep. And
we're looking for anything.
yeah.
I like Frank focusing the Wing Leaders up in space here because Wrecker can't murder things in space.
No, Wrecker cannot murder things in space. And if Eric doesn't have the Bright Hope or the Adelphi to answer, there's nothing that he can do.
I mean, he's got them in the deck, but they're not in his hand.
No.
Doesn't do you any good.
Doesn't do you any good. Yep. Doesn't do you any good. And I think, I mean, at this point right here,
yeah, I don't think Eric has a way.
Eric almost has to claim he's got 1 damage to play with.
Honestly, I think he should claim. Honestly,
he's got 5 open resources. So what does he do?
Well, he spent. Eric
does.
Plenty.
Yeah.
But my point is, if Frank claims here, the A-Wing and Sabine's ping action.
kill
into this.
Yeah. So
he needs 2 actions.
Yeah.
Eric has a lot of ground to make up with Frank only 2 actions from a win. I'm kind of glad now we cast the rematch. This has been really good.
It has been really good.
This has been really good.
Really good.
I can turn these off. I don't know why they're still on.
And I don't know that Eric has an answer to this. I think he's looking to check and see. I mean, he hasn't seen the Adelphi or the Bright Hope.
Yeah.
And I think that's the problem. Because those are the only 2 cards I think that help in this situation.
The Adelphi, what could he do with the Adelphi? He could ambush in the Adelphi.
Yeah.
But that doesn't kill the A-Wing. It's not enough.
No.
It damages the crap out of it. But he's still alive. What do you care? That's the winning. That's the piece of the puzzle that Frank has to make sure stays on the board at this stage.
Yeah.
I think Eric's trying to think it through to figure out if he's got a way out.
Yep.
I mean, Frank has to. If you're Frank, you're just kind of kicking back in the chair, like
because you're in the driver's seat.
You're in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
You're waiting on your opponent to make a play, and then you can react. But you've got with this kind of a health lead in this board position. I mean, you've got to be very, very happy with
okay,
where
so
you're
Eric
at.
claims.
Did he really?
Yeah, he has to.
Wow.
He's got to draw the answer. He needs a Bright Hope.
I think he drew one.
I think Bright Hope is the only card that staves off the end of the game.
I think he drew one.
Let's hope.
I thought I saw it. He's shaking his head. No, he didn't. Okay, so we're gonna murder the Wing Leader and discard one of the experience tokens. Again, that buys him time.
Buys him time.
He goes 6 to base here.
Yep.
So now
so
the
he's
same
still going to
only
swing
for
for
5.
Yep.
So that
So a
takes,
Sabine
Frank,
ping
Frank
does
needs
not
something
kill him.
else here.
But
Fleet
now the
Lieutenant
Fleet
does it.
Lieutenant does.
There it was.
Okay. Yep.
There it was.
Frank got the revenge on the rematch.
He did indeed. Frank claims the wins, going to the finals, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and that was so Eric's fishing through his deck looking for his
He's
space.
like, where are my bright hopes?
Yeah,
Curse
where are
you.
my bright hopes? Where are my Adelphis? Yeah.
I really like the I don't know if he did it consciously, and we'll go ask this in a minute, but it felt like Frank kind of made that audible kind of in between there. He started piling the wing leader tokens.
I think he knew his
on
path.
Space units.
He knew his path to win. Yeah.
Right.
He was going to force Eric to draw the card he needed.
Precisely.
Yep.
Precisely. So really great match.
Yeah. Yeah. Way to go, Frank.
Yep.
Way to take this rematch.
Yep.
Shout out to both these players. They both played great. They're excellent players. It's been a long day.
It has been a long day.
Yeah. Yeah, and your brain is mush by the time you get to this. So
Indeed. I just put my phone away. All right. So let me come back to here for a minute. All right, guys. So here's the deal. We know one of our finalists will be Frank from the Bothan Network.
Frank Myers.
Let's go find out which of the Bosk Green players he'll be facing.
Which the finals is going to be – it's going to be fire.
The finals
It's
going to be
fire. Bosk?
Frank is 100% playing against Bosk Green.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. We just don't know which player is going to be in the driver's seat.
And both of them are great players with great decks.
Cole was I think Cole was the 6th seed.
Yep.
No, Daniel was the 6th seed and Cole was the 7th seed coming into today.
Yeah.
And Frank is the 4 seed.
Yep.
So going to be a solid they're telling me that Daniel won. All Bothan finals. There you go.
Yeah, this may be a bad car ride home again because Dan got the best of Frank in the top 8 back in
Oh, no. He did.
Mississippi. Yes.
Were they playing the same things?
Pretty much.
Oh, no. Are we really going to just rematch the finals from Gautier?
I don't know how much Dan changed his deck. I don't think Frank changed his a whole lot.
Oh, goodness gracious.
So we'll see.
Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
All right,
we'll see.
Give us a few minutes. I've at least got to go get Daniel's deck list put in so we have that to look at. They're going to get set, and then we'll be on our way. So give us at least 5
See you in
or
a
8
few minutes, chat.
Yep, be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's been a long day.
Here it is.
It's been a long day. We've
Yes.
been at this 10 hours.
Long time.
But it's time for the finals. We're here.
Yep.
We're down to 2 players, both of whom you've seen on stream over the course of the day. Of course, you've been seeing Frank throughout the top 8, and now joined by, I've got to change his name. I'll fix that in a minute.
Dan.
That is Daniel. Daniel, who played in, we saw him get his 5th win on the stream back in round 6. So I need to do a little bit more setup here. We know that we're looking at Bosk, and he is running Lair of Grievous as his base, and I can leave Frank's stuff alone because it's already the same.
And Frank won the roll-off for initiative.
Okay. So
I will tell you, the Spice on Daniel's deck, he only plays 1 set 3 card in the entire list.
Well, he also...
Do you know what it is? Lair of Grievous.
I was going to say...
That's it.
The other thing also, I don't know if you noticed looking over that list, it is decidedly top-heavy.
Very
He
much
has
so.
almost no mid-grade units at all.
Very much
Real
so.
briefly, guys, let's show you the list so you know what you're looking at.
Yep.
This is the Bosk green list from Daniel that has made it all the way to the top 8, to the top cut here. Let me throw this up on the big screen so we can have a quick look at it.
Yeah.
But I was... I watched him play this deck earlier,
Yeah.
but I didn't realize there's very little mid-range unit in here.
There's nothing.
Low end and high end, and very little in the middle.
Yeah, he's got he's got a Ground Sentinel at 3. He's got Super Laser Tech, obviously, Punishing 1, Kylos TIE Silencer, and Salacious Crumb. That's pretty much it until he gets to 6 resources, and then it's all gas.
Yep. Because the top end of this deck is very, very, very painful for the opponent.
Very painful.
So
if Sabine can't find a way to win before Dan gets to 6 or 7 resources, it may be a bad day.
I have to make one last change here. We are not in the... We are in the finals. Let's get this correct. There we go.
Yep.
All right. So Frank's going to be starting on the button here. Ooh, don't bump the camera. Give me 1 second. I'm going to duck out there real briefly and let them know that they can start whenever they want. Although they may look like they may
Looks
already
like
know.
they might be ready.
I can tell someone bumped something up there though.
Yeah.
They're still bumping it.
Yeah.
Nothing is touching the table. These guys messing around with the table won't move the cameras. No. Oh, I can. Here, let's fix this. I'm so used to doing things. There we go.
All right, Frank's showing us the gas.
Frank's like, check this out, baby.
Yeah.
He's got 2 pose in there. Do you throw that back?
Depends on what he's got to play first or second turn.
He's got I'm seeing a heroic, a fleet lieutenant, 2 pose.
I think I don't know.
I think Daniel's going to keep his hand.
Yeah,
he's
has
got
to.
a ramp.
He's got exactly what he wants.
He's got a ramp and a price. He's got
his ramp. He's got a Salacious.
He's
good.
fine.
Yeah.
He's fine.
And Frank's going to mulligan. Yeah, he has to.
I think he has to throw that back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would in his shoes as well. I am going to go make one small change because my OCD is tingling.
Yeah.
So I'll be right back while Frank reshuffles.
Yep. Just to kind of give you an update, so both Daniel and Frank are Bothan Network teammates. No matter who wins this, they're both going to be happy. Obviously, Frank would like to get a little revenge for the last Planetary Qualifier in Goshen, Mississippi, where Dan knocked Frank out of the top 8. So this matchup is going to be a lot of fun. Frank knows what he has to do. Dan knows how to stop Sabine, so let's see what happens.
Now, it's not I didn't make a big enough change, but it's going to work, so we'll get the job done.
All right, here we go. First play by Frank is an R2.
Can't complain about that. It's been working for him up to this point.
Yeah, 100%.
It's got enough bud on it that it's going to take Bosk a little while to wear that down.
Yeah, a little
Actually, it'll be next round because between 2 pings and Super Laser Tech, well, it might be the next turn after, but either way. Poor R2's already got a price on his head. Correct, Michael. We started the day with 59 players. And, of course, we're down to just these 2 fine gentlemen in the final. There, Frank coming in with the spice already. Getting rid of that bounty with a Fang Fighter.
Yeah, that really hurts Bosk right now.
That's exactly the kind of tempo play that Sabine needs to win this matchup.
Yeah, because Dan's path to victory is ramp.
Yeah.
It's ramp all day.
Yeah, if he can't get to 7 resources, very, very quickly, it's going to be very, very difficult for him to I think stay ahead. We know I know of course we saw the list earlier. He does keep the clients in the sideboard.
Yep.
I can almost guarantee you those will come in after this. But
they have to.
He's got to play at least one game without them.
Yep.
Frank trying to figure out what to do here. Does he ping? Does he not?
Yeah, he's just
going to claim.
Yeah, the damage is not important enough now.
It's only 1. Yep. He could get max 2, but he'd be off the button, and I think the initiative is more important right here. Something else that I'm still trying to learn in my SWU career is, are there times that, like Frank here, you're leaving damage on the table, but is the initiative that critical in the next round?
Yeah, are you going to be able to gain the tempo with the claim?
Exactly.
Okay, both players going to 4 resources.
This is the slowest I think I've seen Daniel get to 4 resources.
Yeah.
Well, he was playing, of course, Daniel's deck is built for the long game.
Yep.
And in round 6 when we saw him, he's playing Cad Blue, who basically only has a long game.
Daniel goes ahead and runs the Super Laser Tech into Sabine.
Yep.
So
Boss can join the party whenever he wants, but
and here's the problem.
And
that's the problem with that. Daniel had the Force Choke in his hand.
Yeah.
But now with the Dark Saber on Sabine, the Force Choke doesn't kill Sabine.
Correct. He could have choked her as soon as she flipped.
Yep. So he'll just flip Bosk.
Yep.
And Sabine will go ahead and kill Bosk.
Just going to cut him
down. Smart play.
As Johnny Cash would say, he's going to cut him down. And just murder him. And now Sabine does do 1 damage to the base, boys. Don't forget that.
Yep.
Okay, coming in with a Kylo's tie here.
Which Frank's going to trade.
Frank's going to just trade out and get rid of.
Which I think that's the play Daniel's hoping for.
And there's
so Daring Raid will finish off Sabine. Yep. So, actually, I think Daniel's okay with this to a point. The problem is that now Frank has free board and Bosk can't really do a whole lot.
Yeah, I will say I dislike that they missed the Sabine trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Now the only damage – oh, no, they caught it.
They caught
just
it.
The 1 damage.
Yeah,
they got it. Okay, good. Well, and they also mixed the XP token, and the judges missed it too.
It is a Mandalorian.
The judges actually missed that one too. That actually, that's also true. As they're also pointing out that the 3-power Tylo wouldn't have mattered.
He traded
into something that would have killed it anyway.
They would trade no matter what. Yeah.
It's funny how spoiled we get playing on automated online tools
But you have to be careful with that.
That don't forget that make sure we don't miss these things.
But you have to be careful with that. Karabast is not always correct.
That's true. It's also not always correct.
Not always correct. Yes. I had a game today where I played a CAD Tarkentown deck, and he McClunkied and thought that he could ping before the McClunky resolved, and that's not the case. And he's like, well, Karabast lets me do it. And I'm like that's not the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
I
Karabast
called the judge
is not flawless.
I called the judge in. It wasn't malicious. I called the judge in just to make sure
that
the player played it correctly.
Apparently he missed another damage on the base there. He's just going to – okay. Daniel's just – it almost feels like Daniel's just like, nope, anything you play I'm going to murder
and right now he has to.
Yeah.
He has to. He's got to stave off the damage.
Yeah. Oh, he's doing a great job of it so far.
100%. Ooh, General's Blade on R2.
Speaking of spicy.
This reminds me of Return of the Jedi. When
time
Luke's on the barge.
You know what? This play would make so much more sense if it was on Chopper.
Oh, yeah, it would. Luke's on the barge over the pit of Sarlacc.
Yep.
And R2 has Luke's lightsaber.
And R2 pulls out his lightsaber and just starts hacking away and killing people. Yep.
I like
just like in the movie.
Sure.
This is just like in the movie.
Just like in the movie.
Just like in the movie. Oh, I'm wrong on Frank's base health.
One of the things I like about the game is it is very thematic.
Oh,
there
I
is
love
so much that
100%.
happens that is very thematic.
Well,
in
and
this
one
game.
of my faults when I build decks is I'm a sucker for a theme
I am
deck.
too.
I'm a
I am
sucker
too.
for a theme deck.
Yeah. All right, so Vader comes out for 7. He's going to do the wind plate ability before he ambushes.
You know what's hilarious? That wind plate ability, the ambush will not kill R2-D2.
No, it will not. Nope. But
That
Daniel
is
will
a
pull
riot.
Salacious Crumb
Yep.
and heal 1 off his base.
Yep. Get one of them back. It amuses me that the Dark Lord of the Sith cannot kill a
R2.
droid with a lightsaber.
I know. I know. That is very amusing.
Speaking of, just like in the movie.
Exactly. Maybe we were wrong the whole time. Maybe R2 should have had the lightsaber.
I mean, I've heard plenty of people say, "Oh, this is going to get spicy." I've heard
gross.
plenty of people say, right, that R2 was the real hero of the entire original trilogy, and they're probably not wrong.
They may not be. They may not be.
Yep. Now, I think Vader didn't ambush. I think Vader just.
I actually think Daniel's deciding whether he should ambush.
Oh, he's still
now.
thinking. Okay,
yeah, I think he's
so
still
Frank's
thinking.
put his hand down. He's thinking about it. Okay.
And he is going.
He's going
to
do
ambush.
it. Okay.
So R2 will take
R2
5.
takes 5 more damage, which is hilariously not yet enough to kill him.
Still not enough.
Nope. Now, he will not live very much longer.
No.
But for the moment, he's still there.
No, he will not live very much longer. But, yes, he is not dead yet.
I feel happy.
So now Frank has to decide.
I was going to say, now it leaves Frank with a choice, right? And I'm not going to lie, we know he's got a wrecker in his hand. He could both units, yeah, he's going to do it. He's going to ECL out the wrecker.
Daniel's base health, not correct.
Daniel base health not correct. Really?
Looks like it is to
Looks
me.
like to me.
6 and 24.
He's got 6 damage out of 30. That's 24. Looks correct to me.
So Wrecker gets ECL'd.
Yep. So he's gonna blow up one of them, overrun the other, and either way, 4 damage leaks through.
Yep.
It doesn't really matter which way it resolves.
No, it does not.
He's gonna blow up Vader, so only takes 1 back.
Exactly.
And then R2's gonna throw 4 more in.
Yep. And now Wrecker's a problem.
Now Wrecker is a problem that must be solved.
And Daniel's already claimed, so Frank's going to go ahead and
might as well
ping.
go ahead and get in the free damage.
Yep.
Every little bit helps when you've got a mountain to climb.
Did Dan draw a Maul? Is that what I thought I saw?
It's possible. Lord knows he's got plenty of them in there.
Yeah, and that's a great play.
He's sitting on a Maul and
Maul a time? No, it's Maul a bounty hunter's quarry.
Frank showing me his hand.
Yeah, so Maul's going to trade with Wrecker.
Trade out with Wrecker.
Yeah.
With 2 overwhelm, I believe. Yeah.
Looks like 2
Yep,
overwhelm.
2 overwhelm.
I think you have to do that. There's no other option.
You can't leave Wrecker on the board. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I mean you're gonna eat 4 damage from R2, but that's way more than.
Yeah. Chat's asking why are they wearing similar shirts. They are both members of the same gaming team, the Botha Network.
Does the event have a dress code?
Yeah,
I like
they
it.
do have a dress code.
Oh
my
no. R2 gets.
Would you look at this shenanigans?
General's bladed again.
Double the R2-D2, the lightsaber wielding fiend, ladies and gentlemen.
So he's gonna.
And then he's gonna fleet lieutenant. Oh my God! This R2 just swung for 9.
Fleet lieutenant for 7, 8, 9.
That R2 just swung for 9 damage.
Wow. Yeah.
This is the most. You thought Chopper was a murder droid, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce R2-D2.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Daniel does have a bounty hunter's quarry on R2. So if he can draw something that can kill him.
Okay, I got to get this damage right.
Yeah, he's at 25.
6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, because he pinged with Sabine.
Yep.
So we're down to 5 HP left on Daniel's base. This is exactly what Frank needed to do, though.
Yeah.
He has to go put his foot on the gas and never let up.
No, he can't let up.
He's got 30 health to get through.
So now he has to have a way to deal with R2. And it looks like he's got a force choke.
He's
in
got
his
a
hand.
force choke, which
So
would do it.
He can force choke.
He could if
does
he wanted.
let
He is
Frank
going to do
draw a card, but saves the damage.
He's going to get a free unit out of it as well.
Yep. Yeah, he gets the Bounty Hunter's Quarry. And since R2 is unique, he gets to draw 10 from 10 cards and choose. So
Yep.
It looks like maybe the Phase 3 Dark Trooper is the choice, so he can stop. Yep. The Fleet Lieutenant would have to trade.
Yep.
Got to stop the bleeding.
Chat talking about how R2 showing Chopper how it's done.
Yeah, R2 did show Chopper how it's done.
100%. So Frank now staring at a big brick wall on the ground. Got to deal with this trooper to push damage through. Of course, he's still got his Sabine ping.
Yep. And
He is going to go ahead and make the trade.
And he's got his 6 resources up. So
One, two,
what is okay? So
two for
Dan plays
yep.
his TIE Silencer.
2 for a Kai. 2 for a Tylo's tie feels pretty good.
It does.
And he's got, it looks like he's got 4 unspent over there, if I'm counting correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And 1 card
in hand. Yeah.
Frank goes low with the Fighters for Freedom. There we go.
Oh, and then drops a K2.
And then the fun continues with a K2.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem.
He's got several problems to deal with. And you know he's going to ping before the round is out. He just did
because Dan had to claim.
Yep. Dan has to claim there, and you know the ping is coming.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is over.
Yeah, I don't think. Unless Dan draws something just phenomenal. Yeah, I think we're going to a game 2. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Dan
Game 1
concedes
complete.
game 1.
Frank up a game here.
Frank did exactly what he needed to do.
Frank did exactly what he needed to do.
You know,
yep, 100%.
Getting rid of that Fang Fighter on the second turn to ditch the price on your head.
That was a big deal.
Was huge. Because Daniel's looking to claim that so he can get ahead.
And he's looking to double claim it.
Yep.
But at minimum, he wants to just to get that done, right?
Yeah, you got to claim it at least once. And if Frank removes it, it's just I just spent 2 resources and I got nothing.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because once you've seen again, I didn't know this about Daniel's list until I looked at it, right? Just watching him play earlier, it didn't dawn on me that he wasn't really playing any of those middle-costed units. It's 2s and 3s and 7 and up, and there's the only thing he has in the middle is he's 2 Ruthless Raiders. Yeah. That's kind of it.
Yeah.
Now we're going to sideboards, so let's talk sideboards real quick. If you are Daniel, let's put his list up again for a minute. If you're Daniel, what do you think? What do you think you're looking at coming in and putting in or taking out?
I think the clients are coming.
Clients are coming in for sure.
Yeah, I think the clients are coming. I think maybe. I mean, the confiscates could. I could see a path to confiscate to get rid of the dark sabers and the General's blades.
I'm with Chad on this one. I think the extra choke for sure. I'm not sure about the confiscates. I mean, certainly the General's blades were a massive problem in that game.
Yeah, I think
so you got to be thinking about it.
I mean, if he gets rid of one General's blade on R2, he can Bosk ping and kill R2
and just kill him out because he had the bounty.
Claim the bounty.
Yeah,
and not take the damage. Yeah,
for sure. Okay, let's go through the same exercise here.
Yeah, and I think Chat's right. I think he pulls 2 crate dragons out and a Devastator.
Yeah, you don't need the crates in this matchup.
No, you'll never. If you get to the crate, it's a win more condition.
Yep. Yeah. Now Frank's making his options here. Looks like he is deciding. He looks like he's taking out 2 of the Bright Hopes. If I'm reading this correctly.
2 of the Bright Hopes, and it looks like
he's only got 1 in the main. So I'm looking. Are we looking? Okay, we're looking at his sideboard now.
Okay.
The 7 cards you're seeing are his sideboard.
Yep.
So he's deciding. It looks like then the 3 he's considering is the other Sundari.
Yep.
The other Daring Raid.
Yep.
And then the other For a Cause. No, there's the For a Cause.
Heroic Sack. I don't know.
Why not the Confiscate? Why would you leave the Confiscate here? That surprises me.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'm going to put the camera back up so these guys can see what Frank is up to. Bright Hope's coming in for bounties.
Yeah, Bright Hope is actually a great card to kill bounties because Bright Hope lets you bounce
units.
It lets
you bounce guys back to your hand. Most people. Well, but it's any unit, or they have to be cheap.
Ground.
Any ground.
Any
unit.
ground unit. Any
you
ground
know what?
unit.
That actually.
It's
that
great.
Has some value now.
It's great.
Yeah, people forget about that little thing. Most people don't use the card for that ability,
and the only reason
it's there.
The only reason I even remember that at this point is that Eric in his Han 2 ECL is the same way.
Yes, one of the reasons he
uses Bright Hope, and he bounces his ground unit if it's got a bounty on it back to his hand.
Right. Well, and the other time I've seen that card used today, hilariously, we watched a Rex Green, on camera.
Yeah.
He had an Echo, a set 3 Echo, right, so with the coordinate ticking.
Yep.
And so what he did there was Echo had gotten down to where he had enough damage. He played a Bright Hope, bounced the Echo. He only cost 2. He just threw it back on the board. Right back on the board.
Yeah, it's a great play.
It is.
It's a great play.
On a cheap enough unit,
people
it's a great
sleep
play.
on Bright Hope for that alone.
It's a great card, but I think sometimes people forget it has that little extra ability. Yeah. They're focused on the big Sentinel.
Not only do you get to bounce your card back to your hand, if you do, you get to draw
a card. Yes. It's a little bit of card advantage. The price the reward for doing that, let's say, right? Yeah, for sure.
Bright Hope can be a great card to ditch those bounties or to put a unit back into your hand that's damaged.
Yes.
That you want to play again.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Frank's still thinking over here, still working through. So in between rounds, guys, you obviously you missed that because I was out of the room. But after the top 8, I was over talking to Courtney and Frank real briefly.
Yes.
We were talking about Frank playing so well on camera, just not like well, but just more in the sense of playing well for the camera. His little trick with the shield where he shows the camera his sideboard decisions.
Yep.
And I told him, I said, you know what I need to do? I need to make a video, a quick video, how to
play on stream.
How to play Star Wars Unlimited on stream.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And the kind of things, just little things you can be doing to help your commentating and casting crew.
Yeah.
I think that'd actually be a good video to make.
And to help the audience at home understand
100%.
why you're doing what you're doing. Yeah.
Well, true. One of the things that I'm going to work on for that is, again, one of the things I've been working on in the setup is solving the audio at the table problem.
Yeah.
I brought lav mics today. I could have had people mic'd up sitting at the table. I'm trying to avoid that. And one of the conversations I was having at the very, very start of the day, guy made one of the audiovisual guys from your deck from the BN guys was basically saying, hey, just get a little area mic, right? That just sits on the table. And I thought,
Chris,
that's exactly what I need. Something a little puck that sits on the table that picks up audio within about a 4-foot radius. That would do it.
Just picks up their audio.
Something that I can hear the judge and something that I can hear the players. If I can hear that, I'm good to go.
Yeah.
So I got to work on that.
Chris is a great knowledge. Chris does a lot of Hollywood camera and equipment. Yeah.
That was a great conversation.
Yeah.
And I don't know why it didn't occur to me because when you work in an office, you're constantly surrounded by conference phones, and it's the same idea, right? It's the like the little puck mics that sit in a conference room that you can use in those situations.
Definitely. Yeah, and you're right, Chris. Frank is very comfortable playing on stream because he does play on Courtney's channel a lot. And Frank is a great player, so he ends up on stream a lot.
I've watched him play. I would never have known who he was because I'd never seen him on camera, but I've watched him play on camera.
Yep.
But not to toot my own horn a little bit, nobody else has cameras that looks at the players.
You're one of the few.
I've never seen anybody else do it.
And I like it because you get to see the expressions of the players.
It matters.
Yeah, it matters.
Body language matters.
Yep. It's a whole context thing.
Absolutely. Yep. Whenever we've joked about this several times. You'll see Frank lean back and run his hands through his hair. He's got this little stress mode thing that he goes into, and it's fun.
Yep.
That body language makes a difference.
Looks like Dan was not happy with his first 6 cards, so he's going to mulligan.
Okay.
And Frank is perfectly happy with his. So
seems that way.
I hope Dan gets a good hand. I'd like to see
I would love to see
really
a game
good
3.
game here.
I'd love to see
where
a game
Dan
3.
can do what his deck does.
Now, Frank, we were talking about this earlier. I don't think we mentioned this for the stream or for the audience, but you and I were talking about this. You were telling me this is a rematch of the finals from the Gautier
from
Mississippi PQ just a few weeks
Gautier.
ago.
Yeah.
These two gentlemen almost on these exact 2 decks.
Yeah.
Right here again.
Yeah, I don't think I'm pretty sure Frank might have changed a sideboard card or 2, and Dan might have changed a sideboard card
but
or 2.
In general, this is the same.
This is literally the same matchup
so
in top 8.
Frank is excited.
This is the same matchup in top 8, and Dan got Frank 2-0.
Yeah, well, that obviously is not going to happen today.
It's not going to happen today,
right?
And Frank's in a good position here. So let's see what Dan can do. Hopefully he drew some cards.
Open with the Dan passed. Frank pinged.
Well, I mean, Dan has to pass. He wants Frank to play a unit because
he can throw out an early bounty.
Yep.
Now
he doesn't have the bounty.
He doesn't have it, so he was just bluffing it.
Maybe.
to see if he could
maybe
get Frank to not play something.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Make a different play. Maybe not play a Battlefield Marine play in R2. Who knows?
He does not have a ramp card in there.
Looks like he's got a timely.
He's got a timely. He's got
reinforcement walker, Palpatine unit,
and a Palpatine returns.
Yeah,
I think he's Palpatine. I think it's a Palpatine returns.
Yeah, this is. So Dan. So this is a play. It's a stall play. You do as much as you can on the card.
Yep.
So that's what Dan did, because he's trying to figure out. Yep.
Wingleader's going to come in and make R2 a bigger menace, and now R2's just going to knock off this Death Trooper.
Yep. And take 3 back.
Yep.
Which.
Death Trooper
at
comes
least
in.
It saves the damage.
Death Trooper comes in and dies. That's why he's here. He's a body.
He is a body.
I'm a little surprised to sometimes, I was talking about this briefly earlier in the day, that we don't see the cell block guards in Daniel's list either. He's only playing
So there's an upside to the phase 3s, is that if they don't die,
oh sure,
they
I
get
get
pumped.
it. But sometimes it's still just a wall to put in front of your opponent.
Yeah. I agree. I think cell block guard kind of fell out of favor.
It absolutely did.
With phase 3 being there, because the phase 3 just has more upside.
It does, for sure.
So it looks like Dan's got a client in his hand.
Oh, if he draws that early enough that he can get some value out of it, that could be very, very bad for Frank.
Yeah.
But we'll see. The problem is you don't want to draw it.
You're really looking to pull that out of a bounty hunter's
pull it
quarry.
off the bounty pull, right? Yeah. Otherwise, you got to pay 5 for it. And in the late game, you're willing to do that.
You're willing to do that, especially if you ramp.
In the early game, you got to get it out for free.
Yeah, you really do. And I think Dan's not really happy with his hand. And
Dan does not look happy.
Yeah, I think he knows that
look at him. He's just like
that he's kind of under the gun here. And
yeah. Now Frank, we're into the resource phase, and I think Frank is trying to decide what to resource here.
Yeah.
Daniel's already done it. I think Daniel's like, I'm kind of hosed here, so just screw it.
Yeah, I don't envy Dan in this position.
Chat's like, Frank, come on. I mean, let's be honest. We talked about this earlier, right? Sometimes it's better. Stop, slow down, take a breath.
Sure.
Rather than get too excited.
Yeah.
Make sure you're making what you believe to be the correct play in the moment.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to make a tunnel vision play here because you're not looking at everything.
Yeah. Don't rush.
Even though Frank's got the upper hand here, he wants to make sure he keeps it.
Yep. There we go. Resource decision made. Or not. Nope, he's going to stick with it. Okay, there we go. On to turn 3.
So it looks like Dan's got a
Salacious.
crumb. So he's going to heal 1.
Mm-hmm.
That helps.
Hey, every little bit. He's got to just survive.
Yeah. At this point, he's got to survive and hope that he's got answers.
Yep.
Oh, Frank's hand is just
that is
loaded.
fire.
Absolutely loaded.
That is
Pings with Sabine.
Yep. Why not? Get it out of the way.
Yeah.
Undo what Salacious hath done.
Yeah. Force Dan to make a choice now.
You're just chilling.
And he's just going to resupply.
Okay, this is going to be.
This is going to hurt.
This is going to be a very painful turn for
hurt.
Daniel.
Because I think, he just drops a General's Blade on R2
again with the lightsaber wielding maniac.
Yeah. And
so
then
now that's a 5-9. Am I right? My math right?
Yeah, and I think he takes out
6-9 R2D2.
He takes out Bosk.
Oh my god. R2D2 just murdered Bosk.
He had to. I mean, he had to. Bosk looked at him funny.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
what is happening in this game?
Because if Dan keeps Bosk out and he happens to draw into a bounty next turn,
I know. No.
The game could change.
I'm not arguing Frank's decision at all. I'm baffled at the
R2
circumstances that allowed for this to occur.
Like, everybody thinks Chopper's the menace. R2 is the murderous menace.
I think it's 100% clear that everyone is concerned about the wrong droid.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%.
Let me tell you guys, if you get the chance to play General's Blade on R2D2, I think scientific evidence has proven that it wins games.
It's pretty good.
I mean, granted, this game is not over, but it looks really good so far for Frank.
It's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm not going to lie. I mean, Frank's sitting there acting like he's all stressed out because he knows that, like, in one turn, Dan can turn it around.
Yeah, that's the trick.
Yeah.
He knows that if he takes his attention away,
so
all right,
daring
raid on R2, that's going to finish him off. 7, he has 9 HP. That'll kill him.
Yep.
Yep, he's out.
Yeah. Daring Raid is actually one of my favorite cards.
It's one of the best. It's
so versatile.
It's Lightning Bolt. It's the Lightning Bolt of Star Wars Unlimited. It's amazing.
I finished 2 matches today with a Daring Raid to finish off my opponent's base in the match.
I love doing that.
Yeah.
I've played enough Kylo Red. I love that card. It's
great.
Good.
So now Dan's got to figure here. You know, is Sabine going to get a Darksaber or a General's Blade on her?
I mean,
because I don't think he has an answer for it.
He definitely doesn't. Well, I don't say definitely. I don't know what is his hand.
I know he's got a price on his head.
I would be surprised. I mean, he pretty clearly doesn't have the Force Choker. Well, he dealt with the bigger threat first. Let's say
he had to. Yep.
I think if he has the Force Choke, you're going to see it now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, 100%.
Nope. We're going to just.
So he's going to bounce Crumb.
Just going to bounce Salacious Crumb and deal damage to Sabine. We know Frank has another Wing Leader in his hand. I find it interesting that he opted not to do that before he swung in with Sabine, but I think
I think he was afraid of the Force Choke.
I think he was right to be.
Yeah. I think he wanted to take the damage.
Yep. Make sure we get the damage in.
Yeah.
Price on your head for the Wing Leader. Boss will be able to murder him in a heartbeat.
Yeah. All he has to do is ping him.
Yep. That's going to give Daniel some of the ramp he's been looking for, but is it coming too late?
But is
though?
it too late?
Yeah, I don't know. He's not catastrophically far behind.
No, but
he's behind, but
he's going to have to catch up.
Yeah, and we're starting to get into that danger range where if Frank's sitting on a Wrecker or a Poe.
I mean, Daniel is sitting at 6 resources, so with the price on your head and next turn, Vader is an option.
Yep.
Palpatine unit is an option at 8. Maul is an option. So
we're gonna
Reinforcement Walker could turn the game around with the healing.
Yep, 100%. Poe coming onto the board, not being ECL, nothing to ECL into.
Yep.
So
Daniel just claims.
Surprised he's going to claim instead of pinging.
I think he has to claim because I think he's hoping he draws the Maul.
Oh, I get it. If he doesn't claim, Frank will. And he's going to be eating at least one Poe attack that he can't do anything about.
Yeah, and then the ramp doesn't help.
And then the ramp doesn't do him what it needs it to do. Yeah. I mean, I think even if pings as his first action, I see what you're saying. He's trying to draw into the Maul.
Yep.
Okay. Move the initiative marker where it belongs.
So he's got 2 Reinforcement Walkers in his hand. He does look like he has a Force Choke.
Force Choke or Force Lightning? Yep, going to trade out.
Okay, so Maul.
So he does have the Maul to trade out with Poe.
So he's going to do 1 Overwhelm. Poe's gone.
Yep.
So the big threat is off the board.
It does take everything he's got to hold that line, though.
Yeah, 100%.
He can still ramp. He still has the Bosk action available.
Yeah, he has the Bosk action
available.
available.
If I'm Frank, I'm just going to go ahead and swing in with the Wing Leader here to get some value out of it, but that's not what he's going to do.
He's going to Wing Leader, and he's going to Wing Leader his Wing Leader to take him out of Bosk ping range.
Yep. It'll take, again, it'll take more time to do it, but he will be able to get there.
Yeah.
And Jin hitting the board. Daniel claims another R2.
Yeah. And Frank puts a Bright Hope at the bottom because it's not a card that's even playable right now. So
that was, how much did I miss? It was 2, 3, 4, 7 more?
7 more, yeah.
19 damage on base now for Daniel.
Yeah. So unless Dan can find some healing with the client,
I think at this point it's coming too late.
I just think it's academic.
It's coming too late.
Yeah, he's got 4, 6 in space alone.
Yeah.
Another 3, 6, 7 on the ground.
Chat seems convinced this is over.
Yeah.
If I'm honest, I'm with Chat. Daniel can heal for 3 by putting a Reinforcement Walker out, but it feels like pissing into the wind against this board.
Yeah, I mean, if he was up to 9 and he had a Timely in hand,
that'd be something. He could take something out at this while he did it.
Because then he heals for 6.
Right.
Because he gets the Wind Plate
and the on attack. But he's not. He can't.
But
without it, murder something on the way.
So he force chokes Sabine, which I think is a good play.
Sure.
Frank gets to draw a card off of it. He's got 19 on base. I mean, Daniel lives this turn.
I think he doesn't. Yeah. I think he'll be fine for the turn.
So he's going to take 4 off the first pumped wing leader.
Yep.
And then he's going to play the Phase 3 Dark Trooper, it looks like.
Is that what he got?
Oh,
Is that what
well,
he's got in his hand?
he was thinking about it. He's got it in his hand.
I mean, it prevents.
But the problem
Jin
is Jin's Saboteur.
Oh, Jin. Well, no, she's not.
Oh, is she not?
She's only a saboteur
that's
when
right.
an enemy unit
When enemy
is
unit
murdered.
Yep, you're right. Which Sabine was murdered.
No, an enemy unit.
Oh, enemy unit. Oh, yep, you're right.
Yeah, here, have a look.
Yep.
So, was that a resupply? Yeah, he resupplied. 2 more off the wing leader.
3, 4. I mean,
Frank's 1 shy
yep.
this turn, but he only needs 1 action next turn to just ping with Sabine and call it a game. If
Yeah,
he swings
but
in with everything.
Dan's got a claim here.
Well, I mean,
There's nothing that helps him. Even playing, like, if he's got a Crumb, which I don't think he does. I think he resourced it. Doesn't help. And he doesn't have enough resources to play the Walker.
look at chat.
Frank's
Frank wants to win this more than any of you love your children. I mean,
Chris is not wrong.
he's probably not wrong.
He's not wrong.
I think Frank wants revenge. I think Frank can smell the win.
I think Frank just wants to win a PQ.
I mean, look at that face.
Yeah.
Look at that face. He's not. You don't see him leaning back and running
No.
his hands through his hair
Nope.
right now, do you? Aviation, I would disagree with you because
I would disagree as
the
well.
fact that we're in the finals sort of proves otherwise.
Yeah, I would disagree as well.
Okay, there's the Dark Trooper.
Yep.
And so that slows him down a little bit.
Yeah, so Jin trades.
Jin trades in.
Yep.
Oh no!
And that's it.
There, I think that's it. Yeah,
That's it.
There
Yep,
it was.
the Dark Saber at R2. R2 was
R2
the
again.
absolute MVP
R2
for
again,
Frank.
ladies and gentlemen. Well, everybody, this is your PQ champion here in
Congratulations
Mobile, Alabama.
to Frank
Congratulations to Frank.
And congratulations to Daniel.
Absolutely.
Well played by both players.
Absolutely.
Now R2 now has a new nickname.
Oh no, is he the what?
It is R2 Mageddon.
Oh, I like that. I like that. That's good.
Because that's what it was today.
This match very much was R2
Yeah.
Mageddon. Very much so. How much damage did R2 push through? I'm going to go back before I post these videos onto YouTube.
You need to look. We
I'm
need
gonna
numbers.
I'm going to get a little pen and
We
pad
need
paper.
numbers.
And I'm going to tally this up. We're going to find out how much damage R2 pushed through.
Yeah.
But that is absolutely nuts. Absolutely so much fun.
And Frank gets a congratulatory hug and kiss
Yes,
from Courtney.
absolutely. Well deserved.
He deserves it.
Well deserved. Look at
He
them.
deserves it.
The happy couple. So, see, he was all worried about the car ride. He just won.
Yeah.
He's not going to be unhappy on
No,
the
car ride's
going to
be great.
He's
Car
going
ride's
to be
gonna
fine.
be great.
He's
Dan-
going to be fine.
Dan will stew a little bit, but
He's
at the end
gonna
of the
be
day,
fine.
somebody from Buff and Network won.
Exactly. You know what? At the end of the day, that's what matters. The team won.
Yeah.
The team won, DJ.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
The team won. And again, to let everybody know, the Buff and Network guys are putting on the biggest SWU tournament
Pimp
at the
this
end
again.
of March.
Give it to us again.
The
dates.
battle in Beattle.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be phenomenal. You're going to have 3v3 teams playing each other. And this is a format where each team plays next to each other, and they can literally help each other with resource decisions. Decisions on, do I swing base? Do I swing unit? It's going to be a massacre, and you have so many teams. You're going to have the late-night gaming guys. You're going to have Bothan Network teams. You're going to have KTOD teams. You're going to have teams come out of nowhere, and it's going to be in the new set.
Oh, that's right. It'd be after. Wait, JT. You're right. JTO comes out in early March.
Early March.
We're only about
First
a month,
weekend in March.
We're only about a month-ish away from
Exactly.
pre-releases. That's
so
true.
it's going to be a brand new format.
It's going to be so much fun. I can't wait for this set.
You're going to see crazy stuff.
Yeah.
You're going to see things you haven't seen before, and the spice is going to be real.
Yep. That's going to be good times. I'm
Yeah.
looking forward to this.
It's going to be phenomenal. So if you can make it to Atlanta at the end of March, do it.
If you're living the Southeast, guys, I'd
Yeah.
start planning your road trip now.
100%.
Me, it's a little bit of more of a drive, but I don't know that I'm going to make it. I'm probably doing a little too much Star Wars stuff for my wife already, but we'll figure that out. I'll talk to her. Atlanta is at least home.
I want to go, and I'm close right now. I want to go, but I've got a 22-year-old daughter, and we take spring breaks when she's in school.
Whenever that happens
She's
to
in
be.
pharmacy school.
Yep.
That last week of March, we're going down to the Keys to do a lot of scuba diving.
Oh, that's going to be. I feel so bad for you.
I want to play. I want to go. I've been invited by Frank several times.
Nice.
I wish I could make it.
Yeah.
But it's going to be phenomenal. I can't wait to see the streams. I can't wait to hear the stories. It's going to be a great time.
Well, I'm looking forward to figuring out what I might be able to do for that. I might be able to go play. I might be able to go stream. I don't know. My March right now is open. My focus has been getting to this stream today. For 3 months, I've been preparing for today. So, guys, I really hope you enjoyed this. Do me a favor. I realized the VOD kind of got split because we had our little internet problems earlier. Leave me some feedback. What you like, what you don't like, what looks good, what doesn't look good. I have things that I'm working on my end that I want to improve, but I want to know what you think can be done better. Because I've got a little behind the scenes video that I've been working on as I go. But basically, it's kind of like one of the reasons I got into this is not because I feel like anybody else out there is doing badly.
No,
it's hard to do this.
It is. It's very hard.
Okay, but I'm like, I want to do it at such a level that everybody looks around and goes, I wish I could do that. That's my goal. So I want to find ways that we can all raise the bar and raise everybody up together.
This has been great. This is what the community needs. This is what everybody's asking for. And a good stream can make the game so much better. I appreciate the time being able to come in.
Hey, thanks for volunteering.
Hey,
let me tell you something.
Great time.
Swiss was fun, but carrying the whole thing for 6 rounds by yourself, it's tough.
It's tough.
It's tough.
It's tough.
So I'm looking forward to Austin, where I know I'm going to have a co-caster with me. That's going to be good. Speaking of which, guys, 2 weeks from today, I'll be back here with this setup. We're going to be in Austin, Texas, covering their PQ at Dragon's Lair. And I hope you will tune in for that one as well, if you are so inclined.
Don't miss it.
I would hope so.
Don't miss it. Yeah.
I'm trying for the double feature that weekend. Saturday, I'm going to be in Austin streaming that PQ. Sunday is the store showdown at my local store in Houston. So I'm just going to leave everything packed up, drive home, get up in the morning, and drive right back out of the store, set up again, and do another day of casting the game.
That's dedication.
I'm trying. I'm doing what I can. So.
It's great. We appreciate the stream. We appreciate you coming out and doing this for the community. This was a great event. Gamers and Geeks.
Huge shout out to those guys.
Yeah, they ran a phenomenal event.
What a great event.
The prize support was great.
Fabulous.
The raffle of the lightsaber was phenomenal. Shout out to all the players who came out today.
Absolutely.
It was a great time.
We had a great turnout. Tons of fun.
Great turnout.
And guys, listen, if you if this place gets a PQ again, like at some point in the future, come. They have tons of room. You won't regret it. You will. First of all, you won't regret it. Second of all, you will not be hurting them for space. They have more space than you can imagine. It's a great venue. The owners are fantastic people. Absolutely. If you get the chance, if you live anywhere in the Southeast and Mobile's got another PQ on the docket, and these guys are on it again, drop in. Clear time in your schedule and be here. It's 100% worth it.
Come out and play.
Look at Frank. Frank's got his champion, Matt.
He has his champion,
excited.
Matt.
He's excited.
Congratulations to Frank.
Absolutely.
Congratulations to Bothan Network. Those guys work really hard. Shout out to you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. I'm so happy that you guys were able to come out and do this today.
Absolutely.
I'm glad I got to be a part of it.
I'm glad you volunteered. A lot of people wouldn't.
You know what? I didn't have a great day today, but I wanted to come in and I wanted to at least hopefully help you kind of bounce off of each other.
I appreciate that.
And call the games a little bit and hope that we, had a good time and we entertained the crowd.
I appreciate that. So, having a co-caster makes this a much better experience.
100%.
All right, guys, listen.
Thanks, guys.
We're going to hang it up. I've got to tear all this crap down and load it back in the car. So I'm going to be here another hour and a half tearing all this stuff down.
And I got to get the squad home back to
These guys have got to get on the road. I've got to tear down and find some dinner. In the meantime, you guys have a great weekend. Look for any of these game replays you're looking for. I'll have them all up on YouTube over the course of the next week or so. In the meantime, y'all take care. Peace. I'm out.
See ya.